Hello, everybody. It's been so long. It's been like 2 actual months. I've missed you guys. Hold on. There we are. Hello, everyone. Say hi. Jamie, Chunk, Airvance here.
Hola.
The whole crew's together. It's been forever. Before we officially begin on our discussion today, I think the music's a bit loud. There we go. Before we officially begin on our discussion today, I have a few announcements to make. Announcement number 1. This one is rather important. As of 5 minutes ago, almost every single one of our podcast episodes just went live on Spotify. So if you missed any or you're looking for a more convenient place to watch them, I can get you a link after stream, but the link didn't exist until 5 minutes ago. So finally, all of our episodes are on Spotify as of right now.
Hey, huge.
Secondly, I wanted to announce my return to Twitch. Since today is kind of a special stream, I wanted to let you guys know about when I'm actually going to start streaming again, and I've thought long and hard about it, and I've decided that regularly scheduled content resumes tomorrow. So I'll see you at 8 p.m. We'll figure out something to do. I have too many ideas, but we'll have a good time. Next, future plans. I have 2 major things of content that I'm really excited to do. One of them is with Demo Chime. I am going to be playing through the entire Halo franchise in order.
Nice.
So starting at Halo 1, then 2, then 3, and all the way up. I'm really excited for that because I have only played 1, 2, and 3. So I really want to see how reliving that nostalgia and then immediately going into all the games I haven't played. I think that's going to be a really fun experience. Yes, including ODST. We'll do ODST if it's in the Master Chief Collection, I guess. That's
So
what I
good.
have.
It's my favorite.
I have played ODST and I didn't like it as much because I wanted to be Master Chief, right? Like that was. Yeah. And then the last thing, the biggest announcement that you guys need to pay attention to is in the top right corner. The Hollow Knight Mystery Speedrun Competitions applications are officially open starting right now. So if you are interested in speedrunning Hollow Knight competitively, we are going to be doing some competitions here soon within a couple of weeks. Drew Sun is going to be my co-host, and I couldn't be more excited about that. I've got a bunch of really exciting assets and art created so far that's going to make that a really fun time. So just DM me on Discord, and I'll start signing you up for on a list. And then I think the other thing, and for the Hollow Knight thing, on the last speedruns that we did, I was poor and didn't have a reward in mind when we did them. It was just for fun. So things have changed. I'm still poor, but I have a reward in mind. Whoever gets first place in the end of our Hollow Knight mystery speedrun competitions, I am going to be custom designing a t-shirt with your feedback and input and making you a t-shirt to resemble your victory. So that will be the grand prize. And then I think that's all of my announcements. Does anyone else have anything they would like to announce?
You see what these 2 are doing?
Are they eating pizza together?
Very small, slow bites. It's terrifying.
Oh, God, I've missed you guys. Welcome in, everybody. I wish I could read everyone's names, but they're going so fast. And we have a tier 5 hype train, so thank you for the hype train. In case it's been a while or you haven't heard what we're discussing today, it's on the left. We're going to be talking about publishers. Admittedly, a topic I am not super heavy-handed on. I don't have like major opinions either way, except for on a couple of publishers. So I'm excited to just kind of chime in with some additional facts while we're discussing these. Is there a certain publisher anyone wants to dive in on?
I think because of the announcement you made, it would be smart to start with either Bungie 343 or Team Cherry. I think any of the, or is Team Cherry a developer or a publisher?
I think they're a developer.
Both.
Oh,
Both? Did you both?
Oh, did they self-publish?
I think so.
Ooh, wow.
That's sick.
I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna Google that real quick.
Heck yeah. I think that the fact that like Halo as a series was heavily made by like multiple publishers is really weird because there's no consistency across anything. Like even though there was it 3 publishers now?
Yeah, they did publish their own thing.
Who made Halo Wars? I know that was like a different development studio that worked on that.
I
I'm not
only
sure if
knew
the same people published it.
Bungie.
I don't believe it was. I believe it was Bungie.
It was Bungie.
Who did I heard?
Did I hear
heard an
it?
echo?
Oh, I don't know.
That was weird. I know that Bungie made Halo 1, 2, and 3. I'm not sure if Bungie made ODST. That may have been. Is that still Bungie?
Was
ODST
Bungie.
was still Bungie. Okay,
Was
so then
Reach
Yeah.
343?
No, was
Reach is
where
Bungie.
transition?
Reach is
was
Yeah.
Bungie.
Bungie as
Yeah.
well.
Last one, I believe.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
Bungie's obviously the better.
4 is
developer.
whenever it transitioned to 343, I believe.
Halo Wars was Xbox Game Studios. Did Microsoft own Halo at the time? Because I know they bought it. No, it was one of their originals, right?
I'm looking
Yeah,
up
it
the
was.
Halo
Okay.
stuff.
I was
now.
thinking of Minecraft.
I
never
didn't
mind.
realize even the re-release of Halo CE was also that was 343's first Halo project, as they just remade Halo 1.
Oh, really?
Apparently,
that.
according
I mean,
to
that's a
this,
really good
timeline.
That's a good start.
That's fair.
Like proof you can make Halo by making Halo.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about 343 and Bungie, if I'm gonna be honest. I think when Bungie was still making Halo games, I didn't give a shit about who was making them. I just liked the games because they were fun. It wasn't until way down the line that I started caring about who was actually making these games.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think I only started caring whenever it like the switch did happen because it was like so noticeable. Whenever it was like the main games, because like Halo 4 was such a different experience.
Yeah, I
from
think
what I knew.
what Chad is saying is that kind of either way, it's Microsoft is the publisher of these games, right? Like the developers changed hands, sure, but Microsoft is the one publishing it. And since that's what we're focusing on today, is the publisher instead of the developer. There was a YouTube content creator, Aravan, that I had found and that you had also watched. I'm trying to remember his name, but I'm having a really hard time. I think he was
Can you
like,
describe him?
his icon and his persona was like a pie.
The Peach Cobbler.
Peach Cobbler. Yeah, that guy.
I fucking love that man.
He makes great content.
He's perfect.
He made a video that summarizes how I feel about Microsoft perfectly, which was basically it was an employee of 343 walking into a CEO's office, and the employee saying, "Hey, we've kind of done Halo. Like, there's not really any more that we could do. Like, you know, we've done the Halo, we've added to it, we've taken away from it, it's run its course." And it was basically just a whole skit about a Microsoft employee threatening his job and telling him, "Well, I don't care, find a gimmick." And they went, "Okay, we'll do open world," and then Halo Infinite story. Haven't really heard a bunch of good things about it.
Yeah.
Actually, have any of you played the Halo Infinite story?
No, I barely
watched
played
a
Halo
lot of
Infinite.
Jamie?
Oh God, no.
God, no? Okay. What about Chad? Have any
No,
of you guys
I
in
play
chat
good.
played
I
Halo
play
Infinite?
good games.
I
Don't lie to me. You play RuneScape.
we
Yeah,
shall
let's say good
bring-
games.
True.
Why do you guys keep bringing up the gold standards, bro? What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
don't understand. Weed Shop 3, RuneScape, what's
I didn't even
next?
talk about Sonic yet. What do you mean?
Blackjack says it sucks. Quilby says I haven't played Infinite yet. Haven't played it myself. And just a lot of people. Honestly, why would you? Is the real question. With the way that they released Halo Infinite, why would you play the storyline? It's like you get the multiplayer, which is the part everyone cared about anyway. You get the Forge mode, which is the other part that everyone else cared about. And then you could pay $60 to play a campaign if you wanted to. Like, it seems like they had to lock Forge or something else behind that price tag to justify it. I don't think the story is going to be enough to justify a full title purchase.
Yeah, but then they didn't have Forge released on release. Like,
True. Forge is out now, I believe. I've been
Yeah, it is
intending
out
on
as
going
well.
back.
it took
because I
them
wanna
like
mess with
half a year.
it. Mhm.
I just think from a developer who like made big claims about like they said Forge would be ready on release. I just do not like 343 at all. I think they're shady. I think they're shitty.
Well,
And
the whole point of the conversation is publishers, right? Like how the game was distributed, essentially, how it was advertised, how it was pushed forward, how it was sold, what medium it came out in, and whatnot. So I think, like, specifically about this, do you think Microsoft as a publisher did a good job continuing to sell Halo, not
No.
building up its legacy.
No,
No.
I think Microsoft realized that Halo had reached too big to fail status and decided to just stop giving a shit. 343 decided to stop giving a shit because they had no passion left for it, and that's why we've seen a decline.
So they did like the Halo thing, or so not the Pokemon thing,
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, the Pokemon thing. True.
where they're just
Halo,
like
the difference
fuck it.
though is that Pokemon still appeals to its target audience and younger audiences. So Pokemon's constantly getting an influx of new target audience because children grow up into it. They've still got a running TV show. They merchandise the shit out of it. But Halo, the TV show flopped. I don't really know that they do a lot of merchandising. It's just kind of like, I feel like most of the people who are really into Halo are like our age, and we grew out of it. Like it didn't keep up with us.
Their story kind of reminds me of Pizza Hut, where it's like the reason they were so omnipotent in the beginning is because they were kind of the only one, like Halo was the only one doing things Halo was.
No.
No?
Unreal and Quake were exactly.
Well, yeah, I agree, but like story-driven sci-fi first-person shooter that was very popular for couch co-op, like that was kind of rare at the time, and no one was doing it as well as Halo was. And even though there was other pizza shops, Pizza Hut had that monopoly. And the second they just kept doing the same shit, as the market diversified, I feel like that's when they fell under.
I disagree. I don't think that's what they fell under.
Really? It took them 20 years out of grappling hook.
I think
think,
that,
but the
in my
thing is,
opinion,
they
is part
only
of the
lost
reason it fell
sales when they started adding in grappling
Yeah,
hooks and
exactly.
shit, bro.
It was Halo had a unique thing, and then there was like Call of Duty and Battlefield were competing in their own field, and Halo was a standalone. And then I want to say it was Halo 4 was when Halo started adding in sprinting and shields.
Oh no, that was
and all
Reach.
That was Reach. Okay, so then it was Reach. It was Bungie's
abilities.
last multiplayer game, I believe. They started adding in all of the. They started wanting to be Call of Duty. That's when I stopped playing. Is they wanted to be Call of Duty. Oh, there's Chime.
Halo. He just joins us as
Halo.
Halo. That sounds like, I mean, that's fair. I feel, yeah, I guess it's kind of weird that they're still trying to sell to that initial target audience that isn't interested anymore, but they're trying to sell a more modern project or product when that's not wanted. Like, you can't capture the hearts of kids unless, I was going to say unless you put Master Chief in Fortnite, but I just...
Well,
I was
they
gonna say,
had
do you
something.
think that Titanfall was the thing that pushed them to do that? Because that
No,
was like such a unique
Movement shooters in general kind of blew up the market at that time.
Yeah.
This
Call of
is
Duty had
this
the
is
same
the
thing.
thing. I don't this is why they were successful. They were the only arena shooter that was mainstay. There was no other arena shooters. So Quake was very esoteric and only on PC. Doom was in a very weird spot. Doom was in a very weird spot because the last few games they had released were a little bit floppish. And then you had the beauty of an arena shooter being brought to consoles, which there were no others. So they had something completely, utterly unique. We also had to talk about this on the podcast recently, on my stream recently. One of the other things that was huge about it, name another arena shooter that had a 2-weapon system.
Yeah, I mean, like, the last one I played was Quake Champions, and that was, what, like 2017 or some shit?
Nope, that had multiple weapons. You had as many, if you could pick up as many weapons as you
That
wanted
is
to
true, yeah,
cycle
you
through
pick up
them.
a lot. Yeah,
They were
I can't think of anything, really.
They were the only one that did the 2-weapon system grenade loadout type thing.
I still think
Interesting.
grenades are the only thing that I don't like about Infinite now, because I feel like what I liked about Halo, and I've been repeating this every day ever since I've left for and have come back from vacation. I cannot stand games where I could be killed in one shot and then I'm done playing. That
Same.
it irritates me beyond comprehension. So I don't
That's
like
why I was
Valorant.
so.
I don't like Siege, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in Infinite, it's like you have overshields, and that's great. I love that about Halo. So whenever you take a shot, you have a huge list of decisions to make of whether you take that fight, whether you run for cover, blah 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 blah. But in Infinite, it does feel like I get one shot anyway because there's grenades everywhere. So I'm always at no shield, and then I walk around a corner and just get tapped. I know this isn't a publisher discussion at this point. We're
Yeah, well, I mean, we were
discussing
gonna
Halos,
but we need to talk about. We need somewhere to like release all our pent up feelings. I think there's also just so many. It feels like there's so many more weapons in that game that one shot. Also, that like I hadn't noticed before. Like whatever, every time I turned around in Infinite, I was like, I don't know what this gun is that I just got killed with. Whatever the thing is, that's like these large, like almost like needles, but they're like almost like mini harpoons. And we just get headshot by one and like die.
Oh, I know what
I don't even know what the gun's
that
called.
badass. That gun's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
cool though.
The one-shot reload gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing's cool.
But it's like,
Yeah, but those are super weapons. You need those in the game.
And that's
Yeah.
another thing that made Halo good was that in Halo, the weapons that one hit are pickups on the map, and they spawn in the same
Yeah.
place at a certain timer, so everyone fights
So-
over them. But in like Call of Duty and shit, you just spawn with it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by the two weapon system, and that's why it's important. So what you do is you turn those weapon spawns into objectives on the map, right? So part of Halo and part of the allure to it is being that they're objectives. If you recognize the timer on their spawns, you know, it's kind of like in League of Legends, right? Where the dragon's up and everyone's like, okay, dragon's about to come up. We got to start prioritizing dragon. It's the same with Halo. We're like, oh shit, sniper's almost up. Quick, we need to get to the position where we can get the sniper. Or same with the rocket launcher and shit. That's what made this arena shooter unique. No other one was doing it this way, where items on the map became unique objectives that had to be obtained on a time limit.
yeah.
I kind of want to ask Demo Chime, one of our chatters. I feel like I have to say that now since we're on Spotify and there's no visual for some people. I'm curious about someone who's like a marathon Halo fan in chat. Do you think Halo became better or worse with the addition of power-ups like the overshield thing, or like the what was it? You like punch the ground, you become invincible, the sprint, the slides, the grappling hook, stuff like that. I feel like it became, I don't know, it just became a different game that I didn't enjoy quite as much. Maybe it was too much complexity, I don't know.
I think I liked it in Reach because it was like, they were like, it was like a specific thing. You started the game with the loadout. You couldn't like swap it out as the thing went on. I don't think. I could be misremembering though. It's been a while.
It has been.
But it was like, it was a fixed thing that you would like, you could get sprint, but sprint was like a thing you had to like, that was your power, was being able to run and
it was
having
like
higher
a Call of
movement.
Duty
So
loadout.
yeah, well, yeah, it was actually in Reach. You're right.
Yeah,
It's been
that's
a
what they
while.
turned it into.
Yeah.
Versus being pickups. We'll see.
I don't know. I think that a large part of what Halo kind of sold was that hero complex, right? Like you're Master Chief, you're this all-powerful god, and in the multiplayer, because they let you pick up these really powerful abilities, they let you drive these really powerful vehicles, pick up powerful weapons and whatnot. They kind of kept that power fantasy because you're allowed to stay alive for a pretty long amount of time, probably triple or quadruple the amount of time per life than you would have in a game like Call of Duty. And because of the amount of outplay that was possible, they kind of continued to sell that fantasy in a lot of the newer games. And I think that with the grenades and with the one shot and with the terribly designed maps, I think that kind of gets rid of the god complex of each of the characters and just kind of makes you feel like a soldier. If that makes sense.
We got a message
I
back
get
from
it.
Chime, and he said, I think it being a pickup makes it a full competition for everyone. So I think we agree that it being a pickup makes it better. I think I just preferred the pickups in Halo 3 over the ones now. Like, the grappling hook is, I feel like it got overdone at a point recently. Like, there was I want to say it was 2010, 2012. There were like 2 years where every video game, the main focus of it was a bow.
Yeah,
Every
the
game
bow
in like 2010 had a bow. No matter what game you were playing, it was the main point.
It was like
that was
zombies.
like a fad. And then after the bow, I feel like is around the time PUBG started coming out, and then every game was a battle royale. And
Yeah.
feels like grappling hooks have been a thing recently. Maybe that's me reading too much into things. But to summarize our Halo conversation and bring it back to publishers, I couldn't agree more with comparing Microsoft to Nintendo in this case, of realizing they had a breadwinner, not putting any more effort into it, and just pumping out title after title after title in hopes of it raking in millions of dollars.
Davey, can you move your mic a little bit closer to your mouth? I think
Yeah,
Discord keeps
you're
noise
cutting in
gating you.
now.
Oh,
You're
is
not
this
cutting
where
out
I
on.
was going?
It's not on stream, but it is on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just change my
I think you're good now.
sensitivity. I got you.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's better.
Missed you too,
so-
Draco.
Should we talk about Nintendo then? Is that a good segue into Nintendo?
Do we want to?
I see the shadow of a cat on Chunk's stream. It's freaking me. I see like the shadow. I see the tail going like that. It's freaking me out.
Ronk, get down.
I'm down to discuss Nintendo. I wrote down Sony and Nintendo in one category as like what I consider to be the big two, as of right now, because Microsoft, I think they still have games coming out for the Xbox. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's been like, maybe they've had three exclusives released on the Xbox. I don't know anymore. But Sony,
there's no reason for them to release exclusives, hey?
True. I've
Game
been
Pass.
saying I still think that Microsoft needs to abandon consoles and just go all in on PC and try to dominate that market. With PC Game Pass, I think they might be on a track to do that.
When they first started making consoles, they still made PC games because they knew that like people who want to play games on PC, like that's what they had, so that's what they continued to play on. But people had PCs that were purpose built specifically for a thing, like it was like a terminal for unlocking something, or you did like Word documents, or you did your emails. They were very like purpose built machines, so they wanted to make something that was made for games. But now that even like the shittiest Chromebook can run like a pretty decently sized game, I think they're going to start to shift their focus, especially with how poorly the last two consoles have done.
I mean, I feel like mostly what like Microsoft was in the console wars from the beginning was just to deny Sony from like having that market all to itself.
Maybe.
But I don't know. That's just
It was kind of just Nintendo and Sony fighting, and then Microsoft dropped the Xbox out of nowhere. Yeah.
well, but then you had the whole reason I say that is because the Xbox 360 was sold at such like a huge loss, and that's why like the PlayStation 3 like kind of flopped the way it did, because it was sold at like the price that was honestly reasonable for the like hardware that was selling at the time. But Microsoft just undercut them so hard, just to intentionally like throw them into the wolves, so to speak. And then I just think it's kind of escalate to a point where we're like, are we even sure that console is like, it's good for the average gamer, but consoles are slowly starting to get so expensive that's like, and PCs are getting cheaper to the point where it's like you can buy a PC, a decent
Honestly,
PC for the price of a console.
I actually have some input here because I literally just bought a new PC.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I disagree fundamentally with everything you just said.
I think
So
it's the simplicity.
Well, no, even then, price wise. So I just bought a new PC, right? 4080, i9 13900, right? 2 terabyte hard like NVMe storage. Nothing like it's gonna be top of the line when it comes out, but it won't last that long. Top of the line, right? How much do you think that cost? Just ballpark.
2,500.
Didn't buy any monitors, didn't buy anything.
What
You
was
say
the
a grand?
graphics card again?
4080.
4080. I'm gonna say
Okay, never mind.
1,500 for the whole PC.
I would say 2,500.
With a 4080, yeah, I was gonna say about that much, like 2,500.
I think the
Okay,
4080 is
so
like
US
$1,000
price?
so.
US price about $4,000.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how much are the 4080s? I thought they were like
4080
like
is about
$1,100.
2,000 USD, AUD, sorry.
Damn, Car Hill's on that shit.
What the fuck? Yeah, Carter was closed.
Damn, so
it was about 5.7 AUD.
and that's like, so what you're getting there is like something that can truly run anything. And it's like with consoles, they don't, if the game can't be run on the console, the game's not on the console. Like, you just don't release
This is the
it.
thing, though. This is the thing. These new consoles, they hold up.
Yeah,
they're
true. The
good.
PS5 slaps.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's so much about affordability, because I would say consoles are still more affordable than a PC. I think
Comes with the SUVs of gaming.
I think it's because the average person, I think it just flows and ebbs. I think Xbox at the moment is selling less consoles because people are buying PCs as home entertainment systems now. Right, so you can have a PC in your living room hooked up to your computer. Boom, you've got a smart TV. Right? Whereas PlayStation that's still for like gamers. It's not a home entertainment system. It's not anything like that. It is a gaming system.
And
I think
that's when
why
Microsoft started to
PS5
go
is the
down,
big
right?
one.
Like
Yes.
that whole them
Oh,
trying to
Xbox
do the
S.
Xbox One
Mhm.
thing, where like it was an all-in-one, always online type experience. They even back then were trying to lean so hard into the basically it being a PC or a media device
Which
you
is
put
so
under your fucking
confusing. I
TV.
don't get why they didn't just sell pre-built PCs and call it an Xbox.
If they were doing poorly, I would understand the shift to try to maybe get something done.
They-
But they won with the 360. They were
Yeah, true.
winning. And
they
then they fucked it
misread
up.
the market. They just misread the market. That's all it is.
And it's one of those things where, like, you know, hindsight's 2020. But on release, prior to release day, 2 months when they announced the Xbox One, even before it was out, people were disagreeing. So it's like not even hindsight could have saved them there because it was just such a bad decision from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a box. Stop selling a box. Make it look like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh character. Don't stop selling boxes.
Yeah.
True, the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh!
That was one of the
It
cool
is
things
just
about the
fucking-
360.
It's Kaiba.
GameCube
is
Xbox-
a
the
blessing, though.
PS5 is just Kaiba.
Yeah, but GameCube had a fucking handle. That's sick.
Mm-hmm.
Let me hit someone over the head with a GameCube. That's something.
The
Yeah, that's a
GameCube
nice afternoon.
looked like a toy, and it was marketed for kids, and it was perfect.
Yeah, it was
I-
great.
yeah.
Yeah, but also the
Even the
GameCube
discs were
flopped.
tiny.
GameCube's
Sadly.
one of the yeah, but like this is what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, the GameCube was cool looking to some people, but a lot of people just didn't take it seriously. Like you have the PlayStation 2, which looks sleek and like modern. Then you have the 360, and that looks like the cool kids console, right? That looks dope. And then you have this fucking purple box, and it's already coming out way later than the other consoles. It has no online capabilities, which already PlayStation and Microsoft are beginning to look into. People forget that like the PS2 had online capabilities, right? Then you have this fucking box which has no online features. It has a much smaller library of games, right? And it was released nearly a full year after the other two were. Like that was another case. They really Microsoft the fuck out of that. In fact, no, I might even say Microsoft fucking Nintendo'd that one. Pulled a GameCube on that bitch.
Chuck mentioned
what I can-
and Benny has said in chat that the GameCube does have online capabilities.
I thought it was like you had to plug in a modular thing. to
It
the
was.
back of
It was like an adapter that you had to like buy
Yeah,
separately that you could plug
Okay,
in.
I get what you're saying, bro, and I hear you. And so does his Switch also has online capabilities, but let's
Yeah.
be real. Do they hold up?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
they hold
absolutely
up.
not.
Add me on
compared to other
Nintendo. My username is 12258996438 Batman symbol
Like,
Q.
It's not
It's
fun.
it's one of those things where, yeah,
It's very
they
convenient.
did it because the other guys were doing it, but they didn't really care as much as the other guys did they? Like it
I just
wasn't
wanna
like
say
they
they
were
did.
like, yeah, they just wanted it as a selling point. It's like, yeah, we also have that. It's shit, but we also have that.
I'm just starting to think that there's a breakdown between me and Poppy hates everything that I loved as a child and wants to
I
see
like
me
the
burn.
GameCube.
So I think
I love the
that-
GameCube.
I
It's
usually
one of my favorite
shit-
consoles.
I usually shit on Nintendo. I will give Nintendo one thing over every other company when it comes to consoles by far, and that is backwards compatibility. They are like so good when it comes to backwards compatibility.
No.
Yep.
Up until the
I
Switch.
agree.
Oh, okay.
No?
Okay, up until this Switch.
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
I mean,
fair.
the-
I was about to say.
But
I wanted my girlfriend to play a like 13-year-old Zelda game, and it cost $60 on the Switch. And I'm
so
like,
That's still backwards compatibility. Just
I-
because it's not cheap doesn't mean it's not compatible.
what this man is saying is exactly what I'm thinking. Where it's like, I think that if you can play a game on a console, that's still backwards compatibility, even though it's fucking annoying.
okay.
I think it still counts.
I have another.
Mhm,
Okay.
I agree.
What if I own Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Wii and want to play it on
Okay.
my Switch?
I think that the happiest medium there would be to take the code from that box and have it be on Switch or whatever, and have it be like half off or something. I think that would be like the
I'd have
best
to
medium.
buy the same game a second time to play.
Yeah,
it
well,
again.
if you
That's not
buy it on-
backwards
That's
compatible to me.
capitalism, baby. I don't know what you can
if you
That is
don't
not
know-
backwards compatible to me. That is, we also made it for this
No.
console for you.
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
not
it were backwards
compatible.
compatible, I could play
Yeah.
any of my games from the last console on this console.
I,
Danny's
This is, they made a
objectively
Switch
right.
version.
I completely agree. That's why I said up into the Switch.
That's
But
fair.
because
Okay,
prior to Switch, they fucking nailed it. Like legitimately, like every single time the Wii could play mini.
Okay,
discs,
Poppy,
like,
fucking eat my ass. What is it that it didn't do? Please, please explain to the court.
Again, it was purely the extensions. I think the fact that they made them extensions was a very obvious business choice.
Extension.
They could have included those things in the console.
Most
but,
backwards
like-
compatibility was just like it just worked on the system. It wasn't like an extension.
Yeah,
Hell
like-
no,
like
it
the
didn't.
DS
Like
had
if
that.
you
Oh,
wanted
it
like
did. Yes, for sure.
no, like if you
when
want
the Game Boy Advance, you would just plug in a Game Boy Color game. On the DS, you had the DS Lite where it had a Game Boy Advance game, and the Game Boy Color games would work on the bottom side of it. On the Wii, the GameCube games, you could just insert the disc and it would autoplay those games. Like
You know
literally almost everything except for the GameCube had an adapter that you could buy to put a Game Boy Advance player on the bottom of it. But even then, that's like for mobile games
Okay.
to come to the console.
that's cap as fuck because the 64 had packs and cartridges for their fucking for their Game Boys and shit. So like right off the bat, that's cap as fuck.
That's not cap. I literally do. I did this all the time as a child. What do you mean it's cap?
So you're denying that there was an extension that you could buy for the 64 to put your Game Boy games like onto the 64?
No, for the 64, that may be true. I honestly, that's the only one I didn't have.
Interesting. I know more about those consoles than you.
I went and bought a.
That is true. So I won a Cheese TV, like you know, like the fucking morning cartoon things. I won a competition by them, and part of the competition win was I won a bunch of 64 extension shit, but I didn't win a 64, so I couldn't use it. And one of
I mean,
the
I don't
things
think.
was a fucking no. Hang on, let me.
Fair enough.
One of the things that I got was a new Pokemon game with a cartridge to play it on the 64. So that's just, and the same with GameCube. GameCube had the same shit. You couldn't just plug it in and go. You
Okay,
had
so-
to get extensions.
Really
As
quick,
bad as
before
that
we
is-
continue on from what Jamie is saying, I also have evidence to support this. I went out and went and spent a lot of money when I was making better money for this, which is still one of my favorite games of all time, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I don't own a Nintendo console, but this is sitting on my desk 100% of my waking hours. I also had to spend an additional like $45 to buy a little expansion pack that plugged into the N64 so that it would run that game, or otherwise it wouldn't even be able to play it. It could not function without it was like a RAM extension or some shit that I had to go buy it and plug in to play this game.
Okay, so
I think
bouncing
Sorry,
off
you
of both of you, as bad as that is, that's still backwards compatible. Because you can't do that on Xbox, you can't do that on PS4, you could do that on PS3.
Yeah, and even
360
that backwards
you could.
compatibility. But backwards
360, I
compatibility,
didn't say
even on
360.
Xbox, was like a limited amount of games. It wasn't like the totality of like
Yeah,
any
it
game you
wasn't
put in here
everything.
works. There was a limited amount of library that would like
You
function.
couldn't do that on Xbox
it.
One, couldn't do it on PS4, PS5, you can't do it on
Yes,
any
you
of
could.
those. Like,
yes, you could.
you couldn't do it on PS4.
Uh-huh. So PS4 and PS3 had limited runs where you could pick up a PS4 or a PS3 that had backwards
It's
compatibility.
true. When the PS3
People were just
came
too
out,
fucking
have
cheap
that
to buy
one,
them.
God
when the
damn it.
PS3
Yeah,
came
people were
out,
just
they
too
were
fucking cheap to
$700.
buy them and then complained.
Yeah, they were $700 when PS3s released, and people complained about the prices. So to reduce the prices, they took basically they had a PS2 in it, and that's why it cost
Okay,
so much.
so
much.
what
So
is
they
the difference
removed the
between
PS2 and
selling
resold
a
it for cheaper.
console that is more expensive for people to buy, or making people purchase an extension that lets you run the backwards
Okay, do you
compatible
want me
games?
to
It's the
actually
same
explain?
fucking thing.
No, it's not. Do you want me to explain?
Oh my god. You sure go for it?
Why do you, I'm not acting like a Nintendo hater.
No,
I'm giving you facts.
I know. You're
Okay.
good, homie. It's not a big deal.
So, the fact of the matter is, because they were able to have a small little cartridge that just popped into the Nintendo 64 or whatever fucking console you're playing on, means they acknowledged the fact that they knew they could do backwards compatibility. They just chose not to put it into the console to begin with, right? And the fact that those cartridges were cheap, I mean, they were only like 30 something bucks, right? Means it would have been fuck all cost for them to put it in. Because realistically, if they're selling that for $30, they're making it for $5, right? So they could have put that console, they could put that in the console to begin with for pretty much no extra cost, and they still would have been fine. The difference between that and what the PS4 and PS3 did is they had to put an entire console into the PS3 and PS4, because the way that the compact discs work does not mean they have like backwards compatibility to begin with. The PS3 updated to Blu-ray discs, right? And then the formatting changed so you could allow larger file sizes on the PS4 discs. Now, you couldn't run those backwards compatible because they're fundamentally different formats. Whereas Nintendo knew what they were doing, they just chose not to put it in. That's the difference between shitty marketing and justifying a cost and then removing it because most people couldn't afford it and it would make a cheaper option, which is why we see shit like the Xbox S and like the PlayStation Slims and shit, because they give people an option to have a cheaper console with a little bit less capability. Whereas Nintendo goes, Lamau, just the one console, you can buy the extras even though they're overpriced. That's the difference.
So, like, that being said, that just basically means that networked games, which I think is like the technical term for games that are not physical, can only be bought online, are the ultimate backwards compatibility. Because the problem with backwards compatibility is always reading, right? Like the reason that DS's had those giant fucking slots in the bottom so they could still read Game Boy cartridges and shit. So if the problem's always reading, if you don't have to read the game, does that technically give the whatever infinite backwards compatibility? Are emulators on PCs backwards compatible technically?
I will agree that...
Nah, because I view them more as like a it's not quite a remake, but like a re-release.
If you could take your physical copy and in some form use that to play the digital copy, then I would say that would be true backwards compatibility with a weird loophole, and I'd be okay with it. But what Carhill just said in chat, once the servers die, the game dies. And that's
and
the
once the
issue with
disc
digital copy.
breaks, the game dies too. Like, what the fuck does that mean once the servers die? There's a limit. Let's say there's a million...
The
No,
difference
you
is
can buy the
you
game,
making a
disc
mistake
again.
and
Okay,
breaking your disc, and
but let's
another
say there's a-
company deciding that you don't own it anymore.
While I agree, that's only for online games. And if it's not an only online game, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a thing in 5 years.
That's right.
Like, because for like, let's say there's a million versions of Call of Duty 4. If every single disc is broken, whose fault is that?
Someone
no
who
one's-
really hated Call of
It's
Duty.
It's Chunk's fault. I blame Chunk.
What's my fault?
Like, you break all the Call of Duty shit.
Also, here's my thing, is because I think this is a kind of good segue into another publisher, 2K, which actually is a prime example of like why this is like a bad opinion, because it's like it's while I agree with you that should be the way it works, Airvan, there are things like 2K who put this like online currency that you use to upgrade your people that only connects to online. Once the online, they shut the servers down, which they do about every 2 to 3 years after the new versions are out. You literally cannot play the game anymore.
That shit is leaded gas. It is legitimately leaded. It is lead in your gas. It is disgusting. It's terrible, and it's going to be gone in a few years. I guarantee it.
Anyone who
If it
buys
is,
shark cards is
I'll do
brain
it.
dead.
What I'm just
Like straight up. Yeah.
yeah.
Valkyrie says, do
Like, you're
publishers
you're
have a
paying
duty to
money.
archive and maintain access to their games indefinitely?
No.
Publishers, I don't
think
think
so.
so. I think
No, God, no. No.
I think
the
that
developers would tend to be the people way more interested in making their games immortal, as opposed to just their game fading into obscurity someday.
yeah. I think the problem with that logic, Valk, is that you're assuming every single game is bought directly from publisher. Because if a game, that's a fair. But okay, so just basically on the question, let's say you buy a game from Steam or something like that. It's like, if Steam wants to remove that, you bought the game from Steam. You didn't buy the game to download to your computer. If you want to buy a game to download to your computer, there's tons of other ways to do that. You go to GOG, you go to Humble Bundle. There's lots of ways you could buy a game directly to your computer. So if you go around the system and you want that ease of access and you want that friends list and you go on Steam, you're saying already, it's okay if you take my games. Like, it is okay if a game in 5 years is no longer relevant and it's taken off Steam, because that's the, what is it called? Convenience? That's the price of convenience.
I'm just gonna quickly say, Gearbox isn't a publisher; they're a developer. Take-Two Interactive, or 2K, they're the publisher and they're shitty. I agree with that. Please make sure one of the things you need to be careful of is to determine whether it's the publisher being shitty or the actual developers. The developers often get tied behind corporate suits who force them to do things in their game, such as what has happened to Borderlands after it gained popularity. Gearbox have nothing to do with that. That's all Take-Two. Take-Two Interactive are toxic and cancerous to the gaming industry, straight up.
Yeah.
And Gearbox is just an unfortunate victim of what has occurred. They're not a publisher, they're a developer.
And just in case, maybe we should have gone into this ahead of time, because sometimes we assume some things as general knowledge. Just in case anyone is not familiar with the difference, I think in layman's terms, a developer is the company that hires the people that make the game. And generally, those people struggle to afford to make the game and advertise and put it on the right place while they're making it. So there's outside companies. The publishers provide the funding, get them hooked up with people like Game Pass or Steam or whatever like that. And usually we'll say, we'll fund your game if you make it like this.
So, Forgotten Dreamers, they self-publish some games. They're not the publisher. So the original Borderlands 1, they self-publish with help from Take-Two, and then Take-Two use that contract to basically take control after Gears 2. Not Gears 2, sorry, after Borderlands 2. So that's where the difference lies. Team Cherry are a development team who's self-published. That doesn't make them a publisher. They've only published their own game. So I think the best simile that you can use is publishers, the record labels of the gaming industry.
Actually, that's a pretty good way to think about it.
Yeah, so you sign to a record label, they will produce your music, give you connections, sign you up to like live shows, and then release your music on all platforms, but they fundamentally and definitively own the product despite them not having made it, which is why they're toxic and cancerous.
That's
What
why
about
you
Activision?
see them,
Activision is a publisher.
Yeah,
it's a publisher. Yeah, it's why you see Activision before any of the other like things. It's like when you go into a movie theater and you see big Universal in the beginning, very beginning of the movie, you see the world turn. That is the person who made all this happen. They distributed it, they advertised it. They're the daddy, the reason it happened. And it's the first thing you see in the beginning of the game. And I think that publishers are equally important, if not more important, than the developers. Because
publishers
often
can kill a game.
Yeah, like literally a game studio can, let's say an indie game studio of 15 people. They make a game to completion. Oh, I'm excited to hear this.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah, that's a perfect
No Man's
example.
Sky, the developers made a fantastic game, or they were making it, and then Sony stepped in and was like, "We're gonna publish this, but you're gonna release it next year." And the developers were like,
World of Warcraft.
"Huh?"
That is like precisely what I was going to say. We're like, you can get a game of 15 people, or a group of 15 people. You can make 98% of a game. Go, here's my game. Here's it's beautiful. And then all of a sudden, that 98% of a game is now 70% of a game because either they told you had to make more, you had to make something different, you had to change a bunch of shit, and all of a sudden, the person who was the biggest asset to a game's like history, its lifeblood, the developer, is now suddenly the back burner, where it's like they don't really matter. They're just following orders of someone else because they had a good product to begin with. It's like when you see a concept car, and you're like, "Oh, looks fucking sick," and then the actual car releases and it looks like a bubble. You're like, "Oh shit, I see." Toyota did not like what they were doing.
That's why Tesla works so well. Because the guy who designs them is also the guy that's making them, so he doesn't have outside sources fucking picking and pulling it apart.
It's top down. It's like the whole thing is. It's why like so many exotic cars have so much good blood in. So I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, like so much legacy to them. Yeah, so much legacy to them because like from the beginning to end, it's all just one line.
It's why I tell people to pay attention to who publishers are. Like people go, "Oh, they just released a game though." No. Look at World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Blizzard was in total charge of that
And
for the
it's
first
going
3 expansions, which are great.
They were all amazing.
And what happened when Activision bought them?
Fucking Cataclysm. I love that example because Cataclysm is like both in and out of game.
It's
That's
the
what
turning
happens.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Literally,
Mr. Pandaria was
Cataclysm is you can point at Cataclysm and go, "This is when it got shit."
Yep.
And then like, it's weird because there's also like, external publishers or like platforms that can fuck shit up. Like, you remember the whole debacle when Borderlands 3 was Epic exclusive for a year? And that was like a huge problem that like blew up the internet. Like everyone was like, I am protesting against Borderlands. I'm never buying another Borderlands product because it's exclusive on Epic. Back when exclusives on what are those called? What is like Steam and Epic called?
Distribution sites.
Yeah, I
Dude,
guess so.
Anyone who made that argument's a moron, dude. Holy fuck. Serious, dude, I don't even. Can I get started on that? Holy shit.
Go off.
Honestly,
Yo,
you
you
know what?
like monopolies?
You
How
have the
good's
floor.
capitalism, guys? Yeah, we love monopolies. You know that fucking game that tears family apart? Hell yeah, let's just give Steam 100% of the bank, boys. That'll fucking work well. Oh no! A game company got helped, like, financially and now is releasing a timed exclusive. My world's falling apart. Cry fucking river. Holy fuck.
Imagine working on a fucking painting for 10 years. Like, you finally finish the painting, and you're like, I might be able to make, if I sell 1,000 of these paintings, I might be able to make the money back. And someone walks up to you and says, if you sell this painting in my store, I will give you those first 1,000 sales right now. You can only sell it in my store then. No one on earth in the right mind would say no to that.
Especially
No,
in the
you
games
know what
market,
the
it's
fucking
always a
crazy thing
gamble.
is? It didn't even cost money for people. You're bitching about something that's fundamentally
It's
free
free.
that changes nothing. Fuck.
I
It's
said it
so
recently. I don't
simple.
remember who I was talking to about it, but
And then you fucking buy every Ubisoft game and eat that shit up like pigs in a slop trough. Fuck. That's what you're complaining about, though. Oh God.
I've been saying this for a while. I think Epic Games sucks massive horsecock, but I'm very
do.
glad that it exists as competition for Steam.
Correct.
So, can I ask
That,
why?
dude, they
'Cause
can
I like
choke on
Epic.
so much dick, but as long as they exist, it's fine.
Like, what like, I honestly want to know why people don't like Epic, because I like it. Like, I don't know what
It's just
what
a,
the
it's
issue
just
is.
a clunk. It's a clunky UI.
It's
bad
bad.
user experience. Very poor customer support.
In short,
Like-
I think when you're trying to open up your software like Epic Games Launcher to an industry, you need to look at what your competitors have and you need to match it or improve on it. And Epic has like 10% of the features Steam has, and it's just like, okay, you're coming into the game very ill prepared, and you're gonna need to do something big to make up for it. And their something big was they throw their money around and give free games out, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing is, like, a lot of people don't realize that we wouldn't have, like, a lot of people don't realize how much, like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of their actual like UI and like experience shopping, but like what they do behind the scenes, we're not getting Alan Wake 2 without them, by the way. You want Alan Wake 2? They're funding the whole thing. So if I see one motherfucker bitch about it releasing on their platform, remember they gave him a chance when no one else would. The other thing is, do you guys know about their ties to Unreal Engine 5?
I do know that Epic Games, like, I don't know if they develop it, but I know that they sell it.
They basically put a bunch of costs into it, right? They sunk a ton of money into developing it, and all the insane features that they've got in there, such as the Luma engine, they basically fucking like ran that shit. And then what they did is they said, everyone can use this for free, and you can make up to $1 million in sales without paying us royalties.
Which is $900,000 more than Ubisoft, or sorry, what the fuck is it called? Unity.
Unity. Oh, okay.
900,000 for if you have to pay when you pay Unity, it's at $100,000. 1
Yep, but
million for Epic.
they're
They
giving-
are. It's charity. It's absolute
It's-
charity.
Beautiful. What it's gonna do
great
for the gaming industry
yeah.
is unfucking believable. We're about to see a motherfucking renaissance, dude. All because this fucking company that everyone shit on because they were so villainous, because let's be honest, half the people didn't like them because they were Chinese run, right? Because, you know, every Chinese person's so fucking villainous, right?
Go into
Holy
Tencent.
Oh,
Dude.
God. Okay, that's different.
that's different, and Tencent has ownership, but just because you have shareholders from Tencent does not vilify you immediately, right? Otherwise, like, everything Disney owns is got anti-Semitic roots, right?
True.
So like there's a fucking thin line to be drawn there, and I think a lot of people just like have a lot of like fear of what Tencent are, but don't understand that Tencent really doesn't have much say. They have like 10% ownership or something. It's not much.
Tencent?
Yeah,
They have
Tencent.
40% ownership. Oh, they have
Oh, is it
40%
40?
ownership of Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite there.
Yeah.
So, well, then Fortnite's like the biggest
know-
game.
wait, never
You
mind.
know,
I'm
all the
mistaken.
people, all the
I
people that
forgot how I
complain about
organized my
Tencent are
notes.
probably playing Fortnite.
They do
so.
own 40% of Epic Games. I wrote Fortnite in parentheses in
Right.
case anyone didn't know who Epic Games was.
But even still, that's not max ownership. They don't get
even
get
half.
creative control. So, like again, it's just they've invested in the company that's making them returns. Like there's so many other companies that are vile that do the same shit.
Do you gentlemen know what the alumni effect is?
No.
It's when someone uses a product or a service, and because it was so fantastic to them, they give back to the service or they advertise the service entirely for free. So this is what you often see with colleges, where people get rich. They say, "I got rich because I went to Yale, and Yale's a great school. I'm going to give back to I'm going to give back to Yale. I'm going to give them $20,000 every other year for the next 50 years." They do something like that, or they do, Yale was great for me. You should go to Yale. Just simple advertising like that. That is precisely what Epic's been doing for the last like 3 years since they've been working on the new Unreal Engine, because they know people are going to either want to publish with Epic. If they make a fantastic game, they're going to want to give back. They're going to want to do anything they can to give back to, or not everyone, but a large enough majority of whales who pop off and make a fantastic game in Unreal are going to want to give back and support Epic. And I think that is, people can look at that as evil, the same way you can look at Mr. Beast making 1,000 people see for the first time as devilish or evil, where it's like, if you really have to stretch it to make it seem bad.
You do. Also, someone in chat just said CCP has control over Chinese companies. That used to be true. That's not anymore. Like, that's just not true. Do you think the CCP has control over fucking multi-billion-dollar companies? They don't. Those companies have control. The CCP, like, this is a topic I don't even want to get into because it's not what the podcast is about. But let me just say that the CCP doesn't have control of these multi-billion-dollar companies. They're at their whim, if anything, the same way the American government is at the whim of like pharmaceutical giants. Do you think Tencent's like, oh boy, I sure hope the CCP doesn't stop us? No, they probably run the CCP, bro.
Before we move off of the CCP subject, I do want to point out one funny thing. It has been a long time since our last podcast, roughly 2 months. On the last podcast, I brought up and mentioned that due to a negotiation failure, Blizzard had to shut down the servers for every Blizzard game in China, and they still haven't brought them back up.
Damn.
It's been like since halfway through November that China's just had no Blizzard games because Blizzard utterly failed in negotiations, and now you just can't play it there.
Which is hilarious considering the Hearthstone shit.
Exactly. How much dick writing Blizzard did to the China.
I have little personal friends in the Overwatch League on Chinese teams that have to scrim in Korea.
Ugh.
Yep.
It's bad. It's like really bad. But
No, it's I think Epic does a lot more good than they do bad.
And to
I
clarify,
really do.
that has nothing to do with the Chinese government. That was just one company in China that Blizzard failed to discuss their servers with. So that's not like, uh-oh, they fucked up with the government. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I actually think Epic is an example of a good developer. I really do.
Probably.
totally agree.
They
Yeah,
don't get too mucky with the art.
I think they do a good job.
One thing that I thought I definitely didn't want to not talk about while we're on the podcast. What a double negative. I wanted to make sure that we talked about the Microsoft Activision merger. So, Microsoft and Activision several months ago announced that they were intending, or that Microsoft was intending on buying out Activision. That was a big deal. You guys may have heard about that. At some point, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, stepped in and shut down this merger, saying that it would create a monopoly for Microsoft, and they are still kind of butting heads about whether or not it should be allowed. And just to be completely clear, the primary reason is because Sony is afraid that if Microsoft gets Activision, Microsoft has exclusive rights to Call of Duty, and 60% of the people buying PlayStations have reportedly said they buy it for Call of Duty. So that would be a big issue.
Do you know the massive amount of irony that comes with this?
I do.
So you know how they just kicked up a huge shitstorm. I'm wondering if you're about to go into this.
I don't think I have most of the details, but I do have this fun little trail of things that happened in the past that I've noticed. Like a few months prior to Sony stepping up and being like, okay, actually, I'm gonna phrase this differently. About a year, maybe 2 years ago, Sony had some emails leaked that basically confirmed that they definitely could do cross-platform with their games on PC. They just didn't want to. And then when those emails came out, suddenly Sony changed their mind and started doing cross-platform on everything. It was like, we're sorry. We're really nice guys, everyone. And after that, very shortly after that, Sony started releasing their PlayStation exclusives on Steam. And I think both of those decisions were for the sole purpose of this FTC intervention, so that Sony could show up to court and go, we think exclusives are bad, and Microsoft shouldn't have them.
Yeah, I agree. Which is really ironic because they're basically getting told to shut the fuck up because exclusives are totally legal and within law. And even funnier is after that big stink up about that, do you know who they're trying to buy?
Who's that?
Take-Two.
No way.
They are.
They're trying to go sports.
Sony is currently in negotiations to buy Take-Two Studios. So how fucking oh god, I hate Sony so
That's
much.
nefarious.
It is nefarious. They sit there and try and shut down the acquisition of Activision, and then they're sitting there fucking conniving, like stealing a fucking huge studio themselves. You shitters.
See, I don't understand about that whole like logic line, I guess, for the most part, is what's their end goal, you know? Because if monopolies are illegal and they're not possible, like what are they trying to do?
They're just trying to
Make
muscle
money.
Yeah, they're just trying to muscle Microsoft out of being allowed to buy things. They're just trying to fucking shift Microsoft from being allowed to buy that while they acquire more. That's all it is. It's just this is where people in chat are going, wow, Jamie gets heated about publishers. Yeah, because they're fucking awful.
They are. They're terrible.
This isn't. If you look at video games as an art form,
politicians of the video game industry.
Yeah, I was gonna say it feels like grandstanding.
Yeah.
If you look at this as video games as an art form, which they are ruining art fundamentally. They have been for years. People have only just started noticing because the information age has taken off. People notice it now, but they've been doing this for years.
I think the scariest thing is the very slow, and I'm sure you maybe chat, you might not have thought about it before, but really think about it. The next game that you're playing that's like microtransaction to hell, games are slowly becoming mobile games because mobile games make 10 times more money than console games and PC games do because of all the microtransactions. So that's the direction they're going, and until we stop buying those games, it's gonna keep going that way.
People shit on Borderlands 3, right? They go, oh, Gearbox is so fucking awful. We hate Gearbox. Do you think Gearbox, devs, went up on stage and said, oh, we're not going to have microtransactions in our game? And then we're like, Lamau, we're taking that back. No, it was the publishers that made them do that shit. They said, no, you're putting them in there. We're not. This isn't up for discussion. I don't care what you told them. Go back on it now. We want you to be able to sell a fucking mobile game because that makes us money. They don't want that shit. That's why this shit didn't exist fucking 7 years ago. But it's developers that continue to cop the flack for the decisions of publishers.
Continually.
Mm-hmm.
I will admit though, when it comes to the Microsoft Activision merger, one of the terms of this merger that I heard, and I don't know if this was confirmed, but I was under the impression that Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision, would be leaving the company if the merger went through. And I think that's just kind of like a blessing on humanity if he leaves the games industry. That is the super villain of games in my brain. But the thing I'm most excited about is all of the old dead games that Activision bought years ago and then stopped making because they didn't make enough money. A list of examples I have here because I want these games to come back. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, I like the Medal of Honor franchise. Maybe I'm weird, but I thought they were more fun campaigns
No,
than
I'm
Call of
with you.
Duty sometimes.
Pretty decent.
I want Red Octane to come back, the Guitar Hero franchise. I would love that. Activision's just sitting on that, and they're not making new ones, and I would really like more Guitar
Is it
Hero.
Red
At least,
Octane?
yeah, that's the company
They-
that made Guitar Hero 1.
they,
I see.
they won't, and that's because of Clone Hero.
Well, when this was all starting, one of the guy that was spearheading this whole decision at Microsoft explicitly named Guitar Hero as an example of a dead game that he wanted to revive with this merger.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I really want that. At the very least, I want new guitars for Clone Hero.
Me too.
And then the last one being Spyro. We got Spyro re-releases, but in theory, we could get new ones if Activision were willing to either make new ones or sell the title.
Rock Band's still going because it's fundamentally different to Clone Hero.
It's not. It's not still going. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Adby says, I have news for you. Hold on. Okay, I'll wait before I Google stuff. But yeah, fuck. I would kill for a new Guitar Hero. I might someday.
Oh. What?
Well, we might get a new Spyro considering they made a new Crash Bandicoot.
True. How well did that do in sales? Because I think
Yeah, pretty well. Like, yeah, it sold pretty well. Same with the remaster of the original 3.
Good.
That went pretty well as well.
Like Super Mario Odyssey, Hat in Time, Ukulele, all these games where they're just collectathon platformers. People still love them.
How did
Yep.
Ukulele do? I didn't hear anything about that after it
Did
came
well.
out.
Did really well.
Yeah, the original Ukulele did well, but the problem, it sold well, but the problem was that there were issues with the actual game itself. That is a developer issue. They clearly got lazy after the first few levels.
I still think that that's okay. Like like
They-
a first dip because it's their first dip, you know. So it's like
I
it's
agree,
fine
but they
to mess up a
released
little bit.
another game, another ukulele game, and it was actually quite good, but no one played it because it was a, I believe it was a,
Not isometric. What's that? A side scroller?
yeah, it was like a
scrolling
side
puzzler?
scroller, but they play a little bit with camera angles and stuff. It was quite a
Yeah.
unique title.
It was similar to
It was really
Trine.
cool. Yeah, and that actually was a really good game, but no one bought it because, well, the first ukulele didn't do good.
Hmm.
Like after the original sales where it sold well, and then people were like, "Hang on, this isn't great." Yeah, then they made another one, and that didn't do well because they'd already burnt their bridges. That is an example of a developer doing bad.
I saw Chime and Chat ask, how did Ratchet and Clank do? I'm assuming you mean the new one. From my understanding, my roommate played it. He seemed to really enjoy that game. And from everyone that I've heard that played it, they really liked it. But the problem with it was hindered by limited numbers of PS5s, I think. So I think that
Yeah.
probably cut
Yeah.
into its top
Also-
line pretty hard.
Also, it's appealing to a demographic of gamer who, like, you got to realize Ratchet and Clank had been gone for like 12 years.
Yeah.
Like, it's very hard to come back.
Bro, I want a new
Is that-
Jack and Daxter game. I know it went
Me too,
downhill,
man.
but I want another one.
You know what? I love Jack X. Jack X was sick.
Jack 2 was still my favorite. It was like sci-fi
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, well, 3 was like that as a little bit as well. A little bit. They didn't have, it wasn't quite as
It was
much.
like a different
but-
setting that I didn't enjoy as
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
See, I like Jack 3. I didn't think it was the best, but 1 and 2 were fucking amazing.
Incredible. Yeah,
I wouldn't.
like,
I would
shake my
support just a
face.
remake of those games. Like, holy fuck.
I would too. I would love I recently emulated Jack and Daxter, the original, and played through it in like 2 days because I still remembered all of it somehow. I think it's because I didn't have a memory card for my PS1 and I played through the first 75% of the game like 40 times. But Jack 2, I tried to emulate it and I could never get it to work, and I'm still sad about it.
All right. Well, here's a doozy, and I think it'd be a huge oversight to not mention this company when we're talking publishers. We've got Sims 5 coming soon, and EA looks to be doing EA things with it. So,
Classic.
if you don't know what happened with Sims 4, so Sims 1 and 2, obviously massive hits. Sims 3 was really big, but the flaws are starting to, yeah, you know, CV, you get it. Sims 3, when it released, people were like, why does this have less functionality than Sims 2? And then the DLC started coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sims 4 came out and it was horrendously hated. And what they did was they cut all of the content out and released it as DLCs. And they're still releasing DLCs right now. They will continue to do that until Sims 5 comes out, which Sims 5 is going to be the same issue, right? And this is another thing where good old publishers. But the problem is, it's even worse because Sims is developed and published by EA. So
I googled some info about Sims 4 DLC. I wanted to know the total price of all of the DLC combined. Do you guys have any guesses?
I would say 5,000.
5,000. Okay.
Can I? Okay, I know this is cheating, but can I get a digits? Like, how many numbers is it?
Oh, it is 3 digits.
It is 3 digits. Okay.
It's less than 1,000.
$800.
Okay.
Ooh, chunk.
I'm gonna go crisp 500.
Airvan, you were remarkably close. Without the base game, just buying every DLC expansion. Holy shit, you were so close. It's $870. So The Sims 4,
That's
with
fucking
all of its
ridiculous.
DLC, not including the base game, is nearly $900. Whereas the previous games had basically the same functionality for, what, 40, 60 bucks?
Yep.
So, like, what? First of all, how much are each of the DLCs? And second of all, what do you even get?
I
Like, in
wish
each
I
of
could
these?
simplify
Each one
that.
is like a full like expansion, to be fair.
But what does that mean?
This
Like,
in
is it
chat
just
so
like
that
a
you can look at
dog?
the DLC costs.
No. They add like an entire. Okay, so you know like how in World of Warcraft they release like an entire expansion as like a whole new game. That is kind of what some of their releases are like. Like they'll
What if I told you
release.
no? I know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have no experience with World of Warcraft whatsoever.
Destiny
Not
then.
even media.
Destiny then.
This website I linked will give you a good idea. There's a Get to
What's
Work
going on?
expansion that adds
Oh,
doctor,
no.
detective, scientist career paths. It also lets you design your own retail business from the ground
Mhm.
up with employees and goods and storefronts. So it expands
Yeah.
on the game in a way that it gives you a whole.
So it's like a Genshin update, or like they just add a bunch of new shit each
yeah,
time.
but you pay for it
That's
instead of
bogus.
it being a free update.
Yep.
And there's an $870. And how long have they been releasing these for? Like 10 years?
When did Sims 4 come out?
Oh, Sims 4. I thought it was Sims 3. I know Sims 3 is
2014,
pretty
so
old.
9 years.
Oh, I wasn't that far off
You were
actually.
not far
What the
off, yeah.
fuck? Jesus
And then
Christ.
my favorite part is you look at games like RuneScape is a great example where for the last 2 decades they've been releasing free expansions that fundamentally change the game over and over,
I'm so
and they give a
excited for
unique and
Forestry.
awesome. Oh, dude, it's so cool. Have you seen that we're getting necromancy on 3?
Oh, I didn't. That sounds sick.
Mhm. Yep, whole new skill. So like they fundamentally change the game and they do it for free. This is the same thing, by the way, that you know, No Man's Sky, a game that everyone shit on. They've been doing this for years. They've been releasing free update after free update. They could have just fucked off. They had no reason. They got their bag. They could have just left. But no, they've been releasing free update after free update after free update. You know what? Shit on Fallout 76 all you like. They've been doing the same thing, releasing update after update for free. You know,
That is a
people-
perfect
you know,
example
I'm
of
one
a
of the
developer
first
saying, "Fuck
cunts.
you."
Yeah.
I'm one of the first cunts that will shit on Fallout 76. However, I will recognize when they do something right, and I will say they've been making great strides, and they're doing things that have kept the fans enticed. And Sims, they're not letting that go for the life of them. They've got no competition in the market at all. No one does what they do at all. And they are taking full advantage of it. And I feel really bad for Sims enjoyers.
Does this Fallout 76 mention segue us into Bethesda, or do we want to continue shitting on EA for another hour? Because we can't.
Oh, I
Easily.
could shit on EA for 5 hours.
Real quick, before you go on, you just said something that like I've never thought of before. Why is there no competition for Sims? Like I can't think of a fucking thing.
So I think that it's
Wow,
because
how would you do it?
conceptually, yeah, like how do you do it without just making The Sims?
Just make
Yep.
The Sims. Like it doesn't seem that
No, you
hard.
can't.
They'll sue
You
you.
can't because Well, not only will they sue you if it's too similar, but if it's not similar enough, then you're gonna get a criticism. This is Temtem. You remember Temtem?
I do like Temtem still. I don't
Yeah,
play it
Temtem's
still
cool,
now,
right?
yeah.
But what was the #1 complaint about Temtem?
It's just Pokemon.
It's not enough like Pokemon.
Wait,
feel like-
people were saying it's not enough like Pokemon?
People were
the
complaining
fuck,
that it
bro?
wasn't enough like
The
Pokemon.
But I
changes
feel like
that made
we've-
it not Pokemon were so good.
We've
though.
recently had some good examples of games that copied it, like what you call, what was that one game that was literally just Breath of the Wild, the Gods Among Us, whatever. That was like a pretty decent game, and then you have like Planet Coaster versus Roller Coaster Tycoon,
That's true.
and
but
like
who-
City Skyliner versus SimCity, and like shit like that.
Yeah, but who are buying these games, right? So, like, again, this is what happened with Temtem. Who was buying Temtem? Pokemon fans. What did Pokemon fans want? More Pokemon. What was Temtem not? Pokemon. Like, this is where this is where there's an issue with creating something that's so similar that you're like, okay, we want to make a Sims game, but we can't make Sims because we'll get sued into shit. So we've got to make it a little bit different. But the only people who want to play our game that's a little bit different are Sims fans, and they just want more Sims. So
You know what it reminds
you know what,
me of?
fucker, I'm gonna go make a shooter. You know,
I'll be the
that's
one to say it.
essentially what it is.
Before we move on from Temtem, Temtem is Pokemon for adults. Anyway, go on.
I was gonna say it reminds me of, so women love dress-up games since the dawn of
Alright,
time.
can we just get a clip of Aravan going, this brings me to our next topic, women. Can we just get that that's awesome.
Since the beginning
Women.
of time,
Am I
women
right,
have
guys?
loved
Women.
dress-up games, and something happened in the gaming industry recently that made it so women couldn't play dress-up games anymore. They took away not Java. What's it called? You guys will know.
Yeah, Java.
Uh,
Java's
Flash.
been like, man.
They took away Flash.
Oh, Flash.
And
Okay.
Flash, taking away Flash, killed like 99% of dress-up games. And then if you try to make a dress-up game now, you get like 1 trillion billion copyright claims, unless you make literally every single asset yourself,
Did
or
you
sell
watch-
it in like a weird.
Did you watch the recent releases of game, trailers?
No, I haven't.
There's a whole social type game coming out based on dress up.
Yep.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. There's a vacuum. I've been saying this for fucking years. There's a vacuum.
Yep.
Someone's finally taken it, bro.
Bro, I'm
So
so
there's a
glad.
whole game coming out, and it was really
I
funny. It was on the
definitely don't
Nintendo. It was on the
think
Nintendo release, right? It was on the.
Gender-based either.
It was on. I think it was on the Nintendo Direct, and essentially it's just it looks like DreamWorks Valley, except it's just a dress-up game, and the whole idea of it is it's like free updates with new cosmetics and stuff, and all you do is you just hop on, you make yourself look really nice, and you walk around and just chat with people.
Yeah, that's like that. Literally, I've been saying for like I want to say 4 years now that there's a
Yeah, I saw
vacuum
this.
for dress-up games.
We got told about that, Devi.
I'm so fucking hyped for Budokai Tenkaichi, but that's nothing related to the
Blackjack
topic.
came
What
into my
is
chat
All it took
yesterday
is
and just was
Chime
like,
saying it once.
"Yo, new Budokai, new Budokai, new Budokai." I'm like, "Oh, cool,
Budokai
fuck yeah."
Tenkaichi 3 was, I would say, arguably the most popular Dragon Ball video game made until Fighter Z, and it was released in 2007.
I'd say it's still more popular than Fighter Z.
And-
It's just lost relevance because of how long it's
Yeah,
like
'cause it
since
came
the
out
last game.
2007. So now we're getting
Mhm.
Tenkaichi 4 soon, TM, and yeah, that's pretty hype. I'm very hyped for that.
Do you know what fucks me off?
Hmm.
Your Pokemon, sorry. Your Dragon Ball Z fans and Naruto fans get all these dope games. What do us One Piece enjoyers get, huh?
One Piece Odyssey.
Where? One Piece. Listen,
Hey, my friends. Been
we got
playing
we
the
got
shit
some
out of that
fucking
game, okay?
half-assed dog shit fucking turn-based combat fucking game, right? Where's our fucking Naruto Ninja Storm for One Piece, huh? Chunk, help me out here. Help me out. Give me some
I've given up
backup.
hope.
Dude, oh shit.
John.
We maybe had Jump Force, and that was trash.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yugi Moto was a better character than fucking Sanji.
Sheesh.
Yugi Moto, dude. I dunked that wimp in the toilet. Fuck you. Unbelievable. Sanji
One
would
Piece
kick that
is-
cunt's face through his back of his
Yeah.
skull, dude.
But, like, we just have such a bad streak of games for One Piece. There's not been anything even remotely good, and they've dipped their toes into just about anything from like mobile games to fighting games to like
They all
at
suck.
turn-based RPGs, and it's like One Piece honestly started out like the first 4 hours. I was like, okay, I see the premise of this, and then it just doesn't change throughout the entire game, and it's like just the same combat on repeat, and it's way too easy. You can't make it more difficult. You can't do anything, and it's like so it's not challenging in the least bit. And it's like I'm bored out of my fucking skull going through it. I like the game itself, and it looks like really pretty at some points, but like it was.
I just got called a giga nerd. Oh yeah.
I accept
Dude,
that title,
it
too.
drives me nuts as well because like with the vast array of characters that One Piece has, why we haven't got a fucking good like Ultimate Storm or whatever, Ultimate Ninja Storm type game. Dude, fucking Demon Slayer got one before us, man.
Do you guys actually
got
like
a
those?
game.
Demon Slayer has like 5 characters, cunt. Where are they?
So the Demon Slayer and the Naruto fighting games, do you play those? Do you like those?
They're fucking awesome, dude. The Ultimate Ninja Storm games are like, dude, if you want to be like, okay, so back in the day, if you wanted to catch up on what Naruto was without without watching like 800 episodes, just go play Ultimate Ninja Storm and then just start watching from where it stopped.
It's the same thing as Dragon Ball.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
it was just the story.
I've only seen the like multiplayer of like the the 2 people fighting each other, and it looks really
Right.
boring. I don't like the 3D arena, everyone running circles around each other play style of those games.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
You should play the Ninja Storm games. Just try them.
Sure, I'm open to them. The only
They're
reason I didn't wanna play
actually
it is 'cause I thought the
really good
multiplayer
fighters.
looked bad.
After school, me and the boys used to go around my mate Callan's house. We'd load up Ultimate Ninja Storm and have tournaments. But they were banned characters because Dataro was way too fucking strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, sorry, we're off topic. But
We've been on
where the
topics. I don't
fuck
care.
are
We're just
those
having a fun
games,
time.
bro?
Aravan
Love you,
brought up a
TCB.
thing that we need to do at the end of this stream, by the way. We need to take like the 9 primary developers and sort them into an alignment chart of like lawful good, lawful neutral. Yeah.
I think
Surely
that
Activision is just evil, right? Like chaotic evil.
it's like
yeah,
where
yeah.
do you
Bro,
put Annapurna?
yeah, I was about to say, bro, they were drinking breast milk.
I think
Okay.
Nintendo is lawful.
Yeah,
Nintendo's lawful evil. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Sony's like neutral evil.
Yeah.
Microsoft's chaotic neutral.
Who's lawful good?
Annapurna. They might be chaotic good. They're
think they
doing
might be
what needs
neutral
to be
good.
done, even if we don't know it needs to be done. That's what Annapurna's doing.
Maybe fuck, what's that one developer that has like the goofy half-hour long presentations? I think their symbol's like a revolver. What am I thinking of?
Fucking Devolver Digital.
Devolver. Yeah. I think they're probably
Nah, they're
know,
chaotic good. They're
they're
chaotic
kinda
good.
good as well, you think so?
Yeah, for real. Like they bring so much chaotic energy.
Then Steam?
Really quick.
No, see,
sorry,
lawful
Valve?
good I think has to be a game company that makes things that are like. See, I think lawful good in a gaming industry sense is actually a bad thing. So we're talking like PG-13 games that bring nothing original to the table. They're just safe as fuck, right? They
Sounds
apply
like
to the
Ubisoft,
large
though. It would be
demographic, but they
good.
don't do any shitty marketing shit.
Oh, never mind.
See, I think chaotic good is where Devolver sits. And I think that's good for the gaming industry because you want a little bit of chaos in what they bring to the table because they throw money at any good idea. They don't care if it's like gonna cause a little bit of controversy or anything, whether it's like ultra violent and shit like that. They kind of know what gamers want.
Where's FromSoft? Oh, well, they're a developer.
Who
Bandai
published it?
Namco is their
No, but they're no, Bandai Namco. Yeah, no, they're a developer, they're not a publisher. They don't self-publish.
I don't know. It's weird because like I think the closest we have to what you just explained was maybe like Nintendo, kinda, because they release a lot of really safe, family-friendly games.
But they don't apply to the good part
yeah.
because of their shitty
about
marketing
Square?
tactics.
I don't know. Square Enix is a good one.
Square doesn't. I feel like. What was
Nah,
their most
they're-
recent venture? Forspoken.
Holy
How about that?
fuck.
How about that fucker who
what
made Death
happened with
Stranding?
that? That was meant to be so good, and then it just was not.
Death Stranding
What
is
the
Sony.
fuck?
That's Sony.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kojima Productions is the developer. Sony published it.
I see. I don't know what.
Really
Is there
quickly,
even a
'cause
lawful?
I saw CB say.
Maybe
who
you
when they
can't
brought
have
up
a
this
lawful
name.
good publisher.
Thank you for the resub, Baldy. I appreciate you. I want to say, for those who don't know who Annapurna is, let me give you a short list
A24
of some
Productions.
of their best games. so that you can look up the name of the studio. I'll type their name for you here. You're going to want to look this up after I say this list. But Annapurna has published the following games. What Remains of Edith Finch, Flower, Gone Home, Outer Wilds, Journey, Sayonara Wild Hearts, The Unfinished Swan, 12 Minutes, Neon White, and Stray.
Actually, 12 minutes was kind of Monka-esque, bro.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's a solid fucking list of games.
Yeah.
That's
Chat,
an incredible list of games.
if any of you heard 12 minutes, look it up and are like, oh, this might be fun. Just be warned that it's quite fucked up.
It's pretty fucked, yeah. But I think overall it's an enjoyable
I agree.
experience that's not like microtransaction to hell.
Maybe they are lawful good. Maybe they are the lawful good company.
Everything that they touch turns to gold though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they might be the closest thing we have because I'm looking at this list, and other than that, all I see here that's closest maybe either MiHoYo or Capcom. Warner Brothers as a publisher?
Yeah, they've made
Capcom are fantastic,
Did
by the
Warner
way.
Brothers make fucking
Warner Brothers used to do like
they didn't make
older
multiverses.
games, like for like
Can we take a
Yeah.
second to talk about how good Capcom are as a publisher?
Yeah, they're solid.
Name a shitty thing that they've done. Try.
The newest
Honestly,
Dead Rising.
Capcom. It's
Dead Rising 4?
gotta refamiliarize
I think
Dead
that was
Ri-
a risk that didn't pay off.
Or was it? I thought it was Dead Rising 5. Was it 4?
No, yeah, it was 4. That's the one where Frank West comes back.
Okay. Because DMC is fucking fantastic. All the Resident Evils they've been popping off. Monster Hunter's not for me, but it's still a good game.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, they've just been like I'm looking at the recent titles.
They are
they've
the
been popping
biggest.
fuck
They
off.
are the biggest publisher that doesn't do shitty shit.
Capcom
Yeah, no, I'm
made,
looking. It's looking like Capcom.
Lost
is-
Planet. I loved those games.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put them in lawful good. I think Capcom's lawful good.
Which is crazy because they make horror games. So
Beautiful Joe
I don't know.
too. I forgot about
It's
those
crazy.
games.
Little Joe is such a fucking fever
Ace
dream of a game.
Attorney.
And you know what I love about Capcom? Even when they do remakes, they're not shit. They're really good remakes. They put so much effort into that shit
fair.
that
The
it's almost
Resident Evil ones are
a
insane.
brand new experience when you play them.
Yeah, the Resident Evils are like I don't even believe they're
They're the-
remakes. You know?
No, I don't think, man. They like no. I think they are remakes. They have reaffirmed what a remake needs to be from now on.
You know, I think that's what it is. I think I need to redefine what remake means because in my head I'm thinking like the new Dead Space. I think in my head that's what a remake is, but I think that should be reconsidered as a remaster. I've said
No,
recently.
I actually disagree. The reason, okay, so here's what I define as a remake, right? It's where you have the fundamental game story and all, but you update it to be more modern, right?
Right.
And they did that with Dead Space. If you've played it, they absolutely did that with Dead Space. Like they've modernized the gameplay to be more like what 2 and 3 was, but they kept it fundamentally the same. They added voice acting, they added all new lighting, all new graphics, and all new sound design. I think they remade that game. They were just more true to it than what Capcom did with the Resident Evils, but I still believe it's a remake because they built it back up from the ground, right? Whereas I think a remaster is more like what Dark Souls did with Dark Souls 1, which is it is the exact same game just with HD resolutions.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the literal definition of remaster, and it's literally just saying to like re-record something in a higher quality, either a video fidelity or audio fidelity.
Yeah.
So I think you're right that remaster is just graphics and sound, nothing to do with
A
gameplay.
remake
But
means that they
remake
wanted
is
a second
gameplay.
Try basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, they were like,
remake is
actually-
put in effort.
Yeah, it's like I would have put a grappling hook here if it was the current year or some shit.
Also, I wanted to bring up a message that Fox said. Fox said last mistake that Capcom made was the PS3 era with Resident Evil 5 and 6, where they were confused on what the market wanted and started emulating American games and putting paid DLCs on discs.
Yes. No, 100%. So basically what happened was, so if you play Resident Evil, so this comes in because I've been playing the Resident Evil games. So I played Resident Evil 1, though I only played the remake, not the, okay, more like a remaster. I played the remaster of 1, then I played the original 2, and then the remake of 2. Then I've played the original 3, I've got to play the remake of 3 again still. But here's what happened. They made Resident Evil 4, which was a huge change to what the Resident Evil franchise was. And everyone basically said, this is sick. This is so good. Do this again. And they looked at that and thought, oh, they want more action. Okay, all right, we'll give you that. And then they made it too action-based, which is what Fox is saying. They made it like emulating the American-style action hero. They turned Chris Redfield into like the Resident Evil Master Chief kind of guy. Like they went way too into that. And then when they realized their mistake with 5 and 6, they were like, all right, we're gonna bring it back. We're gonna let's do what we did with Resident Evil 4. Let's change the formula again, make it more horror. And they still kept the action in. It's an FPS, by the way, Resident Evil 7, if you didn't know.
Yep.
So all the other games were bird's eye isometric or over-the-shoulder third person. The remakes are now first-person games, and they made it a much more horror-centric story. And that revitalized it because they realized that people wanted the horror.
Whether or not people like Resident Evil 6, damn, that is a good meme of a game. There's some ridiculous shit.
I'm looking forward to playing it. So I only ever played it once. So after me and my friend played Resident Evil 5, and we did the entire game on the hardest difficulty, which is one hit kill. I was like, all right, let's try Resident Evil 6. We played the start of the Jake storyline, and we're like, okay, nope, we're good. Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
It's like a Bollywood movie in a video game.
Yeah, it is.
It's ridiculous.
It's weird how long you can fuck up in the games industry and
still come back.
Still come back.
Well, it depends on where
Square
you
Enix is a perfect example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm a little quiet.
I'm still waiting for like Famicom or Atari or some shit to come out of the Shadow Realm.
I truly believe, by the way, I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to be the return of Square, like with the Final Fantasy franchise.
16.
The way they're talking about it, it feels like what they're doing. Oh, dude, 16 isn't actually truly what it is either.
16's
It's like
half
30
what
games
it is.
deep now. Final Fantasy 16 feels like they're pulling a Capcom. It feels like they're like, okay, the formula that we have that we tried to do. So if you look at Final Fantasy 13 and 15 as their Resident Evil 5 and 6, I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to be their 7. That's what I think is going to happen here. I think Square Enix, but do you know my problem with Square Enix is the fact that they call their fucking dev teams business, business creative team 7 is literally what they call their dev teams. It's fucking, I don't think it's good. That's good.
With
ethic.
how smart they are with their titling of games, I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, that's fair.
They've called it the same thing 16 times.
Not true. Kingdom Hearts titles definitely went down a different route. Didn't you remember Kingdom Hearts HD?
Okay, well that
final chapter prologue.
that furthers my point.
If you're gonna
Sounds like a
talk
fucking
about
Amazon
that,
product.
you're gonna talk about that. Let's talk about the remake of Nier. Was it like Nier Replicant fucking 2.65337233956785?
I don't think that's a Square thing. I think that's a Yoko Taro being a fucking.
Oh, 100% it is, but they fucking okayed it.
True. Yeah, but I mean, Nier was originally, I don't remember the order that they came out in. I know it was like there were 2 of them. There was Nier Gestalt and then Nier Replicant. I think that might be.
They're the same thing, but they just follow different characters.
Okay, I see. Never mind then. That clears that up for me.
And so the reason they're the same game and different like characters is because of, and I could be wrong about this. I'm pulling this off memory. There were issues with certain characters being released in certain markets. So they made one for one audience and one for the other. But canonically, they both exist in the same world. They just, it's very interesting how they did that. But
I mean, the whole existence of the Nier franchise is already like so confusing in the first place.
Because of the Drakengard stuff?
Yeah, because it's like one Drakengard game had 5 endings, and one of the endings is what Nier spawned off of, and then Nier had like 12 endings, and one of those endings is what we got, how we got Automata.
Nier had 26 endings.
Oh yeah, true.
One for every letter of the alphabet.
Automata kept that. Were they gay? In all caps from Sony.
Wait, no, hang on. No, it might just be Automata that had that.
I
Never mind.
didn't remember that in the other one, but I definitely
No, I think you're right. I think it's just Automata that has that. God, Automata was good.
Such a good game. Chad, if you haven't played Nier Automata, trust, it's really good. It's
I'm going-
really good.
Take
do
time
that
if you're
near.
playing it. Work really hard to take time to understand the themology that's going on there.
That I'm so scared of that because I'm doing a Nier Sapat, so I have to play all the Niers, and
Are you gonna start with Drakengard?
I'm gonna start with whatever Google tells me to start with because that's what I've been doing, and it's like okay.
Okay.
But whatever I start with, I know it's gonna be pain because everyone always tells me like, "Oh, I love how many endings there are to Nier." And if my goal is to beat all the games, that means I have to beat like some of the games like 9 times.
Without
like,
spoilers, it tends to be like 3 or 4 endings, and then in Automata there's 5 real endings, and at one of like 2 or 3 of them is just a choice that you make at a certain point, so that you can like reload a save and make the other choice. But the other like 20 endings are just like a meme. Like for example, you get a call that your friend is dying and you have to go quick, but you were like, hey, I want to finish doing something in this area. So you turn around and walk away. The game just end credit scene and goes, 2B decided that she had better things to do, so everybody over here died. The end, I guess. And then that's an ending.
Yeah, there's like one where like you decide to commit genocide on a village, and it's just like, yeah, 2B just decided to kill an entire village. Lamau.
GG, end of the game, yeah.
Have fun.
Click here
Yeah,
to
go
load your
back.
save.
Yep.
So-
And I love those decisions because it's kind of funny because it brings up the question, like, you know, what if I decided to do this? And the developer's like, we already thought of that, motherfucker.
but you also had some fucked up people game testing.
Yeah, no, really, like, take time to like look at what that game is doing when you get the opportunity to play it, Aravan. Like, sit back and think about what the game is actually saying, because I've noticed all the people that didn't enjoy that game were not giving a fuck about what it was trying to say.
My media literacy is pretty good, so I
Yeah,
feel
good.
like
Yeah,
fine.
I get that from you. I get that.
I have a question for Chunk that I think will move us into a different direction. I've only played one Sonic game, and it was a long fucking time ago. But does Sega publish every Sonic game?
No, there's lots of like offshoots of like weird games and stuff like that. It's not all. While you would think that would be the case, there's like, man, I don't know. Sonic's dipped its toes into so many like weird
Don't talk about
aspects.
Sonic
Trying to chase like.
I'm sorry.
Sonic do be dipping his toes. I've seen some Rule 34.
Yeah, no, we've all seen the fucking. No, I'm not gonna say that. We're not gonna dip into those fan arts. It's fucking. It's cursed. But no, there's like a lot of like weird shit that was like there was all the like Sonic racing games, but there was like different variations where there was like the Sonic All Stars, which was published by Sega, which was like, you know, the car racing games. But there was also like a foot racing one, Sonic R, that came out on the PC in like 1999, 2000, something like that. That I think was published by someone else. That was like weird, and it had like cursed doll tails and like all this shit. It basically dips its toes into like all the. I shouldn't say that again. But basically just trying to be like Mario and having like it's just trying to be Mario, where it's like Mario has like Mario Party, like all the racing games, all the things where it's like you can put that on like basically any type of game and it'll work. That's what Sonic tried to do for a long time, and so they like outsourced to a bunch of different publishers.
Yeah,
even for like
really
small
inflated its market.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it worked? Like, do you feel like at any point they were doing better? Because Sonic's been on, it's
Doing
been pushed up
better
against the
than
wall
Mario?
for maybe like a decade now.
I think the only time that I ever would argue that they were like at least equal to is like right when it released with like the first couple games, and people like really dug the like edgier vibe that Sonic's like character had and stuff like that.
What do
When
you mean
they
by
started, like,
edgier?
well, so like
Shadow at Guns.
that
Well,
too.
yeah, well, that's
So that's really where
started
they
Sonic
peaked
All Pass.
actually.
It was like meant to be
Shadow
edgy
at
Mario.
Guns. And
Yeah,
then everyone
so-
became
so-
furries at one point. Like
There's
in
actually a
Sonic
thing.
universe, they became werewolves at one point, and
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
already.
that was-
Wait, were they werewolves or were they like were-hedgehogs? Well,
I
if they
think
were
it's technically-
were-hedgehogs, they would say the same.
were
as already
hedgehogs.
hedgehogs.
I think they say we're hedgehogs or something like that.
Oh
but-
my god. I kind of like
Um,
dogs.
But the reason I say edgy is because literally there was like a whole thing where at the beginning where if you like were AFK too long on a Sonic game, he would sit there and he would do the thing where he's like crossing his arms and like tapping his feet like he's impatient with you, and he would like check his watch. But then after a certain amount of time, he literally just kill himself, and
What?
he would literally just die. He would just like die. He would do like the whole thing where he just like it makes the like springing sound.
Monkey
He goes up in the air, he
fucking
dies.
ass.
You
Off the
couldn't
screen.
leave him alone? He
Oh
was
No,
my
just-
literally,
God.
you left him alone for too long. He would. It was like I don't remember the exact timing of it.
a
But
real
it was
Fucking
insane.
awesome.
Yeah,
kinda sick.
that's why I say it's like there was that time where it's like he was edgier, and like people
Mhm.
like really dug like the new vibe that Sonic gave.
Well,
and,
that's how he was created. Is they wanted the Sega to be the teenagers console, and so they made
Yeah.
they looked at Mario and like, oh, let's make something like that, but let's make him cool. It's really like it's only been a modern thing. I think that people have like taken Sonic and made it weird, which I kind of feel bad for like the Sonic, like the actual Sonic fans that aren't
True,
being weird with it.
honestly.
I really feel like they cop such a bad rap because of that shit. Like you can't really enjoy Sonic without something just assuming you're a fucking furry. Not that there's anything wrong with furries, but there's a sub demographic of furries that are involved with like the Sonic franchise that make it really fucking weird. And
Sonic porn community is a strange one.
yeah,
There were clips
and
of
Sure
when I
is.
accidentally showed our Joysticks and Mouse Clicks DMs on the stream one time, and we had
Oh,
like
yeah.
jokingly posted like
Still in
weird
there.
fucking Sonic pictures to each other.
Beautiful.
it's like
Sonic
the
Vor.
big fat Sonic where he's
Chat
getting
was
Yeah.
that
like,
corn of
Debbie,
chili
what the
dogs.
fuck was that? And I'm like, don't worry about
But
it.
there was like one that
No,
was like
no,
he was
no,
like
he's
he was
not.
like pregnant or whatever, right?
Yeah,
So it's like
pregnant.
That was
So
like
I-
one of the reasons we moved on to Video Ninja is because then we could like have our DMs be private.
Yeah.
Um,
I have gained respect for okay, not full respect, but I've gained a little bit of respect for furries recently, and a lot more respect for Sonic fans recently, and both of them for entirely different reasons. But irrelevance? What I can say about Sonic people is that most people who enjoy Sonic don't actually enjoy it for the nostalgia, which I feel like is more than what a lot of people like Mario for.
mhm.
Like I feel like a lot of people like Mario similar to the way they like Pokemon. They just always have played it, so they keep playing it. Unlike Zelda, which is like a new fucking game every few years.
yeah,
Can I juxtapose that because I'm in a unique position where I never played Mario and I only recently played Mario games.
I'm in the same position, except I still haven't played a Mario game.
I played a Mario game and I can really see their value, bro. I
Mario's
really do.
good. Yeah, objectively.
They
Well,
are
no,
Mario's
fucking
just
good ass games.
People have been saying that literally, if you go back to what is it, 19 whatever, if you go back in time and you replace the Italian plumber with a fucking box, it'd be the same. We'd be in the same timeline. Like it's just that good of a game that it doesn't matter
Mhm.
that he is what he is.
no, for
Just
sure.
the fact that he was there from the beginning.
Well, you could tell that for sure because he's an Italian plumber.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
he may as
yeah,
well
yeah.
be a box. It's
Like it doesn't matter what he is. The
yeah,
games
it's
are
just
solid.
a plumber, and now he's the like mascot of gaming.
What did you think of Sonic Frontiers, by the way, Chung? I don't think I've gotten to ask you this yet.
I didn't care for it. It was whatever. It was very bland,
Yeah?
very empty, very I
Okay.
didn't care.
Because I've heard very mixed things on it. I've heard some people loved it. I've heard some people say, you know, it was quite bland. Didn't really
Chat,
do
if you
much.
guys have any opinions on Sonic Frontiers, let us know.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's got potential to be like a step in a good direction, but it's like that doesn't make the game good, right? Like it still like
No,
makes it kind of
no.
like a shit fest. But it is promising, but I think people are getting their hopes too high on like
Yeah.
the potential that it has.
Sega confuses me, man, because as a development team, they've made some fucking bangers.
Yeah,
But they just
no, for
can't get Sonic right. I don't understand why. Like Sonic should be a slam dunk. Make
Mm.
character go fast, create obstacles that make you need to avoid it. Do it like Temple Run, but with extra steps.
Yeah,
I don't understand
for
why
sure.
they can't
Sega's
nail
the
that.
publisher, right? They don't develop.
No,
the
Sega
Sonic.
develops.
Oh.
Yeah, Sega develops Sonic. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that
Yeah.
was like a different developer that was just
This
owned
is-
by or published.
This is like a weird thing to say, but do you think Sonic would be better if it was first person? Because of the
No,
rise of
you would
movement
vomit.
shooters.
It
No,
would, it would
fucking
be-
way.
But movement shooters
I
And-
agree.
and
but
the
to
popularity of things
extent-
like Mirror's Edge and shit.
I agree, but I think that the issue there is that maybe this is just because like if we're going back in time and saying from the beginning it was like a first person shooter, maybe, but like knowing like the concept of how Sonic like works and functions in the map designs and how it should be laid out, and then trying to put that into a first person aspect, there's no way in hell you could do that without being like jarring, janky, and you would have to like introduce a whole bunch of mechanics. It wouldn't feel like a Sonic game anymore.
I would.
It would
I,
feel
would
like
I would entirely agree with you if Sonic has been successful for the last 10 years.
What do you know? What the weird part about Sonic
well,
is? They started off adjacent to right. They were nearly had the formula right, which is like crazy level designs with lots of fast movement, and the more you play the levels, the faster you can do the man. Do the mat and like shit like that. They were adjacent, but what they do is they kept moving away. They like if you had like this is the right path, this is the wrong path, they just kept going down this one. I don't know why they did that. Where the fan base is pretty much screaming at them like, no, you're going the wrong way. Take it back, and they just would like la 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 la. We can't hear you, la la la.
But then they did it right. They did it right. They came back around.
Open world.
They came back around with some, and this is why I was disagreeing with you. I was trying to make sure that when it came out. But Sonic Mania came out in 2017. Sonic Mania was a banger. Sonic Mania was literally like a loyal like recreation of what Sonic was meant to be in the old days. And it's like good soundtracks, banger like map design and level design. I really fucking love it. And it's like it's still fast paced. It's a little like trickier to navigate, but it's just so good. And it's what the fans wanted. And then they just did that. And they were like, okay, but different.
On the topic of soundtracks, I don't know if Uncle Sewa is still in chat, but Uncle Sewa has used a term to refer to some types of music. For example, the soundtrack of Ruby, that TV show. I think the soundtrack of Ruby and Sonic both fall into this made-up category of butt rock.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it very well.
Well,
but
yeah,
Uncle
specific
Sewa,
types of
it's
Sonic,
like,
but yeah.
It's rock music that it sounds nice, but like it's so basic at a certain level. Like there's nothing really. I don't know how to explain it super well, but it's. I love that descriptor for that genre.
I think it's less that it's basic and more that it's like rock music, but rock music isn't known for being repetitive.
Cheesy.
It's almost like the dance music of fucking rock is what I would put it as.
Okay.
Because it's like it's got a lot of like repetitive.
It's pop rock.
Rock.
I think that pop rock has a little bit of a different. I don't know. Like usually has like a different vocal tone. I feel like, for the most part, butt rock and the stuff in the Sonic games tends to stay true.
What's
to,
that
like,
fucking
rock.
song?
That said, I do love the Sonic.
Oh yeah.
That song. That's pop rock through and through. That's the one. Yeah. That's pop rock through and through. I fucking hate that song, by the way.
Around at the speed of sound.
Yeah, those are bangers.
Yeah,
I fucking can't stand Sonic music,
the
but
reason
that's
I brought
just a
up the
personal
first
thing. It's
person
not like
thing
it's bad.
is because I was recently playing. You guys know the game Trackmania?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
bro.
I was playing Trackmania, and it was a first-person only map, and there was like I played it like a few times, and I was like, this feels like first-person Sonic. Like the way I was having to move in like long arcs, and then there's like sudden loops and like a bunch of like side-to-side movement. And I was collecting shit as I went, like checkpoints, not coins, but same idea. And I was like, I feel like if they made a Sonic like this, I would want to do it. And I'm a first-person guy, so obviously I'd think that. But I don't know, it felt fun. So I urge you to try something like that and see if your opinion changes at all.
The problem I think with that is that you no longer see Sonic, and Sonic is only Sonic if you see Sonic. Otherwise, it's just.
Well, you can have the really fun first-person gameplay.
That's not
and then
true.
At the end of the level, you can have the cringe CGI cutscene with Sonic in it where he kisses human girls, and then another level where you're back to first person.
You don't
I
think that's
that
true?
Not even a little bit. I think that I think you playing Overwatch for 2 seconds just disproves that. Like there's so much personality in the first person animations that I feel like you can easily just
But that's
carry a character.
Yeah, but that's with a gun and shit like that. Like Sonic doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, he has gloves for some reason. I don't know what that's
Yeah,
about.
but that's like the difference, right? Is like you're reducing how much you have on the HUD, and you need to in a game like that, because if you have too much on the HUD, it's gonna get confusing and jarring, especially with all like the speed at which you're meant to be going.
I would like to reference Faith from Mirror's Edge for this conversation, because Faith is a person who just has red gloves and red shoes, and that's about all you see of her the whole time you're playing. And while Faith does have some personality, I don't think Faith is that big of like a gaming icon.
No.
I think that you need a little more maybe with the first person to really get a character to shine through than just seeing their hands and legs move while you're running. And stuff.
I'll say this, like I said last time, and then you all fucking disagreed and like roasted me on the end before it. But again, the reason that Sonic is even around in the first place is because of how iconic his character model is. And I said that, and But y'all disagreed last. I'm not
I don't remember that. I don't remember this
Yeah,
conversation. It
because
might have
I
been-
literally I had a whole
It
conversation
wasn't-
where we were talking about
we,
like
didn't, we didn't say that, Chunk. We said Mario is more iconic.
but I disagree.
mean,
Because
that's
the reason I'm okay, I'm saying because I don't totally disagree. How should I phrase this? I think
I agree. Sonic's
that
fucking iconic as hell.
it speaks volumes that this is the point I was trying to get across last time, and maybe I just didn't articulate it well, but Sonic is iconic to just as high a standard, if not higher, because he has nothing to fall back on. He literally his game, like a lot of the games are trash. We all agree on that. Like that's not up for debate. Even like if I went back and watched Sonic X, the TV show, that was a fucking mess. It was a fucking travesty of a show. Like he doesn't have a lot of good things to fall back on, and yet he's still around. That speaks volumes for the model and the mascot that he is. Whereas Mario has this like catalog of games that like this is what makes him good. Do you think it's the design of the character itself that makes Mario good?
No,
No,
and I think
absolutely
Hat in
not.
Time proves that.
Yeah. Because it's weird you said, because it is like the box thing wouldn't work for Sonic. You're right. Like
Yeah.
like it would totally work for Mario. You could be a box, it's
But-
fine. But in Sonic, it wouldn't work. I mean,
No,
you couldn't
exactly.
roll, but
I think
same
the
thing.
Hat in Time character became
I'm in a weird
pretty
spot. I agree and
big.
disagree. You know why? Because I think Mario is iconic because of his look, and it's not so much the fact that he's a plumber; it's the colors. And I think Sonic falls in that
The red
same
and blue.
category. However, if I were to go to my mum and say, "What does Mario look like?" she could describe him. But if I said that to her about Sonic, she'd have no idea what Sonic is. And I think that's the difference. I think they're relative in terms of like how iconic they are, but I think Mario has escalated due to the simplicity of he is a dude in a red, or like in blue overalls and a red hat, right? Whereas Sonic
Mario
is an
pregnant?
anthropomorphic hedgehog who has had a ton of redesigns and shit. Like you got like Sonic Go and stuff. Oh, is it Sonic Boom? Sonic Boom. Like you got like there's so many people that like disagree on what he looks like. Is like, does he have blue arms? Does he have black arms? Does he have white gloves? Does he have red shoes? Does he have blue shoes? It's like it's so like it's so hard to like identify what Sonic actually is because of the amount of redesigns he's had. Whereas Mario
that's
has
fair.
always been a dude with a mustache in blue overalls and a red hat. Always. Even when he was Dr. Mario, still. Just a
Actually,
dude.
hold on, is that true?
Well, Dr. Mario was in a different
I
outfit.
feel like
What I will
Well,
say
not Dr.
is
Mario.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's just a
Yeah,
dude
yeah.
with a mustache.
this
Whereas-
has nothing to do with what you just said. But if you're doing a drawing game, I always see Sonic drawn more than Mario. So I think he's like
True. He's easier
a
to
more
draw.
iconic character in the way of simplicity, if that makes sense.
I think that depends on the crowd that you're in. See, I
Really?
like, yeah, when I play drawing games, no one ever asked for Sonic. I've seen Mario multiple times, but no one's ever said Sonic.
Yeah, I guess
But
we're
that's
gonna see more
because
Among
the
Us.
Yeah, Amogus is in every drawing game.
He's in our drawing game now. Yeah,
Amogus.
too easy to draw.
So easy. It's literally a trash can with the lid over.
Like,
it.
you can-
that's
you
what
can
Amogus
make-
looks like.
You can make 4 blue spikes on literally anything ever. Like you can get a pile of shit and put 4 blue spikes on it, and it's Sonic.
You put
I feel like you have to put a bit more into Mario. Maybe
put
actually maybe
this
just the
shape
hat.
in white or gray on like any red blob, and that's Amogus.
Also, I will say, Bobby, it's not quite true. Mario did have a little bit of a color swap, but that was like early days when he was still considered like Jumpman or whatever.
yeah, when it was
Yeah,
still
the original
pixel art
Mario
and
was
shit.
like yellow and brown and shit, right? The
Yeah,
first
well, that
one.
was just because of a lack of like color coding on like things.
Yeah,
And then
that
when
was
he
the
came out,
that was
he
the
had
8-bit
red
issue.
overalls, which was weird, but that was just because of the 2D
Yeah.
like aspect.
Yeah, it was because they had limited like memory to store lots of different like
I forgot I
colours
had the
and shit.
Amogus command.
It's there in everyone's chat. I feel like
It's in everyone's chat now.
Amogus.
Okay, well, to get back on topic, right? What is each of your guys' favorite publisher?
And a
Publisher that has done tried and true for you guys over and over. Like you see them releasing a game, you're like, I bet.
Annapurna.
Okay. Chunk.
CB, what you just said made me throw up in my mouth a little.
Why Annapurna over something like Devolver Digital, Devi?
I've been waiting to say this. I have a degree in English, in English language and literature, and I really like the games that are just like, honestly, fuck it. We just have a story to tell. The gameplay comes second. We have a really unique story, and they tend to find a really unique way to tell it. I feel like Annapurna makes games that are unlike most other games.
Publishes. Publishes games.
Sorry, yeah, publishes games. They dip their toes or their grippers into.
You and the grippers.
Sorry, I'm stuck on it. I just think that everything that they make is so unique. It's beautiful. It always moves me in some emotional way that a lot of other games don't. Just to name the 4 of them off of this list I said earlier. What Remains of Edith Finch. I absolutely adore that game. That game is so good in my opinion, but I know so many people wouldn't like it at all because it's just walking and listening and maybe a mini game.
I don't think it's just walking and listening. I think there's so much to that
Some
game.
people would say that. The same people that would say Death Stranding is just a walking sim. Outer Wilds, phenomenal
Bad
game.
people.
There's very, very, very few games like it. Journey was a game that really shaped my interests in gaming. Once it came out, I replayed that game so many times. I had every achievement on that game on PS3, rebought it on PS4, and got every achievement again. And then Sayonara Wild Hearts, thank you again, by the way, Fox Plays Official, for introducing me and making me play that game, I guess. You kind of were the last straw that made me like, okay, I'll try it. And didn't like it the first
Motherfucker, I've
time.
been telling you for so long.
I'm sorry, he was the last straw. I had a lot of
But
people.
I'm here. You don't respect my opinions.
I don't. You play
Fuck, he did.
RuneScape 3.
We respect honesty around here.
I'm kidding. But anyway, those are a great list of games that if you can find a game that's like remotely similar to most of them, I'm already interested and I want to play it.
Okay.
That's fair.
But they're so
Chunk.
unique and out there, it's hard to find
I
another
think-
publisher that does anything similar.
It's hard to choose because I think while the type of games and stuff I enjoy would be like obviously probably like Nintendo, but I fucking disagree with so much of the shit that they do so that I can't say Nintendo, or at least my pride.
No,
won't
you
let me.
can. Fuck that.
They
Don't
don't
listen.
have
Don't like if,
No,
if
no, no.
just because we have opinions doesn't mean they.
No, it's not about
negate
your
yours.
opinions. It's about how
Okay.
I feel like morally. It's
I
like
thought you
like
said you couldn't say it because you cop
Morally.
shit.
No, because it's like I literally think about the games and the things that they've helped create, and I respect those things, but I don't always respect the way that they've gone about publishing those games or abusing like the fan base. And so it's like I don't appreciate them as an overall company, as a publisher, right? If that's specifically what we're talking about. If I had to go with one, it would probably be like Square Enix, and I think that's just because I appreciate that style of gameplay and like the trueness to it, and I like things that try to keep a similar world and vibe and explore different angles in it, even if it's like a similar gameplay style, but there's like all these different stories, these different characters, and there's like little consistent Easter eggs in it and stuff, and like that's the development side of it, of course, but like I feel like without the like how to explain this? I think the thing that like caused me to appreciate Final Fantasy and like Square Enix as a whole was like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. If any of y'all have played that game, I don't know if any of y'all have, but as far as like turn-based, like kind of like grid-based, I guess games, it's probably up there as like one of my favorite of all times. And I think that because of like the publishing. That game is a game that didn't sell well enough that it should have ever had a second one. But when it did, it was because of like the care and attention that the publishing team like supported this project idea that I think never should have seen the light of day. And so I think that's why I kind of appreciate it, because like it's not always the best things that get like published, but it's things that I appreciate and enjoyed. So just
Okay.
personal.
Cool. Yeah, that's yeah, I like that. Cool. Aravind.
I don't know. It's kind of weird for me because I don't really have I have no ties to anything. Like a good example is when Borderlands 3 came out. I played through Borderlands 1 and 2 with my friend Matus, but he refused to play Borderlands 3 because it was on Epic, and he was like, I don't support that company, so I don't support the game, like etc. 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 And I was like, I don't know. I'm such a hardcore separate the art from the artist type of individual. I'll play anything. Like genuinely, I'll play anything. If it's good, I'll play it. So it's hard to for me to think of a company as like, oh, I trust that company, because Activision Blizzard is a shit company. My favorite game of all time is Overwatch. It's like, that's, that doesn't exactly work. However, if I'm going to cheat a little bit for the first part of the answer, and that's if I had to choose a company, it would be as if it was independently produced. Like if it was produced and developed by the exact same small whatever company, I'm more likely to trust it than if it was something like EA or something. But if I had to pick an actual answer, I'd probably say 505. Because I like a lot of the ports they do. Like nearly all the ports they do really well. So I'm a big fan of them.
All right, cool. So I've got a couple of answers. One's gonna fucking surprise people. I really think it is.
Oh boy.
Don't say EA.
No, it's not EA, but it is gonna surprise people.
2K, baby.
So, fuck 2K. So, dude, this podcast is gonna kill any sponsorships I have in the future. No, that's a lie. My opinions to begin with were. So I would say, for complete and utter trust, I would be going with, and this is a flip between Annapurna and Devolver. I just think they know what their core audiences want. They give them exactly what they're ready to deliver. They're willing to take risks on independent studios who have no back catalog to support them. They just have a good idea, and then they're like Blum. You know what Devolver Digital is? They're if Annapurna is A24, Devolver Digital is Blumhouse.
Or Bad Robot.
Or Bad Robot. They throw small amounts of money, small to them, but big to that studio. Small amounts of money to any developer who comes along with a good idea and says, here's some money. If your game pops, we're about to make 1,000% profits. If it doesn't, oh well.
Yeah, I think that is why this question is so fucking hard for me, because I so hardcore agree with you and Devi on Annapurna, like 100%, but not a single game they make interests me. Like nothing, like literally nothing. I'm more likely to play a Blizzard game. I'm more likely to just trust Diablo 4 is going to be good and pre-order it than buy an Annapurna game. It's like nothing against them at all. They just don't interest me. So it's like so hard for me to answer.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I think your answer I'm like completely satisfied with. I think this is not an objective question. This is a subjective question, which brings me to one that I think is going to surprise people. My two that are tied for after that are Square Enix and Bethesda.
Okay,
I was thinking
one.
Bethesda. Bethesda was what I was thinking, because I knew you were going to say something along those lines. And
So
Bethesda was the only one that made
them
sense.
now?
No. So trust is not something that I've
Consistently
used.
bad.
No.
I thought that was the premise of the question, was like, what developer would you see they're about to release something that you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get that? Like, I feel like Bethesda's the last company that I would trust with that now.
Okay, so the reason being is I think that Bethesda have only recently started making mistakes, like big ones.
That's true.
I think they were a lost puppy that like ate out the wrong dumpster, you know? I think what happened recently, their first big fuck up was the absolute narcissism that led them to dropping Obsidian.
True.
Where they thought that what was making those games good was them, because they made Fallout 3 and that was a banger. Then they outsourced Fallout New Vegas, but because they didn't change New Vegas enough, because they were on a really tight deadline, they were like, oh, you guys just made Fallout 3 too, so we can just do that ourselves. But then they realized that they fucked that up, and the relationship was torched from that point. The second one was Fallout 76. I think they over-marketed Fallout 76. I think Fallout 76 was always what it should have been. And a lot of the problems that came from that pre-order shit wasn't actually necessarily them, but more production issues that they failed to update the community on. There was back-end stuff there was a lot of kerfuffle with 76. But if you take away the Obsidian stuff and you take away the Fallout 76, where have they stepped wrong? Okay, you could argue that Skyrim is not as good as Oblivion and Morrowind. Those are fair arguments. There are lots of people who would disagree. I'm one of them.
I think I have an objective answer where they went wrong.
The horse armor.
That I think was a dramatic downturn for the entire game industry that they started. But other than that, I think that Bethesda would probably be in a much better position right now if they would just move the fuck on and use a different game engine.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's their biggest flaw, is that they're super glued onto the old. Isn't it the same engine that they used on Morrowind? Even
Creation engine, correct? Yeah.
Well, they're using Creation Engine 2 now. In quotes.
Yeah, it's not really Creation Engine 2. So I have theories. So I have theories, and you guys know that my theories are usually pretty spot on, right? I think like I've banged on with some absolute cracker theories. So my theory is,
please don't make fun of my people like that.
Cracker theories.
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Shut the fuck. Listen. All right. Don't make fun of me. Shut up, Chunk. So I think there is a proper Creation 2 in the works. I really do. Do I think they should shut the fuck up and just unuse Unreal? Sure.
Yeah.
But they're very tied to their Creation engine. I think there's reasons for that. People think that Unreal is just the end all be all. It's not. Unreal, it has issues. There are things that you can and can't do in Unreal, and it takes a lot of money and a lot of time to train up staff on a new product. So I can understand that side of things.
How bad are the issues with Unreal Engine 5 when your solution to not
It's not Unreal Engine 5. Remember, the Unreal Engine 5 just came out, and the mass market use of it came out while they were already working on Starfield. So it's a lot of work to port that over.
That's fair.
Right? So porting from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5 is
compared to a game that
No, please
they
let
had
me
to circumvent a vehicle. I'm sorry, go on.
Let me explain why before you go. I'm not saying that there's problems with Unreal 5. I'm saying they would have problems using Unreal 5. It's not as easy as people think to just be like, Lamau, copy paste Creation Engine into Unreal 5. They've already been working on this game for years before Unreal even got announced, right? The new Unreal. Should they have moved on to Unreal 4? Sure. There were problems with Unreal 4. That is true. Okay, the new technology on Unreal 5 is great, but they'd already been working on it. I have a theory that the reason the new Elder Scrolls 6 is taking so long to produce, we've seen nothing of it, is because they're making a Creation 2, a proper Creation 2, that will actually incorporate, because remember, Unreal is open source, right? You can take parts of Unreal and put it in your own engine. I have a theory that they're going to make a proper Creation 2 that uses the Unreal Engine eventually. It's just taking time. And so Starfield is a passion project by the company. They've been wanting to make for ages. They need something to bridge the gap while the development team works on a new engine. And this is just the intermediary. I do think Starfield has a genuine case to be a good game. I just think that they were caught with their pants down when it comes to what was happening there. Now, Skyrim is not as good as Oblivion and Morrowind, in my opinion. A lot of people would disagree with that. However, that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing traditionally, have they released bangers? And yes, they have. Yeah, sure, there's bugs galore in those games. I don't think bugs necessarily make a game bad. Some of them are quite endearing. In fact, some of them are part of the fun. So I would say and they do shit like they've stuck with Tango Works for years. Tango Works is like, hey, we've got this crazy idea for a game called Hi-Fi Rush. It's a risk, sure, but it could pay off. Can we make it?
That game slapped.
It slaps. What have they traditionally made? Horror games. And then they come out like, yeah, we want to make a comic book inspired Devil May Cry fucking tempo game. And Bethesda was like, yeah, bet, go for it. Yeah, we'll put money into that. That sounds like a good idea. They fucking have been banking on Tango Works, who's one of my favorite developers for ages. And they've stuck with them. They clearly learned their lesson from dropping Obsidian. Otherwise, they would have dropped Tango Works after Evil Within 1 flopped. They didn't. They let them make Evil Within 2. Right? Then they gave them the opportunity to make Tokyo Ghostwire. Sure, Tokyo Ghostwire wasn't the biggest banger in the thing, but it wasn't offensively bad. And they've still stuck with Tango Works, despite the fact that they haven't made a game that was financially successful until Hi-Fi Rush, and because they stuck with them, we got Hi-Fi Rush. So that's one of the reasons I think Bethesda is on the right track. I really do.
You saying that, I have a prediction, or I have like a hope that I want to put out in the universe, and I hope it comes true.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the next Elder Scrolls pops off, Bethesda should purchase, or at least have exclusive rights to everything released by Rockstar. I think if they did that, they'd be the best publisher in the world.
Take-Two would never sign off on that.
Yeah, how the fuck would they be able to afford that?
Currently, but we never know where things are gonna go. What if they fuck something up? And no one ever thought Activision and Blizzard were gonna become butt buddies.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? If the Sony acquisition of Take-Two actually happens, that's gone. There's no way. Sony's not letting go of that for their life.
So far, that's not looking too good on their part. It's looking like more of a no.
I agree. If they actually manage to do that, that would be great. That's a stretch. It's hard. But I think Bethesda have hit a rocky road, and I do not think they're incorrectable. I think they could be saved. First off, Todd Howard needs to go.
Yeah.
He is so fucking out of touch. It's not funny. That would be the first step. He is.
Real quick,
he's the Bobby Kotick. He's the Bobby Kotick of that company.
The comment I wanted to make on the creation engine, and I understand it would be a difficult task, but there have been multiple developers that have left Bethesda during the development of Starfield who have said that the engine just can't do what they're trying to do. And namely, one of the biggest problems that they've had in the past, I don't remember which Fallout game it was, but there was a Fallout game where they wanted to add a train in, and the engine didn't support vehicles or rideable things. So as a workaround, they made a train-shaped hat and put that hat on an NPC, and the NPC runs underground, and that's how the train functions. So I think that when the engine functions like that, I honestly don't care how much time and effort it would take for them to port shit over to a new engine. If you can't even make a train, how are you making spaceships and planets?
That's cool, and I agree. Your opinion doesn't matter. The shareholders do.
I mean, that's fair.
And it's a massive thing.
But when it comes to me purchasing a game or not, that's a big portion of my decision.
I
agree.
What
we're discussing.
I agree, but I've got this is one of the things where there is, and it fucking kills me to say this. There needs to be some leeway on the publishers as well, because it's stockholders. If you're talking to chain of command, stockholders have such a high say, because if they pull their money, Starfield's gone. So they have to abide by what they say. And if they go, hey, sorry, shareholders, we're actually going to delay your income for 3 years because we've decided to just change the engine, the shareholders hold on. Yeah, I'm out. I'm good. And now they're fucked. They're dead in a hole, right? They're screwed. They've put all this money into a game and their financial backing is left. They're fucked, dude. They're fucked. So I understand the situation they could be in. Now, I'm not saying that is the case. I'm making estimations based on previous examples in the industry.
Yeah. I understand it's just
I think
not
Starfield
because of publishing, but
I think Starfield is a low-cost investment for them, which allows them time to develop the new engine. We're all sitting here going, make a new engine, make a new engine, make a new engine. And they're like, bro, we're trying. We're trying to make a new engine, but we're also trying to give you shit in the meantime. I think there's a balance. And I think the fact that they're tweaking the original creation engine probably means they're developing a full creation too, right? In order for future games to be to run properly.
I just want to know how long they've been working on it for, because fucking Star Citizen, a company with a quarter of the money and a quarter of the people, did it. They swapped engines twice in 4 years. So it's
yeah, but they don't have the deadlines that these guys do, bro. Remember, they're nearly completely crowdfunded, and the investors that have bought into that game understand what they're buying into.
But whereas shouldn't they be the other way? Shouldn't they be faster then because they don't have the deadlines?
No, no, God no. So the investors who are paying into, okay, so this is where it's one of those things where you've got to understand how Star Citizen works, right? So people who they're creating technology and then they're selling that technology into the gaming industry, right? They're creating brand new tech that has never been before seen. Then other developers are like, hey, we want to pay for the patent for that. Like, you've got a patent on that, we want to use it. So the investors of Star Citizen are getting their money back because it's being developed slowly, because they're developing new technologies.
And Bethesda can't sell any of it, and that's why you're saying it's like taking away. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fair.
That's why it takes longer. And you can't just be like, okay, guys, we're not making games for 6 years while we work on a new engine, right? Because you don't want that. The last thing they need is for like both Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and whatever new perspective ideas they have to die in a hole because they've got to work on a new engine.
Why don't they do real estate?
What's that?
Like, why don't they do real estate? Why don't they just find people making banger games and then buy them out?
They have done that. Tango works. But they remember
fair.
they're doing that now. They fucked up with that in the past, and I'm sure they recognize they fucked up with that, which is why they stuck with Tango Works, and God bless them, it worked out. Tango Works just released an OG Hood classic fucking like top-notch game on a low budget, right? So it is doable, and they are doing that.
We're currently in the Wii U arc, and the next Elder Scrolls is going to be like the Switch.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I'm willing to see that.
And that's why I think its source code is proprietary. Yeah, open source was one of those things where I just kind of used it and like, so I didn't have to go into like a 30-minute talk on the way it works. But it is proprietary, that's true, but you can tweak that engine to function in the way that it needs to work for it to work alongside the creation. You can actually run dual engines, right? And that's what they're kind of doing. And and again, this is all speculative. Like, I'm not sitting here with like pages of documents open, like fucking that I've got like tons of like spies to fucking go hunt down and shit. I don't know. This is all like speculation, but I'm willing to put my eggs in the basket, dude. I'm willing to say that's what they're doing. And that's why I think I have trust in them. I think they can correct the course.
I think I would buy into that. My biggest thing of mistrust, and I think I have a really hard time letting go of this, it's not the fact that they've re-released Skyrim like 20 times. It's the fact that they've re-released Skyrim with the same bugs and problems that have been in it since day one, and the player base has fixed a majority of them, and they still don't even incorporate those fixes when they re-release it again. Like, I get that there are some bugs that are endearing, but there's like game-breaking bugs.
So the way I see it,
that they won't fix, that makes me mad that they're still reselling it.
From how I see it, from how I see Poppy explaining it, and how from what you just said, I think it's sort of like with Overwatch, where like because they're working on a new engine, like they're just not going to update the game. Like they didn't update Overwatch for 2 years because they're working on Overwatch 2. So I see why, and yeah, it's fucked up they're reselling it at that way, but like they don't really see a reason in working on something they'll never use again. You know, and that's kind of business, baby. It's like, it sucks, but
yeah, I was about to say, can I ask why you're upset that they re-released the same game?
Well, I would like for them to update it if they're gonna re-release it. They basically are just adding like some mods, and again, my problem is just that they won't fix it on like a functionality level when they're re-releasing. They have, the community has already made the fixes to a majority of the problems, and they just don't include those.
So why would they update it?
Because it's there and it's easy. I don't see why they.
You say it's easy, but the people who work on these mods that fix it actually spend a lot of time fixing it. Well, and I know you're saying it's there.
Because they did it. Like,
yeah,
and then now they can add that in.
But then they steal that, and everyone goes, "That's fucked up. You stole that."
Is that not how all the other mods work? The last time that everyone was excited about them reselling the game, it was just like a mod pack included with it.
Brings open a whole issue of litigation, right? Because then people are gonna go, I deserve to be paid for my work, and they're like, well, actually, if you look at the terms of service, any moderations you make, any mods that you make to the game are actually owned by us. And they go, hey, that's fucked up. And they're like, well, you didn't read the terms of service. And then they're gonna get dragged through the mud. Sometimes it's easier just to be like, hey, we won't tell if you don't tell. And also, they're not holding a gun to anyone's head. Yeah, they re-released it on PS5. If you have a problem with it, don't buy it.
That's how I've handled it.
Yeah, and so that's why I don't really care that much. Like, I'm sure people have wondered why I don't talk about it that much. It's because it doesn't matter. If people want to buy it on PS5, knowing that it's going to have the same issues, that's on them. They can do that. It's no cost for Bethesda to do that, and it's minimal cost for people to rebuy it. And if they don't even want to, they can still go play it on their PC, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox X. They can go play it on all those things. You're right, it hasn't changed. So people who have been playing it can go play it again. But if this dude's like, yo, I really want to sell my Xbox, get the new Xbox, but I don't want to do that because I can't get Skyrim again.
I'm totally fine with them re-releasing it for a new console.
You're saying update it.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. Now you've got to allocate a team to updating all these patches. You got to work out what people are commonly agreeing on, what does need to be patched, what doesn't need to be patched. So now you're segregating half the company away from working on a new project to work on a project that's now 11 years old.
They're going to sell it for full price.
I don't think it is their responsibility. People know what they're buying.
I think it's
in fact, I think it's your responsibility
to produce a good product, and then it's the consumer's responsibility to also be informed on the product.
That's subjective. Your opinion on what a good product is not what somebody else's is.
True.
I think y'all are just getting into the semantics of like moralities and how you see like
Agreed.
marketing capitalism. Like that's all that this is, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the companies are gonna do what makes them the quickest buck, even if it is the easiest way. Or in like, while we may want to hold these companies to a higher standard,
CB just said, by the way,
it doesn't matter.
Sorry, John.
Personally. No, you're good.
CB just said in chat, they did it with a special edition. They updated it and gave it out for free. They also added an anniversary edition that adds stuff for free.
Well, perfect. So all the bugs are fixed.
Yeah, I guess so. Probably not all the bugs. There's probably always going to be, I mean, when you make a game as large as Skyrim, there's always going to be bugs.
True.
Right? They're still humans. Like, yeah, sure, they work on a huge dev team with tons of money, but they're still humans. Like, there's going to be issues. But I think at the end of the day, like, what if I had my Xbox 360 that had Skyrim on it, right? And I'm like, man, I have a shoestring budget because I work like 40 hours a week in a job that pays fuck all. And I have barely any time to like play this game, but I really want the new Xbox, but I really want to keep Skyrim, right? But in order to get the new Xbox, I've got to sell my Xbox 360 to, make up the money to, buy the new one. But now I can't play Skyrim. And it's like, they're serving a hole in the market. Like, can you be mad at them for that? Sure,
So
I guess you can.
I will say, this is where I think Devi would have his like best of both worlds, where it's like backwards compatibility would be more prevalent in today's standards, and then it's like you wouldn't have that issue, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then you'd just be like, I have Skyrim, I upgrade to the new thing, and also it's so now I don't have. But
unfortunately, that we're talking a world where that exists, which this world doesn't.
Yeah.
That's like hypotheticals. Unfortunately,
I think
we've got
ultimately the end result is that we semantically disagree, or we
I guess so.
disagree on the morality of how much is a company's responsibility versus the consumer's
you
responsibility.
gotta understand, I'm just arguing my point though. I told you this was gonna be a controversial thing. Mm-hmm. I told you I was gonna be controversial with what I picked here. And this is why it's controversial, is because people have opinions on what Bethesda's done, particularly Skyrim. But again, let's take Skyrim, let's take 76 out of the equation. What have they done wrong? Oh, and the Oblivion shit. Obsidian.
Oh. So once we take out the things that they've done wrong, what else have they done?
Yeah, but that's three things, right? There's three things. And they took out Obsidian, and I would say Fallout 4 is still not a bad game.
I don't know.
What was all the Big Gordon stuff?
That's ip Software, dude. That's something different. That's actually a developer issue. This is one of the situations where it's a dev issue, not a Bethesda issue.
I honestly haven't looked too much into that issue.
All Bethesda did was stick up for their boys, and morality wise, there's lots of different things you could go with. It's like, maybe they should have punished them. Maybe they didn't know the full story. If someone came up with like some shit against you, Devi, and I was like, I don't think that's how Devi would have handled it. I'm going to stick up for my boy until I know otherwise. Like, I do that because that's what I do. I stick up for my boy. And I think that's probably what they did with ip Software. Mm-hmm. I would say they probably fucked up because ip Software was definitely in the wrong, but that is an ip Software issue, not a Bethesda issue.
So yeah. I have a quick question for the class.
Sure.
So, is it a publisher's fault? Like, is it a
Yes.
publisher's greed? Okay. Is it a publisher's greed, or is it the consumer's fault that they were able to sell Skyrim over and over again, full price every
Consumers.
time?
I think for Jamie
Consumers.
and I, it's the perfect split because I think it's the
Yeah.
publisher's fault. I think based on that conversation, Jamie says it's the consumer's fault.
I
But like if you sell it like a year or two later on a different device or whatever for $60, and then no one buys it, you're not doing that again.
Yeah,
But
correct.
people keep buying it. Like people
That's
keep
true.
why
spending
we-
$60. So like, whose fault is it really? Because if I saw a game, I'm a
Same thing
PC
with
gamer.
Game
I haven't paid full price for a game in like 10 years. So it's like if I
So-
see a Skyrim game for $60 right now, I'm not gonna buy it. But people still
No.
do. So it's like, whose fault?
But here's the problem
Welcome-
with that. I'm going to say that you're oversimplifying it because you're not thinking of it from a marketing aspect. Whereas, like, literally, we've evolved in such a way in the past decade to hardcore manipulate, like, the consumers and the way that they think and do things and the way that they buy things. And so there's a lot of predatory things going on in the marketplace that, like, does reselling that thing, it goes after things like nostalgia, things that, like, hold up in, like, memories and things like that. Go ahead.
I know where you're going with this, like, you know, like over marketing, like putting it in front of people's eyes so they can only think of that. They haven't done that with the Skyrim re-releases. They've just gone, hey, we're doing another version of it. It's going out on a new console. And then they just drop it.
No, I could be wrong on this, but I feel like I remember, like, maybe it was like E3 or some other announcement thing. They also announced another re-release of Skyrim, right? Or is that?
Yeah, of course, they're
figure-
going to tell people it's coming out. They've got to.
But that still counts as marketing, even if it's not like they paid for an advertisement to shove it in people's faces as aggressively. Having that, like, stamp of approval to say, hey, we're doing this thing again, to put it in the forefront of your minds will subconsciously put you in that mode of being like, oh yeah, I haven't played this game in a while. Maybe you go revisit it. Then you're like, oh, I want to play this on this updated version. Maybe it's remastered or whatever the fuck. I think that in general, marketing has become such a disgusting, like, predatory, like, mindset, especially with the attention span changes of, like, people as a whole, that there's a lot of easy ways to get into the subconscious of people, whether you think about it or not. And I think that Skyrim, by repetitively releasing this thing, is putting it in the forefronts of people's minds. And since people have a short attention span, they are impulse buying this thing again because it
Okay.
has, like, attachments to
See-
emotional or whatever.
Yeah, but then they would drop it on a console and no one would know, and they would go, oh, why didn't you let us know I was here? I'd totally buy this. Okay, like, look at Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush had no marketing. It got shadow dropped and it did fine.
So
Game Pass helps a
It
lot.
literally,
Yeah,
there wasn't a single
sure.
piece of marketing. They never released a trailer. They never released fucking gameplay. They never fucking did a single ad. They just shadow dropped it and it's done fine.
Yeah, but
You
that's.
know-
I feel like that's a different thing because you're letting the piece speak for itself, right? Whereas, like, that was from what I've heard, it's a great game. I mean, I haven't played it. I don't actually know. It looks stylistic, it looks cool. But at the same time, that because of the world that we live in with streamers and, like, all these content creators who are picking it up and playing it, maybe the few that heard of it, and then spreading like wildfire from that, right? It's free advertising because they understand the market that they're in, which is, like, the gaming industry. They don't have to necessarily go and do all these advertisements or, like, put it on YouTube ads or whatever the fuck. They can just let content creators run with it.
Okay,
I
so
was just
you're
gonna
saying,
say, like, Hi-Fi Rush got blown up like Apex and Valorant. Like, they did the exact same strat. Where, like, because it was easy, because it was basically free for the majority of people who played it, it was easy. Like, Apex, Valorant launched free. Hi-Fi launched on Games Pass. Like, that is basically free nowadays. So
I'm
it's
gonna
like,
quickly check something. But if I'm correct, hasn't Skyrim been on the Game Pass for literally Game Pass's existence?
Has it?
I would assume
I own
so,
like 4
but I could be
copies
wrong.
of it. By
I
now,
feel
so
like
I'm
you
not
guys
sure.
have a heavy bias here, and this is where I'm able to separate. Is like
possible.
because you've got the hang-ups with Bethesda, you're
Yeah, it is. on Game Pass.
automatically denying everything that they're doing that's rational and making it evil because you've got a hang up on them.
Maybe.
it's definitely, it's
I would
definitely
be more than-
Bethesda, because there's
I
two
will call
games that
them-
have done the same thing and no one's given a shit about it.
Yeah,
That's Terraria
GTA.
and Minecraft. No, no,
Yeah.
people give a fuck
Oh,
about
well.
GTA. Terraria and Minecraft have been doing the same
Also,
shit
I would
for
disagree
15
because I do
years.
also have the same problem with Minecraft. But also, I know that there's, like, a couple different versions. There's, like, Bedrock and Java,
I
and there's,
think
like, some
Yeah,
issues with, like.
that's a console thing.
Yeah.
I think I
mobile.
disagree on Minecraft because no matter
Elder Scrolls
when you
Skyrim.
bought
It is on
you
Game
have an
Pass, by the way.
account and you own Minecraft forever. No matter what versions of it come out, minus Bedrock, I guess. Any time a new release comes out, even if you only purchase the very first one, you have all of it.
Yeah. Also, it's a game that's constantly updated, whereas Skyrim is not, right? Like that's
Skyrim Elder Scrolls 5 Special Edition, which is the updated version with all new quests, all new features remastered, and all the fixed shit, which they're even saying in the description, by the way, is completely free on Game Pass. So where's the predatory behavior?
By the way, Devi, the reason I said Minecraft and Terraria wasn't because of the one account thing. That is true for the PC account, but I'm talking about how many things it's been released on. Because you have to buy it for mobile, you have to buy it for Xbox, you have to buy it for Switch, you have to buy it for everything individually. So that's why I said it like that. So if you want to own Minecraft on your consoles, you're spending like $100.
Yeah. It
I
does
thought
the
if
same
you
way.
have
I
an
won't
account,
deny
you can
that.
just sign in and download it.
No, they're all different versions. Like
Wow.
you can't
Yeah, I
play
didn't know that.
Switch with Xbox. It's not
Yeah.
cross compatible.
You have to pay for each individual one. So if
no
you
one gives a shit.
no one cares.
But
because
I'm
it's-
also that someone hates Minecraft, so like
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
I'm at least
a little
consistent here.
biased.
Yeah, and I think that's where this bias is coming in with Bethesda. Look, I agree. I'm not, dude. This is coming from a guy that doesn't like Skyrim. I constantly shit talk Skyrim because I think it's. If you go back and play Oblivion, you'll see how boring Skyrim is compared to it, right? But I'm still stating I don't think Skyrim's predatory. I think releasing it, dude. Literally, Valk just said it's an old game. I bought it on Switch and played it for the first time. Are we expecting cunts to go buy a 360? You're just pinning shit on Nintendo for this. That's what I find is crazy.
I feel like I live in an imaginary world, or I dream of a world where if I buy a game, I can play it whenever, as opposed to this system of you have to rebuy it every time a new console comes out. And I know that will never happen, but that is,
But the thing-
I still think that to an extent,
Yeah.
that in itself is predatory.
I
Then
agree with you,
don't
Debbie,
sell
but I
your console
know...
that you have it on. You can still
Well,
play it.
I think that's what Poppy is getting at. Is like it's the debate of does the consumer have to? No. Are they, in my opinion, are they manipulated into like potentially being led to buy it in like more subconscious ways? Yes. But like that's just again, this just comes down to like a matter of morality at this point. Is it shitty or is it not? Decide for your fucking selves. We're
Yeah.
not your dads. All right.
So
Agreed.
okay, I have a question real quick. If you buy, let's say, Games Pass, and there's like Sea of Thieves or some shit, can you play on your I don't know what's the newest one, Xbox Series X? Can you play Sea of Thieves on your Xbox Series X and then stand up and walk over to your PC and play Sea of Thieves on that, both on Game Pass?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
You can? Okay, well, if you can do that, I think Game Pass is the closest thing we have to that dream you're talking about, Debbie, where it's like you can genuinely just have one service that has everything on it, which would be beautiful and wonderful. But I don't know if everyone's going to shake hands on that just yet. 'Cause
Yeah.
Remember,
Do you
you
know
guys
what's-
remember GOG Galaxy?
Do you know, and can I just really bring up one thing? Do you know what's funny? So because Xbox is doing that, Devi, your precious PlayStation is the one in the wrong.
My precious PlayStation?
Yeah, I think Sony is the one holding it back. Like you've got Game Pass that allows you to pay for a game on Game Pass and play it on every console that's gonna have Game Pass in the future. Sony's the one not doing that.
That's fair. That's true.
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
let me also clarify really quick. I don't even own a Sony console.
Oh wait, do you not?
No.
That's roommates.
Oh wow, the way you like talk with Sony consoles, I figured you'd.
I grew up a Sony fanboy. I owned a PS4. My roommate owns a PS5, and I'm madly in love with the controller, but I don't buy console games.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, I think I think Skyrim being on Game Pass like pretty much like solves any issues. I don't think there can be criticism now, especially seeing as they've updated it. Like I don't know, I just don't see it.
I can't believe people aren't buying Game Pass.
It blows my mind, dude. It blows my
does
mind.
not make sense to me. Anybody
And people go,
that's
"Oh,
like,
it's
yeah,
because it's a subscription service." But you fucking own Netflix, so like, what?
Game Pass
What are you
is
talking about?
$10, and people go, "Oh, well, I might not play that many games." It's like, listen, if you play one $60 game on Game Pass and then don't play another game for 5 months, you still got your money worth. Like,
Mhm.
it's so fucking valuable. Debbie just
And remember,
doesn't
you
like
can
Skyrim,
cancel
I
it
think. I
at any
used to like
time
Skyrim.
and pick it up again at any time.
Actually?
I don't have Game Pass for a very specific reason, and that's because I have over 1,000 games in my Steam library. So if I buy Games Pass, I'm never touching those games, and I
But-
need to get to it.
Think about this. A new game comes out, you're like, that's fucking banging. You look on Steam, $90. You look on Game Pass, play it for $10 and you get your month's worth of time out of it and then you fuck off.
Yep.
I agree, but if I play a new game, that takes away from my backlog of 326 games that I've been wanting to play for 6 years, but I keep locking Widowmaker, and I can't fucking stop. So it's like, I don't know how to fix that problem. That's why I'm doing the series.
I think I have a final comment on Skyrim because I've been trying to think really hard about it. And I think that the real truth is that I did love Skyrim. I loved Skyrim too fucking much. So every time that I saw Bethesda get up and announce Skyrim again, but they didn't work on it, like even now, now that years and years have passed, they have made special editions and they've added to it. But for the first like 3 re-releases of the game, to me that was, we didn't really work on this, and we also didn't really work on anything else to show you, so buy this again. And after that happened like 9 times, I'm just mad. Like, I want another Elder Scrolls game that's not Skyrim, and it feels like they just dedicated more time to Skyrim. After our discussion on maybe them making Creation Engine 2, maybe in 5 to 10 years I can be hopeful again for another
So it's really interesting because your opinions create a dichotomy, right? On one side, you're criticizing them for not putting resources into updating Skyrim, but on the other hand, you're getting annoyed that a game is taking a long time to be made. You literally can't have your... What's that?
I'm annoyed that it feels like they were doing neither.
Yeah, I think I'm with Debbie here. I think what he's saying is he wished they just hadn't put anything out, and it looks like they were working towards the new game, right? That way, it's like it felt like progress. Even if it was imaginary, at least this is the way I'm seeing it, is that it feels like
then you complain that No Man's Sky got overhyped and crashed because of it. Like, if you have too much clarity from behind the curtain, people are going to build up too much excitement. You're going to get a cyberpunk situation where people get overexcited. They want product now. They're like, we want now, we want now. They're not allowed to build it in quiet anymore. Now they're in the limelight. They're being forced to fucking meet deadlines that didn't even exist.
I don't even want the transparency. That's not what I was aiming for at all. It felt like, I think there were 3 versions of Skyrim that merited a release. There was the original version, there was the VR update, and then there was the anniversary edition. I think those 3 releases, solid. I think all of the in-betweens were just reminders that we're not getting another Elder Scrolls game for a decade.
So, from my understanding, right, they've just been releasing every time there's a new console.
I don't think that's true. I think there's more releases than, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but okay, then you're talking like special editions, right? Like, you were already talking about the special editions. You said you're okay with the special editions. The only other releases were... Yeah, but well, what about the special edition with the updates that you were just saying that you wanted?
The special edition was a visual overhaul for the PS4 and Xbox One, I think. Which just play
remastered artifacts, volumetric god rays, dynamic depth, and more kind of thing.
A visual, a little remaster.
I just think it's one of those things where I think it's okay if they just release it to a new console. Give people a chance to play it that might not have otherwise played it. Or there's a kid that's only ever had Nintendo systems, and he's like, I would love to play Skyrim, but I've never had a fucking Sony PlayStation or an Xbox, right? And then they're like, hey, we're bringing it to Switch. That kid's like, yes, I can finally play it. And everyone's like, yo, fuck you, Bethesda. How fucking dare you, the audacity? And it's like, they're just like, what? Okay, sorry, little Timmy. Never mind. Some angry 30-year-olds are upset at us.
Fuck Timmy.
Yeah, fuck you, Timmy, little bitch. Nah, but it's... I think there's nothing wrong with just bringing it to modern consoles while they create something new, and that's why they're not like devoting resources. And well, I mean, they are now because people were bitching and whinging, but like, this is why I don't understand the fucking hang-ups. Like, let them release the game over and over on new consoles. It's fine. Who the fuck is it hurting? That's what I don't understand. Is like nobody's
I hadn't really considered it from the standpoint of new players, and I think that it's perfectly fine for new players. I think most of the people I am exposed to in my life are people who are like, yeah, I own 7 copies of Skyrim. I feel like Ava in chat was a very rare example of someone that I've had recently. I think I've had maybe 2 or 3 people in the past 4 or 5 years that have told me I just played Skyrim for the first time. CB's another. It's rare, but it happens. So I'm glad that they do have the option on all the other consoles. Maybe I'm frustrated at the people that are just buying 7 copies of the game and I'm taking it out on Bethesda.
I'm frustrated at them as well, but
I've never played the game. I probably never will. But like, I think it's chill that it keeps getting re-released because it's like, you know, it's
Never mind,
the
not CB.
RPG.
CB has 20 million copies. That's a lot, by the way.
I agree, Aaron. I just don't think it hurts anyone.
Yeah, I
if
think
some dude wants to buy it 50 times, fuck him. It's their choice.
Because if they kept releasing like a, you know, like an Xbox 360 Game of the Year edition, Xbox 360 Remastered edition, if they kept doing that, that's inherently predatory. But I think just re-releasing it on different things, because it's not like ports are easy, you know? I'm sure some are easier than others for sure, but it's not like putting Skyrim on the Switch was
wasn't an easy one, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they literally just dragged the file into the Switch folder. Like, there's a bit of work put in. Is that worth $60? That's up for debate. I mean, the consumers obviously think so.
That is the other thing, is every copy of this 11-year-old game being the same price as it was in 2011.
Yeah, and
inherently the free market that we so desperately wanted.
That also means, technically, because of how the free market is working, that the next time Skyrim's released, it should be $70 because of that's just how new full price games are like priced.
In fact, you could almost credit them for not doing that.
Do you think adding a little bit of content, re-releasing a $60 game allows you to reclaim $70 off of like I feel like 90% of the game is already made. They add 10%.
No, I'm just saying that the free market determines that if it continues to sell well, they would be not morally justified, but corporately justified in upping the price because people continue to buy it. However, they haven't done so. They still release it at the same cost. Not that, again, I think that that's a great thing. I just think it's a non-equita, like whatever.
At the end of the day, the issue is that I have higher expectations for humanity to have better taste, and I'm fucking disappointed in all you people for buying it 8 times. Be better.
Sonic fan.
I'm just as guilty, but in a different way. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about Skyrim. Fuck you.
We're all guilty, bro.
To finalize the Skyrim conversation, yeah, I think it is just a morality disagreement. Of I expect a company to abide by better morals, and since they don't, I'm upset with them.
See, and this is my opinion, I think it's misplaced. I think you should be upset at the consumer for continually buying it. Whereas these guys are just like, all right, we'll put on another console's coming out. Sure, we'll stick it on there.
I think whereas, like, and unrealistic, idealistic worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just a perfectly like.
I think Devi's kind of thinking of it as like maybe iPhones. And stop me if I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like because you're used to the same thing being released over and over again, you expect each version to be a little different. When realistically, all they're doing is like bringing a car made in America and then bringing it over to England, which is, you know, bringing it from PC to like a Switch. So you just have to put the fucking driver's seat on the other side, and like it's like that seems so simple. Just put the driver's seat on the other side, but there's like so much shit to that.
And then it's like the other thought process is the real big one for me when every time they release it is like, if they hadn't put any effort into continuing support of Skyrim and putting on every single console that comes out, re-releasing new versions, blah, 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 how much time would that have shaved off of Elder Scrolls 6 or 7?
For real. Like, if it was like 5%, that would be fucking whatever. But if it's like 50%, that would like destroy all of our, like, this entire argument entirely. But it also really wouldn't explain like what they've been doing, you know? Because a lot of games companies, they've learned from a lot of different examples, No Man's Sky being the biggest one, that shutting the fuck up and getting to work is a lot better than coming up with bullshit. I still think that the best way to develop a game is the way Star Citizen's doing it, with like complete and utter non-stop transparency, constant updates, any questions that's asked is answered, like real life cons you go to and talk to the people really developing the game. I think that's the best way to develop a game, but most people don't like to see how the sausage is made. So it's like,
I'll show you how my sausage.
We call that sausage lore.
That's a great username. What the fuck?
See, I have a difference in opinion in that. I think developers should be allowed to work on shit behind closed doors, you know, you say it's the perfect way of being designed. People have been bitching about Star Citizen for years. Like, oh, they're just scammers. Oh, they're just taking people's money and not doing anything with it. You know, they've been bitching about it for ages. Oh, it's been in development for 12 years. Where the fuck is the final product? People have been bitching about that for years and years and years. You know what people didn't bitch about? Where's Hi-Fi Rush? Where's Hi-Fi Rush? And it came out great.
True.
Yeah, it's a,
I think-
that's why I
they
said that,
both
because
work.
even though it's my preference to see every single little bit, most people don't like to see how the sausage is made. They just like to eat
Yeah.
the fucking sausage.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
see,
like
like,
that
when it comes out, it comes out. I'll be happy. There's so many other games. Like if people's hang up is like, yo, it's so annoying that they've been re-releasing Skyrim and we haven't got Elder Scrolls 6 yet. Go play something else. How many? Aravan literally just said he's got thousands of games in his catalog. I'm not picking on you, by the way, Aravan. I'm just saying most people are in your situation. Thousands of games in their catalog that they could be playing, and you're sitting here waiting at your computer, arms crossed, mad because Skyrim 6, fucking Elder Scrolls 6 hasn't come out. Dude, message me. I'll
Not
give you a list of
anymore.
games to play.
Now I'm mad about Silk Song, but that's soon, hopefully.
COVID fucked that one up, man.
Yeah.
They couldn't do much about that.
Either
There's
way,
so many
it's
games
coming.
that feel like concerts. Like where you're just like the second it gets close to release, days feel like weeks. It's just
Yeah.
like,
Also,
oh, I'm here.
it's so funny that people give like, you know, Team Cherry and shit like, oh, it's okay, you guys had to go through COVID when you're releasing that. And then people are like, where the fuck is Elder Scrolls? Where the fuck is it? It's like, bro, they had to go through COVID like everyone else, man.
Well,
I'm
COVID
sure
was
that holds
10
their
years
production heat.
after the last Elder Scrolls game.
What's that?
COVID happened a decade after the last Elder Scrolls game.
And to say they haven't done anything since is crazy. They have. I mean, they've been working. Like it's like as a publisher, there's still tons of work they have to do, right? They lend developers to ip Software. They lend developers to fucking what's the name? Tango. They
Well-
do lend developers. That's part of the contract. They're like, we'll give you this amount of people. You can take them out of our staff. They'll come work with you to get this sorted. Like, like it's not like they've been sitting there with their hands on their ass. They've been releasing games just as a publisher rather than a developer. You know?
It's just sad that it feels like they gave up on Elder Scrolls, which was a series I did love, because Elder Scrolls
Yeah.
still isn't in full development yet. Elder Scrolls 6 hasn't started full development. So COVID
Yeah, 'cause
didn't
we're
fuck up
working on
Elder Scrolls
Starfield.
6. They haven't started.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. It's almost like they were not gonna make an Elder Scrolls 6, and then someone came in and changed their mind. I mean, the majority of people who have this opinion, share this opinion, that they've been doing nothing, and then all of a sudden they released Fallout 76, are the same people who think that like marketing, skins, and balance teams are all the same people. Like
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you released a skin, you should fix your fucking game. It's like, oh, you're advertising on Twitter, fix the fucking game. It's like
It's like yelling at the cashier
That's
about prices.
hilarious. I love people like that.
exactly, Chuck. It's like they think that they're speaking to the manager, no matter who they're speaking to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And most
It's the guy who
people
yells at the
have that
Macca's
mentality.
employees for giving him the wrong order.
Also,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
CB said, holy shit. You know, that's why Hi-Fi Rush was good, because it had been so damn long since a game came out and felt finished.
Uh-huh.
So sick of so many games. Like,
But like,
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I'm one of those people. I truly do believe there are people that work in that company, right? It's not like machine men with machine hearts and machine minds, right? There are people that work there, and I do think that even Todd Howard himself probably just wanted a break from Skyrim and Fallout,
yeah,
and
that's fair.
maybe really just wanted to make a space game. It was like, we've got all this new technology. I bet we could do something cool with it. Let's see where Starfield goes, and then we'll work on it when we're feeling more inspired because we've created something that's new rather than just rehashing the same worlds that have already existed.
They just dropped the ball by announcing them before they started even making them.
Agreed.
I
Agreed.
wonder if it was one of those things where I don't know if you guys ever done this. You ever work on like multiple, I don't know, I guess I'll say multiple video projects, multiple art projects at the same time. Like you work on like
Yep.
3 or 4 at the same time, and then you just so happen to finish, like you're working on them for like a year, and you just happen to finish all of them in the same month. And it's like, even though you're working on all these things, they all just like pop out the same month. You're like, oh, like from the outside perspective, people are like, oh, you could churn these out pretty quick. Meanwhile, it's like you've been working behind the scenes the whole time, and now it's going to be like another year before you can like pop out that many at the same time. I wonder if it's a situation like that, where like because they were working on like, you know, what was it, like Fallout there was like a big spurt of Bethesda games in the early teens. I was wondering if they like sent out a bunch then, and then they just started new projects. And of course, games companies have to scrap a bunch of shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What games did they release in the early teens? David, do you know?
I'm pulling up a list of all of their releases by date.
I also bet that Bethesda didn't expect such a kerfuffle with 76. I bet they've been working so hard.
That was an
to fix
external
that.
company, right? Like that was like a third-party developer, right?
No, it wasn't. It was like developers have A teams, B teams, C teams, D teams, right?
Mhm.
So the A team is the best developers they have in the company, then B, then C. The 76 was done by one of their new development teams, but it was in-house.
Okay, but they were untrained and like
They weren't ready for the project,
they
that's
were
for
dream.
sure.
Okay. Because
And
like, the microtransactions
so-
didn't ruin that game, honestly.
No,
if it
no,
didn't get honest.
microtransactions didn't, not at all.
They were bad for sure, but they didn't. I don't think that's why the game was
No.
what it was.
No,
It's a bad
no, it
idea for the
wasn't.
start. Like just thinking of it as a concept, it's a bad idea. A
Mhm.
MMO Fallout game, like who
With no
wanted that?
NPCs.
Who asked for that? Oh.
Oh, actually, people have been asking for multiplayer Fallout for years.
Yeah, multiplayer is great, but like an MMO open world, like that's a
That was
weird
where it
ass
went
way
wrong.
to do it.
Wait,
That was where it
Starfield's
went
coming
wrong.
out like this quarter?
Really? It's coming out soon?
The wiki
Wait,
page
what's
says
that?
Q1
Starfield.
/Q2 2023. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, Starfield's like it's.
I thought it was like next
It's
year.
in our nose. No, it's
Oh.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I've been out of the loop on that one. Vacation. I thought about doing a podcast where you guys just fill me in on everything I missed over vacation.
See, this is one of
'cause I
those
was so
things
out
where
of the
like,
loop.
in order to back up my crazy callouts, I have to investigate this shit constantly because otherwise people will say I have baseless claims. This is why I like know this shit about companies that I don't really have that much investment in. Like I can tell you everything that's going on with Ubisoft, and I fucking hate Ubisoft. But I need to know what's going on with Ubisoft so I can back up claims when shitheads try to contest me on things.
I need to understand Ubisoft so I can shit on Ubisoft openly without being called out about shitting on Ubisoft.
Know your enemy, bro.
Mistake.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what it
exactly.
is. Is know your enemy.
Yeah.
One dislike is worth 10 likes. Everyone knows that. One bad comment ruins 1,000 nice ones.
100%. Fuck,
I'm
I've loved this
seeing
talk. I've been
on
waiting for this
wiki
for
page
ages.
That the last Bethesda game that was made by Bethesda Game Studios was a mobile Elder Scrolls game called The Elder Scrolls Blades in 2019.
I forgot about that game.
70
It was
hours
really
in
bad.
2018.
I'd say 4 years for a dev cycle of Starfield is not bad, by the way.
Yeah, that's solid. Like that's
Yeah.
pretty in COVID too. That's pretty based.
Yeah, Fallout
Yeah,
4 was
100%.
in 2015.
It's not like they're not using their fucking like resources. They're using the resources well. It's just they're not using the resources for what people want.
I don't
And
think
yet
there was
I-
a big boom of Bethesda games. Like Bethesda Game Studio games. Published games, yeah, but like the studio itself that makes like Skyrim and Fallout, and then they made Skyrim in 2011, Fallout 4 in 2015. Like there's usually like a 4 or 5 year gap between any release that they have.
Which is why I think Starfield is just their bridge. They wanted something new. Look how long they've been working on Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Just those two games. They've had to work on those for ages now. I'm sure they want to do something new. This is what
Really?
Starfield is. And then they'll go back. You know, it's like is Spike Lee, the director, right? He has a rule. One for them, one for me. One for them, one for me. So he for every shit movie that he makes that he doesn't want to make, he goes and makes another movie that he does want to make that's a passion project.
I wonder if it's like we've been kind of spoiled as an industry with games
Yeah, we have.
like Call of Duty, who just release on a yearly basis.
And fucking like Assassin's
Fallout.
Creed as well.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
would just
Assassin's
like a
Creed,
sequel
Far
every
Cry.
decade.
Yep.
I feel
That's
like
fair.
that's my cutoff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because wait, what was the gap between Skyrim and Fallout 3? Where was the jump there?
Hold on.
Because if the jump there is 4 years, then they haven't technically done anything wrong other
Fallout
than
3
work
was
on
in
new shit.
2008, so 3 years before Skyrim.
Almost 4. So yeah, they've been on like this constant cycle. I think we were just used to Fallout, Elder Scrolls back and forth for so long that when they didn't do it, and mixed with COVID, it just feels like longer than it should be.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, they did.
That's weird that,
back
like,
and
our
forth until
brains-
2015, and then they
It's
haven't
because we
done
get
either of them
preconceptions
since.
built up in our mind, and this is one of the reasons I brought up Bethesda as a company that I actually look forward to their releases. I really do. I genuinely look forward to their releases. Yeah, they've had some misses recently. So is Capcom, and we said they're one of the best game producers in history. So why do we give Bethesda so much shit but not Capcom? It's not like Capcom hasn't done microtransactions and DLCs.
The way I feel about it though is I feel still justified about hating them the last like 7 years during their fuck ups.
I agree.
But I can see turning a new leaf. Like I can
Mhm.
agree that my opinion I can easily change on Bethesda. It's not like EA or Take-Two where they're like devious. Like I can see myself changing my opinion for sure, just because they've had like a bad spout. I mean, like YouTubers do that shit all the time, where they try new content that fucking sucks, or like a band tries a
True,
new
yeah.
genre that blows, and you're like, bro, I love their music. The fuck are they doing right now? But they might come
can
back
see-
and pop
Yeah.
off.
I could see
It could be like
myself
Logan Paul,
changing
they
my
turned up-
opinion on Bethesda as well if they release a good game that I like soon. But looking through this list, the last game that Bethesda Game Studios released that I liked was in 2011.
Okay. Yeah. That's
so
fair.
for me, they've kind of dropped the ball for a decade. Yeah.
And I mean, like, again, but like, so you're talking development though, right?
Yeah, development, not publishing.
Okay.
We got really
So-
heavy into Skyrim and Fallout, so that's where I started.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make that
Yeah,
distinction.
sorry, yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I gotta know what I'm like discussing.
that's
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's fine. But like, when was
Konami's
what
trying
was
to
the
come
what
back
was the
from it.
timeline difference between Resident Evil 6 and 7?
To do
It's
some
interesting.
Googling.
I was going to say, what do you think the
Actually,
biggest gap
Resident
between
Evil
games is?
5 and 7 we should actually do, because
Uh,
I would almost say that'd be almost a decade.
5 years for 6 and 7.
And for 5, what about 5 though?
5 was 2009, 6 was 2012, 7 was 2017.
So nearly a decade between 5 and 7. And if you then go back to Resident Evil 4, which was their last big release, their mainstream big release, right? You could say it had been over a decade for Capcom as well. We don't hang as much shit on them though, because they had their redemption arc. I think we just got to understand sometimes that behind developers and publishers are real people that make mistakes. I mean, big mistakes in Bethesda's case, true. And like, while I don't love Skyrim, I recognize that a lot of people do. And that's, you know, I think there's got to be leeway. When a game development cycle is 4 years and you make 2 bad games, yeah, it's gonna look rough. It's
Yeah.
gonna look real rough. But if they do come out with another game and Starfield is a banger, this whole discussion turns on its head. I
I'm
guarantee
excited
it.
to see it. I really am. I hope for everyone's sake that Starfield slaps.
Yeah.
I'm
But
not gonna look at any Bethesda game that comes out and be like, not for me. I've been burned too many times. I'm gonna look at it, but yeah.
I'm gonna hate it out of spite. I'm gonna just pout about it online all the time.
So Bethesda's actually semi done this before, or kinda. It's more id has done this before with Doom, because like, despite what my fucking YouTube comments say, Doom 3 was really disliked. Like it was majority
massively.
really disliked, and then Doom 2016 came out, was regarded as one of the best, like the best Doom game if you're not into like the old style of boomer shooter. And then Eternal came out, and it's regarded as one of the best arcade shooters of all time. Period. So it's like,
I would argue one of the best shooters of all time period.
I really
Not
Yeah,
even just
I-
arcade.
it's how have you not played the game?
We talked.
I
about
haven't
this
played it
every-
either, but I also
Oh.
know enough about it.
I keep yelling at chat to. Oh fuck! You
It's
can talk to
like
chat
I
too
can.
much.
I've
Yeah,
spoken
man.
to enough people who love those games that tell me that it is one of the best shooters of all time. And so, being someone that hasn't played it, I'm just inclined to believe them if they tell me. If I have people whose opinions I trust are telling me that it's one of the best shooters of all time, then it is.
All right, hear me out. Doom, but your weapon is replaced with the Power Wash gun from Power Wash Sim and all of its attachments.
10 out of 10.
I feel like I don't know what would be better: a mod on Doom for the Power Wash, or a mod on Power Wash Simulator where you get to fight things. What should
Honestly,
be
mean,
Power Wash
fun?
Sim has started doing
care
some
how they do it, I mean.
crossovers, and I'm real
Yeah,
hyped for
man.
them to do some fun crossovers in the future. They have like the Final Fantasy car now that you can wash, and there's like a whole Lara Croft crossover. I hope they do so much more.
That's I love games that are really simple and gain a bit of fame. So they're just like, fuck it, I'll do whatever people want. What
Sneak
do you
holy
want?
water.
I feel like I've been CB's champion in this whole debate.
It's been
I've been,
good. I'm
like,
glad you had
championing
such
for CB.
a differing opinion. We usually agree on so much. It was nice to actually
Yeah.
have something to butt heads on, Jamie.
This is why I was coming into this ready to play devil's advocate. I was like, I'm coming in this. I've got arguments for what I've got to say. I was ready. I was like, I'm gonna say something controversial and I'm ready for it to be a discussion. And that's exactly what it was. And if that isn't like good podcast material, I don't know what is.
Fair. I enjoyed it.
Mm. I did too.
At the very least, you have me more hopeful for future Bethesda titles than I was before, but I think I will also be scrutinizing them harder now because of how deep we've gone into the conversation about it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
There's a
But
lot
that's
of
great. I love
publishing
it.
companies that are teachers' pets, right? Like they're allowed to make a fuck up. If Annapurna made a fuck up, that's fine. Get your homework in next week. Like that's the mentality for a lot of them. But Bethesda, because they've been such a fucking C student, like we kind of have to be scrutinize it like harder. But what other companies?
When you say they're a C student, what do you mean? Like
As in they
traditionally?
were getting A's, and then the last two releases
Ah.
have been fucking like F's, so that's been bringing their grade down.
Okay,
So it's like,
Yeah.
what other companies are like that? Like, are there
Capcom.
like, do you think CD Projekt Red is also in the same boat of like,
Absolutely.
do they
Now-
deserve an arc? Like, are they
Yes,
willing to
yes.
have that arc?
Yeah.
100%. In fact,
publishes
their
for them?
next two releases are huge.
good question.
So if they fuck up the Witcher 1 remake, they're in the shit. If they fuck up Witcher 4, they're donezo. That's
They're
it.
making both of those? I didn't know those
They
were
will.
out.
Yeah, Witcher 1's getting a remake to modernize it towards Witcher 3, and
Okay.
then they're releasing Witcher 4. Now, if they fuck up, because Witcher 1 and 2 were nothing burgers, by
Hey,
the
man,
way.
they
There's some
self-publish.
people that like Witcher 2.
Oh,
What's this?
they
He asked
self-publish.
to CD Projekt Red.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, they're self-published. Yeah.
Incredible. Okay, well, I don't have much trust in them, so I wouldn't switch to them.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, you know, a lot of people hailed them as the saviors of gaming when Witcher 3 came out.
But The Witcher 3
But
is a buggy
before
mess on
Witcher
launch,
3,
too.
they made Witcher 1 and 2, and they weren't good. They, like,
was
okay, some
mid.
people are going to
One
argue in
was
chat that
awful.
Witcher 2 was good.
Yeah.
Witcher 2 was okay.
Yeah,
It was
it's
okay. A really good story, but its gameplay felt fucking clunky, right? But Witcher 3 came out and it was a good game. If they fuck up Cyberpunk, Witcher 1, and Witcher 4, they're going to be looked at as the guys that got lucky in one game.
True. One-hit wonders.
The thing about like Witcher that confuses me is it really, like, Cyberpunk blew up out of nowhere, right? Like there's no real
No.
reason it blew up.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
I thought there was like a trillion small reasons. There's one reason.
No. So the reason so they just come off Witcher 3, which was huge, right? And Witcher 3's source material comes from a book. Cyberpunk doesn't just come from nowhere. They didn't pull it out of their ass. Cyberpunk is a world that already existed with very rich lore and a
Similar to
very
Dungeons
built
No,
up
and
no,
world.
I didn't mean it like that. I meant like people picked it up out of nowhere. Like people
Nah.
fucking fangirled over it out of nowhere.
They released a trailer that had like Keanu Reeves, this beautiful city. This is what I mean. They over marketed a game that they weren't ready to mug for. They absolutely went the route of No Man's Sky. They overhyped it by releasing information 7 years before they even 3 years before they even started working on it.
that's
And because
confusing.
they
That's
left a
who blame them.
breadcrumb, that's what I'm saying.
Like, do you blame publishers or developers? Are they both fucked up? Honestly, like,
It's okay. There's so many chains of command here. I blame them for releasing a trailer 3 years before they even started working on it. I blame the consumers for taking that as gospel, looking at a fucking cinematic trailer and saying, that's what it's going to be. No, that's not how game devs work. So the consumers read wrong. Shareholders for pushing them because of the hype. They wanted to push the game really hard and get it done in a timely manner so they could capitalize on the hype. And then I blame management for continually mismanaging the crunches and pushing the developers to the absolute brink while continually adding more. It was a failure on every level, and it isn't just the developers' fault. It's our fault. It's the shareholders. It's the managers. It's everyone's fault that game fucking fumbled. Realistically, what should have happened is they should have released the trailer not 3 years early, but when they started working on it, they should have released a concept and told people it was concept. Then they should have worked on it for 7 years like they'd actually planned on doing, because that game was way too big of a change from what they were used to.
I think it would have been. I'm going to posit somewhere around like 30% better of a launch if they didn't try to port it to old consoles.
Agreed.
If they had just stuck to PC, PS5, and the new Xbox, whichever one it's called,
But
I don't remember anymore. But
that was a
Xbox
fault
One
of
letter.
that was a fault of COVID.
Yeah.
So now we've got COVID in the mix. The whole reason they tried to port it to old consoles is because COVID came out of nowhere. They were ready for release, but no one had the modern consoles to play it. So they very were like, okay, our shareholders are not going to be happy when only like 100 million, we only make like $10 million, right? Our shareholders are going to be mad. So what we've got to do is we've got to find a way to quickly put it on old consoles that people actually own, so they'll buy it. That was a fuck up. But it was because of COVID, and they were forced to, because otherwise shareholders were going to get upset.
And that's fucked, because I guarantee, even with the state Cyberpunk released in, it wasn't considered a failure. I bet all the stockholders looked at it like it was like a gold mine, because it made like $1 trillion billion, even though it was a complete fuck up.
Yep.
So
and
I bet they released it like that, and they were like, let's do that again next time.
Even more, every time a new update comes out for it, the player base, dude. So this time last year, when they released the big update that like fixed a lot of stuff, do you know the player base went from 2,000 to 100,000?
That's insane. That's like
active players.
No Man's
active
Sky
players.
level.
Yeah. So people own the game. They were just waiting for it. So why couldn't you fucking waited for it in the first place?
It's so weird that people
Here you
will
go, if
fucking
you're curious, by the way.
people
This
keep
search you
paying
can
for a
type counts
comeback
of
story.
Cyberpunk over and over again.
Like no one wants a good game anymore. They just want to. They
This
want
is
to
why-
own something that'll eventually be good. People want to invest in games. People don't want to.
And this is why I kind of agree with Devi. They shouldn't have released a trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 if they weren't ready to work on it. They
It was
should
a
have just
teaser,
shut
wasn't it?
up.
It was like a
It was a
4-second
teaser.
teaser or whatever.
Basically, it was like a
teaser that they
4-second teaser that
released
showed where it's going to be
5
held.
years ago.
Mhm.
They released a teaser 5 years ago, and they still haven't started full production yet.
But then on the flip side, play devil's advocate, sometimes it's just nice to know that it's still in the forefront of their mind. It's just we need to recognize that they're like, hey, just a heads up, we are going to work on this eventually. We haven't forgotten about it. We just want to do something else
Well,
first.
they're asking the most ADHD riddled generation, the most ADHD riddled media consumers in the world to be patient. Like,
Whose fault is that though?
I don't think it's mine. I wasn't. When I was choosing my stats page in the womb, I wasn't very smart at this.
But like, you know, because of the way our generation is and the new generation is, I don't think it's an older generation's. So that, remember, they grew up at a time where people weren't like this. Like, this is an old company. They've been around for what, like 2 decades, maybe more. And they're used to releasing games in a timely manner. Whereas these fucking ADHD riddled kids are like, we're gonna have everything now. Where is it? Where is it? Ubisoft releases every year. Where's yours? Where's yours? Where's yours? And it's like, dude,
By the way, we
games
haven't
take
talked
time to
about
make.
Ubisoft yet.
Yeah, I mean, phew.
Or Tencent.
So yeah,
I don't think we should talk about. That's sort of like talking about Walmart. It's just like
At
they
the
just
very
fucking.
least, I would like
release so
to
much
talk
shit.
about just how many.
Tencent's not
things
really a
they own.
developer.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah, but-
that's what. Oh, they again. Walmart does make some stuff. I'm trying to think of a better term then.
They're like Disney.
Disney makes stuff.
Disney makes stuff, but it's like
Let's watch a Disney Channel.
that's like talking about
movie.
Disney as a developer for video games just because their name has been attached to some games, you know? I don't think Tencent. Yeah, their name's attached to some games through a wild series of things. Like they're an umbrella company, and one of their, you know, daughter companies has a daughter company that has a daughter company that somewhat invests in this game. You know, I don't think they're worth talking about. Ubisoft, yeah, absolutely, but Tencent, it's just like, yeah, they're investors.
That's
Like,
fair. I just
okay, no.
looking at the list of things they've invested in is impressive. It's a long fucking list. That was the only thing I wanted to like. Most of them tend to be like 5% ownership in this, 5% like Ubisoft. They own 5% of Ubisoft, and then there's things like Epic Games that they own 40% in, which is huge. And then there's things like Riot Games that they own outright.
Mm-hmm.
And then
and you know what's crazy? Riot Games are a great publisher.
They slap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. They kind of don't miss, actually.
They don't miss. Yeah.
They kind of fuck it
what was
up.
that Ruined King game that no one ever talks about?
Considering I don't even know what you're talking about right now, it doesn't matter.
Bro, they released a card game on a whim, and the card game slapped.
Yeah.
Which card game?
Like, they released a League of Legends card game.
Runeterra.
Yeah, Legends of Runeterra. And it slapped. It was good. As someone who's played
It's
a lot
still
of card
very
games,
good. Yeah.
I played it on release, and I had a very good time. I found the broken cards right away and destroyed everybody all the way up to platinum. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at a fucking.
And then I gave up because I realized the player base was really shit at card games. So I was like, that's too easy.
I'm looking at a
Project
list.
L problem.
A lot of these are so like Riot just kind of. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but you remember about 3, maybe it was 4 years ago, Riot was talking about how they had like projects A through D or A through G. They were like, and then like Project A was Valorant, and then they came out with Legend of Runeterra, and then there was that Teamfight Tactics. I know people like a lot of like really like pop off games. How long do you think those were in development? Because they released them all within like 2-3 years. There was like pop.
Yeah.
Ages.
Long time.
So do you think that's the way to do it? Is like have a game that does a lot, like maybe that's what'll happen in a few years of Bethesda, where like in a few years they're gonna have like 4 games pop the fuck off.
Also, how do we know they're not working on Fallout on Elder Scrolls 6?
They said they're gonna wait until Starfield is released first.
I'm a
also
Nigerian prince, by the way, Devi.
I
said it, so it's gotta be true.
How people find out?
I trust the people at Bethesda making announcements more than I trust a Nigerian prince.
I would say here's something I'd say. I'll let you get yours in a second, Aaron. I would say that's probably just one of those things that they're just like, get off our backs, cunts. Like, just get off our back. Stop asking. We're not working on it right now. While secretly they've got people working on it.
So that being said, I have been involved in Overwatch League leaks for about 3 years, like because
I'm calling the police.
Not like that. Like I've just been really obsessed with looking it up. But so they originally released like campaign footage like 3 years ago, and the way a lot of people balance figuring out what is happening behind the scenes and not being too overly like espionage, like going into the company, is they look at what jobs are available. They look at what like active jobs, and if you look at a game and it's like lead character design artist, main lead character, and you're like, holy shit, like they are not even close to done or stuff like that. And if you look for the new Elder Scrolls games, all of that shit is filled. They have like no positions open whatsoever. So either that means they're doing what you said, where they're like fuck off or working on it in private, or they literally are not touching it until Starfield is out. And then they're going to start hiring people, because every time a big project like that starts, you got to hire new people. Out with the old and with the new is like what every single game developer does.
Yep. So this is one of the... What's that?
Fanny Mansett, the HR program manager at Bethesda Game Studios, was the one that said that it's still only in
yeah.
That name was goofy, I'm sorry.
But my point is that
Fanny.
they can say something like that and just it not be true.
That's fair. They could have lied about it, but
yeah,
I feel like that would be, I don't know. That seems
Such
like
a strange name.
seems like a weird lie. We know it's been 10 years. We haven't started on it yet.
But imagine if
worry.
the guys who did Cyberpunk just said that. They would have had less fucking pressure.
External pressure, sure.
Correct. So, and without that external pressure, they have an easier timeline to work on things at an appropriate rate. The only reason shareholders are getting antsy is because the public was getting antsy. The only reason the public was getting antsy is because they assumed that it had been getting worked on for 7 years. Now, when I say they're working on it, it doesn't mean they're all firing on all pistons. But the sheer fact that a concept has come out proves that they have, to a degree, worked on it.
I'm sorry, Jamie, did you put an H in the middle of assumed? Did I hear that right?
Assumed?
Assumed.
Assume. Interesting.
Assume.
Never heard that before.
Assumed.
It's like Sean
I think it's
Connery.
Australian.
Yeah, it's
Like-
definitely an Australian thing.
Either way,
Did you
I
guys
guess
say
I don't know. I'm gonna take
assumed?
that their HR people's word at face value for now, but I guess I shouldn't because they also lied about all of the the quality of products for the pre-purchase and special editions for their recent games. Like
Companies
76.
lie all the time as long as it benefits the product or sales. And I don't think lying about not working on it would benefit sales. So I'd have to assume it would benefit product.
Maybe. Time will tell.
But like
if
we're
alive
arguing
when
about
Elder
things we'll
Scrolls
never
6
know.
comes out.
Like
Yeah,
unless we have
exactly.
like insider info, it's all speculative, right? We either believe what they say on face value, which we've already discussed. Not everyone's fucking gonna say that shit on, like, you know, again, to bring up like No Man's Sky, they said they'd been working on that for ages. Look at all the shit that they said was gonna be in that game that wasn't in that game on release.
Yeah,
So,
I blame Sony
and
mostly for that.
they're looked at as a good company, right? So I
Wow.
can imagine a company like Bethesda would lie out their fucking ass. Anyway, I've absolutely loved this.
Yeah, it's been a fun one.
I really like these topics.
I
Also,
still
I like when we
publishers a
disagree.
lot,
I
especially
really
once
like when we
get
disagree.
into the games. Like once we narrowed down the discussion from Bethesda as a publisher to Skyrim is when I started being like,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I like-
honestly, I think my Bethesda as a publisher, I think I'm okay with. I think I'm more upset with their in-house development studio than the publishing. So
Okay.
Have we talked about Ubisoft?
no.
No.
Can you kick that off, Debbie?
Can I kick it off? Jamie's the one that chat's been like, when's Jamie gonna talk about Ubisoft?
Can you
I
kick
don't
that
have
What
off?
do you want me to say? They're the worst company that exists.
I only have one comment about
They
Ubisoft.
are malicious predators of women. They cover up sexual assaults. They release mediocre products year after year. They overmarket. They use predatory tactics in video games to trick people into spending more money after they've already spent money on the video game. Where do you want me to start?
That's a pretty
like-
good place.
The predatory tactics?
Yeah,
Like how they market a game to the average working class who
Okay,
knows
boom.
that.
right there. That's the publishing part, the marketing. Why do you feel like that's overdone?
Okay, so was it hard to find out about Far Cry 6?
No, I feel like that was fucking advertised everywhere.
Yeah.
I
Isn't
couldn't
that
go
funny?
anywhere without seeing it.
Would you say they put more money into marketing than they put into the game? Because I would.
I think they put most of the money into fucking whatever his name is. That Gus Springs,
Giancarlo,
bro.
is that-
God,
Yeah,
he's
but I would
such a
say
good fucking actor.
he's part of the marketing.
Yeah,
Right?
that
Oh,
guy
that's-
nailed
yeah,
it, yeah.
absolutely.
Because
He's
you could
on
have
fucking
you could have
everything.
cast anyone there. And what do they? He was in like what I think like he had an accumulative time in the game of like an hour.
That
You
was
saw
the
him in
only
the
good
game.
hour of the game.
Absolutely.
of that game, you saw him for maybe an hour, and yet he was on billboards, he was on TV ads, he was on buses, he was on fucking newspapers,
I mean, it was
he was on
smart.
everything. So everyone bought the game thinking we're gonna get this amazing fucking masterpiece out of Giancarlo Esposito, right? And what do we get? The shittest game of the year.
It was
Straight
pretty
up.
fucking bad.
It
Yeah.
was atrocious. I challenge anyone in chat right now to go play Far Cry 3 and then play Far Cry 6 and see how much of a fucking travesty that is. And
I
how
Anyone
much...
who
played-
wasn't here for it, Aravan and I did a co-op stream where we played through all of Far Cry 5 together. That game was kind of shit, but we had a great time. It was really fun, probably
was
just
very
because
funny.
of the way that we did it. And then afterward, I bought Far Cry 6 for both Aravan and I so that we could continue on and play it on stream.
That's my Christmas
And-
present.
Yeah, as a Christmas present. And then like 3 streams
Yeah, what a
in
fuck
for
you to
the
Aravan.
first time ever. I have never ever. We ended stream and before I even let Aravan say anything about how the stream went, I said, I don't want to play this game anymore. Can we stop?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the first time in my entire life I've rage quit a game.
Yep.
Because I've played thousands of hours of Overwatch, thousands of hours of Call of Duty, Battlefield, any competitive game you could think of. That was the first time I alt F4'd and deleted the game. Like that very moment, I was like, never playing that bullshit again. It was
So
Far
terrible.
Cry
bad,
6
man.
is the worst Far Cry.
It's not even just the worst Far Cry. It's one of the worst games in history.
Have you
Sorry, Far
played
Cry 3
Primal?
3 is the worst.
Have you played Primal?
Primal's great.
You like Primal?
Hmm.
I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, Far Cry 6
Not
is
enough
terrible.
guns for everyone.
I think
This guy gets
I think Primal was a brighter spot in a rough series.
It was definitely creative for them. I'll give them that.
It was an
Like, they
asset flip for
branched out.
$60.
It was a $60.
That's
full
what all
price
their
asset
games
flip,
are.
but-
Well, I mean, at
What were
least
you
use a different
expecting?
map. They just use the same map for Fallout 4.
They always do that. That's the same with Blood Dragon, and no one criticizes
Well, that was
that.
a DLC.
That
It
was a
wasn't a
DLC,
$6
yeah.
game.
It was $60.
Blood Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely
I think I
hate
got Blood Dragon for
those.
$5.
I'm pretty sure that it was a $60 release.
This peanut butter is too fucking heavy.
I'm
Look how
pretty
big this
certain.
thing
That's
is.
why I didn't buy it.
What the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
It's fucking huge.
I can't believe you're just eating that.
I can't either.
What do you
I don't
mean?
wanna Look at it.
Like just eating peanut butter.
Would you say that if I was eating peanuts?
Hey, I got
No?
you, homie. Don't even worry.
Same
Let's
shit.
fucking-
Is
Don't
it?
have anything to eat it
Yeah.
with.
Let me look at the ingredients. Peanuts.
That's like saying, like, oh, why are you just eating mayonnaise? Oh, well, I eat eggs.
No, there's literally peanuts. That's it. It's just peanuts in here. Oh, there's also some sugar.
There's not. Yeah, I was about to say a lot of sugar.
Let me see how many grams. 3 grams per 2 tablespoons. That's not too bad.
That's pretty bad. 2 tablespoons, 3 grams. That's a lot. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, dude. I'm a fat cunt. Listen, I'm not criticizing that. Why not just get a sandwich?
Please say that. Please say that combination of words again.
Not criticizing you. I'm just because I'm a
No.
fat cunt.
The cadence you say fat cunt is so fucking. Sorry, I didn't mean to take us.
That's fine. It's fine.
I cannot find an original price for Far
Yeah,
Cry 3 Blood
so
Dragon. The highest price
I
I've been able to
remember
find
it.
for is
It was at least so in Australia. It was at least full price, or maybe just a little bit less. But that's why I didn't buy it, because I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking play this. It's the same game, but just like different colors. They've always done that. It's the same thing with Primal for 4, and it's the same thing as New Dawn for 5. And
Can
you know
barely hear
what?
me.
They're gonna do the same fucking thing for 6.
Did my mic
Are you
get
gonna eat
quieter?
peanut butter with that?
Nah, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Quilby's yelling at me because I'm not eating the fucking peanut
That's
butter with a
'cause
knife.
Quilby's a terrorist. We don't
Look at this
listen
shit.
to Quilby, alright? It's fine.
You don't listen to Quilby?
No,
I
not
listen
at
to
all.
Quilby. I got you
There.
back, Quilby.
Oh my
Peanut butter
god.
on a knife. You happy?
I can't wait until at least
Thanks
it
for
comes TOS when you
Haven't,
accidentally slice your face or something like
I
that.
guess I
I'm
could use this
fine.
like Nintendo like Joy-Con thing. Like I could use this scoop up.
Gavy's
peanut butter.
sweating bullets right now.
Sorry, I was looking at my
No, you're
audio
fine, you're
levels. I
fine.
wasn't even listening for a second.
No, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah, it's like they've done the same shit. I wouldn't like of
I am a
of
little
all
bit.
their little fucking asset flips.
Yeah, I
Primal's
agree.
The
They-
least bad.
If you look at like Blood Dragon in that context, yeah, Primal's pretty good. I have a bad memory of it because I had a similar situation with Dead Space 3 where I pre-ordered it with my little, I was like 12 or 14 or whatever, so I had no
That one let me
fucking
down
money.
as well, man.
So when you save up, when you're like 14 and you're saving
Mhm.
up birthday money,
Choose some
all this,
game.
and then you pre-order something, you like expect it to be the game you play for the next year, like the next
Mhm.
Battlefield. But then when you play it, it's like a 6-hour experience, and you spent like all of your birthday money on it. It's just like, so that's the reason.
It's a bummer.
Really why I hate
Huge
it. Yeah.
bummer.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I
it's not
was-
that bad of a game, I
I
just had a bad experience.
I was like 15 years old. I was working like after school.
Fork?
I was working like long hours, and I like saved up my paychecks and I bought this game, which is Dead Space 3, and I started playing it, and I was like, God, this is trash. This is super trash. This is soured the entire franchise for me right now.
I like what it did conceptually for like co-op games. I think that it was really creative in its usage of how like both players experienced the
one.
game slightly differently, but it wasn't enough to carry how
But
bad
they
the
weren't
base
even
game
fresh
was.
to that. Gears of War is already doing
That's
that.
true,
Like
actually, good point.
conceptually, they weren't even new.
Yep.
They were just taking a format that had already been done and doing it worse. And this is from a Dead Space enjoyer, by the way. I love me some fucking Dead
You
Space.
played
the
you, saw,
remake?
you saw me cheesing over the new game, Aravan.
Yeah,
I was like
I've
sitting there
never-
like a giddy little kid.
I didn't expect you to like that game that much, because I was such a big fan of
Mhm.
it, and you hate games I like. But like, you fucking love that shit.
Yeah, bro, Dead Space was the game that I played as a kid. I was like, yo, horror games are lit, dude. I'm gonna turn off my lights. I'm gonna fucking play this shit, dude. It was sick.
I like how there's two different versions of the podcast going on, and now where me and Aaron Van are just eating peanut butter, and y'all are just like doing your thing.
I'm in both
Yeah.
versions.
I ate before stream.
I've been completely focused on the peanut butter.
And then there's Debbie who's just like, is
Lost
my
the
mic
sauce.
working, guys?
Yeah,
Is
am
my
I
mic
here?
working?
Hello?
Hello? Can I be
For my
heard?
the last month and a half, every time I crave something sweet, I have a little bit of peanut butter. I've lost 15 pounds in 2 months.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So
Wow.
this really well. I feel like I look better.
Do you know what I've been doing?
Look, you
What's that?
always looked good to me, so you know.
So whenever I'm craving sugar now, I've got a mini fridge next to me, and I've been buying like sugarless energy drinks,
Okay.
and I've been dropping weight like crazy as well.
W.
No, I put on some weight at the moment because after the subathon ended, I just went like, I'm not moving. I am going to relax,
That's how I
and
did
so I
my
just started eating
vacation.
takeout like a nutter.
I like takeout is too good. I've limited myself to once a week, and it's been really it's been fine since then.
Yeah.
Same.
Nah,
Like,
but
why-
yeah, fuck Ubisoft,
five
dude.
pizzas
Fuck
at
everything
once, like,
Ubisoft's
see it all
about. They're just the worst, man.
I've finally been
fucking
able
hate
to quantify my frustrations with Assassin's Creed, because I want to say blanket statement Assassin's Creed is dog shit, but some of the games, they're not that bad. However, I think the problem for me is I feel like at some point, and I want to say it was around Unity, after Unity, maybe even kind of starting with Unity, it felt like every Assassin's Creed game was like we talked about with Bethesda wanting to just make a different game. It felt like they just wanted to make something else, but Assassin's Creed was so successful, they just tack Assassin's Creed onto the front of it and it makes it sell more.
That's what Black Flag was.
Exactly. Black Flag
Mhm,
was
mhm.
not Assassin's Creed, and that's why
Right.
it's the best Assassin's
Should've
Creed
made a
game.
One
I've got to
Piece
go.
Assassin's
I've got to go
Creed
back to
game.
Black Flag, but I was unironically enjoying my time when I was playing that.
Mhm.
The naval combat, wild fun.
I've heard
it's
great
almost-
things about.
Almost better than Sea of Thieves, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard it's amazing. I've heard that the Viking one was kind of mid, but I've heard that Odyssey is like
Vikings was-
incredible if you like that style of RPG. It's just if you go into it expecting it to be an Assassin's Creed game, it's not. It's just not
It's-
that game
okay.
anymore.
So this is where I want to talk about the predatory behavior of Ubisoft.
Mm.
So, and this started in Odyssey. The time saver packs.
Yeah, all the microtransactions in
There
single
it
player
is.
games are
So what they
vile.
did is when they made this new style of RPG, they gave everyone a level. And to be able to even do damage to someone, you have to be at a comparative level. Right? Now, what did they do to grind their game to a halt? They used the leveling system to gate progression. Then what was what's the one kind of person that would hurt? People that don't have tons of time to play the game.
True.
Who are the people that don't have tons of time to play the game? The working,
people
class.
with money that buy the fucking progression system.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I feel like we
Mm.
blame the consumers for this one. If they don't buy it, they'll stop doing it.
Yep. I agree. I agree.
So
However,
On the
I
same note,
think the very idea of quote unquote time saver bundles. Now, I would agree, right, that you can blame the consumer for buying it. However, making it necessary to buy it to begin with, that's where
A
it's
plague
fucked
on
up.
gaming. Yep.
That's fucked up. And you know the other company that doesn't cop enough flack and they did the exact same shit? No one talks about them. They are fucking terrible. They're the cunts that fired Johnny Depp before finding out what the actual shit was. It's Warner Brothers.
Mm.
Warner Brothers are fucking scumbag shit fucks, dude.
old
Yeesh.
media. They're like classic old media.
Mhm.
Yep. They are motherfuckers. Fuck Warner Brothers. So they had no, seriously, fuck them. Fuck everything they do. So they have one of the greatest gaming systems of all time locked behind a patent and they refuse to do fucking anything with it. It's the Nemesis system from fucking Shadow of War and Mordor.
Yeah.
And they refuse to do anything with it. They will not release the
You
patent.
can patent game systems?
Yeah, that's why. Okay,
Let
so
me
you remember loading? You remember loading screens used to have
I
mini
was about
games,
to
but
bring
only in
this
certain
up.
games. Remember? So Capcom. This is another shitty thing that Capcom did. Capcom patented mini games and loading screens.
So you can't do it anymore, yeah.
Yep, and that is a 70-year patent.
So that thing that the thing that Skyrim does, where you can kind of like spin whatever's in the menu, where you can spin that doesn't count. That's fine.
As long as it's not a game with a point system or something attached to it.
Holy shit! You
Yo,
can patent games.
you can. This is what I was talking about with Star Citizen. This is why Star Citizen is different, because they patent shit and then they sell it out. Then they use those patent sales to go, hey, by the way,
They were doing
stockholders.
like assets, like selling on
Nope.
Unity, like
No,
on
they're
the
making
Unreal
money off
Store
of it.
and whatnot.
They're making
Yeah,
they're
stonks off that
patenting
shit.
Was it Capcom
they're
or
making
Bandai
stonks off
Namco that did the
Was
whole
it
thing with
was it
loading
not
screens?
Capcom?
I thought it was Bandai Namco.
I think that's so.
Someone
I-
correct
you
me if
can-
it's true, but
Yeah, I'm
someone
not
did it.
100% sure. If someone
It was a Japanese company.
us, yeah.
That's so fucked that they're patenting it and they're not even selling it out. They're literally
Nope.
just gatekeeping it.
Warner Brothers are holding it under lock and key.
It was
So a
Bandai,
couple of
okay.
people, someone
Wow.
thinking you
Thanks,
just said
Abby.
Nemesis system. If you've never played Shadow of War or Mordor, you're not going to understand. But basically what it is it creates a chain of command of AI, right? In that chain of command, there's generals, commanders, like all the way down to just grunts. What you can do is you can you can fight a grunt, and then you can take command of them, right? And then you can use that grunt to work the way up through the system of ranks. And then all of a sudden you have a general under your command who you can use to cause dismay through the ranks. Or what you do is you can kill someone, like let's say you kill a grunt, right? He can come back later in the game with like half his face carved off, and he's got like a new title, but because of the trials and tribulations he's been through since you fought him, he's actually gone up ranks, and now he has a fear of dogs because you killed him by using a dog. It's so sick. It is
That's
one of
so
the
really
coolest
cool
systems in the video
Yeah,
game.
really cool.
Dude, you gotta play the Shadow
The
games.
problem-
They're so sick.
My opinion of the problem is the first game utilized that system incredibly well, and it was super cool. The second game made the whole game that system, and it got old really fucking fast, in my
Do you
opinion.
know why?
I don't.
I'm about to fucking
Oh,
fire.
microtransactions, that's why.
Microtransactions,
Yeah.
baby! You know what they did? They went, this is... Okay,
Sorry, I just
so,
want to be a hype man.
you know, I'm like the conspiracy theorist. You know that picture of Charlie in the news, in the fucking, from Always Sunny, where he's got like all the paper on the wall, he's like
Yeah.
connecting the dots? That's me right now. So what happened was, and this is where Ubisoft got it from, they realized that what they could do is they could gate progression behind their game by making it, you had to get certain ranks of characters up to a certain level. So you had to be like, you had to control a commander to do this mission, right? What's the easiest way to do that? Well,
Right.
you control a grunt and level them up. But they made that very hard. They made that take a long time. The mid game is full of bloat. The start and the finish of that game, great. The middle of the game is bloated. Do you know what they
So-
did to resolve that? Loot boxes, baby. You can get commanders and loot boxes.
I actually commented on this earlier, but not specific enough, I don't think. But I'm glad that we got here, because this exact issue of game developers making their games worse so that you will buy microtransactions is what I was thinking of when I brought up earlier. I
Mobile
briefly
games?
said that games are slowly moving towards mobile games.
Yeah,
Any
it's
game that has microtransactions, the mobile game that you download is shit unless you pay for it. That's how games are starting to be too. You just have
It's
to,
literally how Roblox functions.
yeah, true.
Of child labor too.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's even worse.
Chunk going,
Meanwhile, people want loot boxes.
Hey, what do you
brought
think
back
of
to
child
Overwatch
labor,
2.
Chunk?
You know
Man,
that
saying kids play Minecraft all the time. That means they crave the mines. We should send them back. All right. That's,
Yeah,
that means
yeah.
it's a hot
Hey, you
attack.
want to play
Go for it.
Minecraft in real world, dude? Jay, I've got a coal mine for you, brother.
you know
I'll give you a diamond if you work
that
hard enough.
commander system you guys are talking about. I would love to see that in a Mass Effect game.
True.
That'd be cool as hell.
You won't, though.
On the comment of meanwhile
why?
people
'Cause it
want
got
loot
50
boxes
years
back to
before that's
Overwatch 2,
released.
I think that's an interesting point to bring up, because impressively, but Activision Blizzard managed to make a system that was so fucking predatory that loot boxes seemed like a godsend. Like it's that bad in Overwatch 2 right now that loot boxes were good compared to what we have
People are
now.
begging for loot boxes back, which is crazy.
I don't get why. You just
Because
spend money. Like what?
People want
not everyone has money, man.
People want to like
That's a
progress
lie.
in a game. People want a progression system of some kind, even if it's just cosmetics. And
It's not a
Overwatch
lie, brother.
only has a ranking system, or you play for nothing. That's all it is.
Well,
you
you get
play
stuff
and
in the
get
Battle Pass
nothing
for
out
free.
of it.
You just
True.
don't get much.
There's a
Not
lot of
enough.
people in America, man, who are working 2 jobs and living bottom line.
Yeah, those same fucking people are spending $80 per Valorant skin and not complaining.
No, they're not. I know. I
Maybe
can.
they
There are
should
people in my
stop getting
community,
coffee on the
bro,
way
who
to
are
work.
working 2 jobs, 40 hours a week, and barely managing to support their child. It's predatory because
Because
they created a culture around skins that, like, you know, it's like, oh, this guy doesn't have a skin, he's gonna be shit. Fortnite started this. It's if you don't have a skin, you're the default kid that's probably bad at the game, and everyone's gonna pick on you for being default, right? And
Sure, got bullied
that's
by
where this
12-year-olds.
predatory shit's coming.
That's
Do
so
I think
lame.
adults should be better at knowing not to care? Yes.
I literally
But-
use the default Overwatch 1 skin on every single character in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically because I don't give a shit about the game is not about skins. So like I don't give a
Agree.
fuck. Like I just don't
And I
care.
don't think skins are the biggest culprit in the world. I don't.
Yeah,
I think
no.
skins
cosmetics, I don't care about. It's really
Yeah, I
when it
don't.
affects
I'm
gameplay.
just-
is when I care.
I'm just proposing why some
Yeah.
people view them as
It
an
doesn't affect gameplay though. That's what confuses me.
in some instances it has. League of Legends had some skins that
I'm
affected
talking
gameplay.
specifically about Overwatch. I can
Oh,
absolutely see it affecting other games.
There are some
Mhm.
like there's a couple Reinhardt skins that give you a disadvantage just because they make your head easier to aim at. But,
Exactly. They skins only give you a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So there was a skin for Blitzcrank in League of Legends that they had to rework because the hook extended past the actual skin texture, and so it was deceiving as to whether you would be able to dodge it or not. It was banned from competitive play.
There was also a Lux skin that like sometimes she would throw out an ability that you just couldn't see the AoE of because it was
Yep.
like basically clear and blended in with the ground. So you would just step on it on accident or couldn't see when you were fully
It's
out.
what they
and you'd
do.
get hit by it anyway.
So
Every
what
now and
game-
then they release a skin like that on purpose to sell
But,
it,
like-
and then they patch it later.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a horrible thing on its own. But I'm speaking specifically about people who make skins just to make a different color, like just to make it something simple. Something
I
like
agree.
Apex,
I don't
something
think
like
there's an
Overwatch.
issue with that.
So like, what makes consumers think they have the right to put a price on what something's worth?
Complete and utter
Like, why do people get pissed
Uh,
off at skins $30? Like,
entitlement.
like it,
It's
buy it.
entitlement. It's entitlement.
yeah, I think it is entitlement. Because like, why do people get pissed at a skin? That skin's $20. I had to pay $20. Yes, it's a cosmetic. You don't need it. You like it and you want it, so buy it. Like,
Also, you got to understand that an artist worked really hard on those stuff. Like,
yeah, it's not
it's
like
up to
people are
them
just
to decide.
recoloring
what they-
shit.
It's up to them to decide what they charge. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Fuck off. Like, I agree with you, Aaron. I'm just promoting the argument.
I've been dealing with this same argument for like 4 months
have
now.
too.
Of people being like, it's too expensive. Like, the skins are too expensive. It's like, don't buy them then. If you don't like them, then don't buy them. But if you do like them,
Also, the
and
battle pass is ridiculously cheap.
it's $10.
It's super cheap, and you get the best skins are in the battle pass. Let's be honest.
Yeah, a lot of like really good. I don't know. I just don't get that.
I like
hate
the
on
battle
prices.
pass. I think I would honestly rather convert every single option that I get out of the battle pass into credits. I would rather just get a fuck ton of credits and out
Then
of
you can
out of
choose what you
playing
get? Yeah.
and choose what I get. Yeah.
That's what
But-
Fortnite does.
Yep.
That's a cool
Fortnite does a mix. Fortnite does you get the points back for the battle pass. So if you buy the battle pass, eventually after you finish the battle pass, they give you that amount of coins back in credit.
Oh.
So if you pay 1,500 V-Bucks for the battle pass, if you complete the battle pass, you'll have 1,500,
Oh,
which
yeah,
you can
yeah,
choose
lots
then
of
to
games
use
do
on the
that
next
these
battle
days.
pass. Or if you've already got income and you could buy the next battle pass off your own paycheck, you can just use that 1,500 to put it towards another skin. So you're getting all the shit out the battle pass and another skin. If that isn't worth it, I don't know what is. I fundamentally disagree with the complaints of battle passes and other like skins that don't affect gameplay. I do not understand people's complaints about them. I think you're entitled if you bitch about it. That's just my 2 cents. People are gonna disagree. I don't care.
I will disagree
Go for it.
exclusively for one reason, and it's the same thing that we disagreed on before. I am also someone who doesn't drop money to buy skins in games most times. It's very rare that I will. Usually it's a game I just want to support, so I'm like, yeah, I'll give money to this. But there are games like Valorant that have skins that I think are just unreasonably priced, and even though I am not going to buy them, I still think that it's predatory to even ask that of a consumer that's playing your game, because like $90 for a gun skin is...
Why is it predatory?
Because there are some people who can't resist
to
that.
be a predator, you have to prey. Right? So what are they preying on?
Let's use Call of Duty as an example. In Call of Duty, it has been revealed that they created a matchmaking system that would put new players into lobbies with people who have skins to make those players want the skins. And then whenever players bought a skin, they're put into a different queue with people who don't have skins so that they feel good about their purchase.
So
I can see that being predatory.
basically, what you're saying is,
And that's the one that we know about. is, I guess,
schools
the
that
other thing.
don't have uniforms are predatory.
That's word for word exactly what I said, actually. I think.
I mean, that's just what you're saying. Like if everyone's not using the same thing, if someone sees something else they like and they can't resist the urge to buy it, then that's their fault.
It's generally in a way that it's presented to someone. I think a school having a uniform is obviously a requirement. People being allowed
yeah, but
to
if
buy
you're
what they want,
flaunting
yeah.
your new Jordan,
Okay.
like
Can
that's the same thing.
can I respond to something that just got said in chat and I think is really important?
Sure.
So Liz just said, and this is for the podcast viewers, Jamie just explained why I will never buy Fortnite's Battle Pass. I can't stand the idea of a free game, then not providing the content that I want, and then I have to pay for. How do you think they make money? Where? How do you think the game's free? If anyone could provide an answer, I'll be waiting to hear it. You are getting
Sponsorships. They have a
you are getting
Coca-Cola skin.
exactly what you wanted, which is what's my issue with Sims 4
That
then?
one's not free.
That's not free. You have to pay. Oh no, now you don't have to pay for Sims 4. It's a free game now. And
Fortnite wasn't free when
while
it
it
came out,
is
was it?
free, if it's
Just
a
price.
free game now, sure, that's fine.
I didn't know we had an issue with Sims 4. I thought it was just expensive.
I was bringing up Sims 4 before because it is expensive. I don't actually have a problem with, they can charge what they want for expansions. What I have a problem with is when they cut content out of the game. They're not cutting content out of Fortnite. They're making new content for Fortnite. That's a difference. It's a
I
fundamental
would argue
difference.
that Fortnite has some of the best skins in the industry. Like they're like the gold
Agreed.
standard.
They had a Goku.
Aside from Wait Shop.
They added Goku. Speaking of which, today they're adding One Punch Man to fucking
Yeah,
Overwatch.
it's dope.
Oh shit.
I'm hype. I might.
Oh, I
actually
forgot
buy
about
a
that. The
skin.
Doomfist skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Sick.
but Sims 4 never used to be free. The Sims 4 base game wasn't free. You had to pay for it originally. Now it is, which I think brings up another issue, is that the people who paid for Sims kind of get screwed. But I mean, that's what you get for buying it early, I guess. But if it is a free game and they're not cutting content out, but that's the thing, is Sims does. Sims has had those products in the game before. Now they remove them so they can sell them later. That's the difference. Is they're removing content that used to be in the game for free in order to sell it for a marked up price. That's where the difference lies. Whereas Fortnite is a free game. You can play the full game for free. You never have to spend a cent and you can get the exact same experience, except for the fact that you don't have the Ariana Grande skin. Right? But you can still play the game. You're not, you know, they're not releasing like the DLC, which means only people who have the DLC can use assault rifles. That's the difference, in my opinion.
I think
So-
a company that is a good example of both of these things. There's a company that releases skins that are fine, and then they also will occasionally release things that I think give you an unfair advantage for paying for them. Is Gaijin. It's not a publisher; it's a developer, but they made War Thunder, They're currently making Enlisted, and they made a couple other things, but
You're so right. War Thunder and do they make World of Warships too?
I don't think that's the same company. They have a ship game.
That
in War
company
Thunder.
too, like World of Warships and World of Tank. That both those I know exactly what you're talking about.
So my big problem with War Thunder, I'm probably gonna stream War Thunder soon, by the way, Chad, because I've got into that game lately. But my problem is one specific cosmetic that is exclusively purchased with real life money, and it is like a bush, and you can put that bush anywhere on your tank that you want. So you can like blend in with the terrain very easily by just buying a bush and putting it on the front of your tank. And it's so fucking annoying. If you could earn that somehow, like max level on a tank, you can get that cosmetic. I'd be fine with that. But that one doesn't feel like a cosmetic. That one
Is it like
feels
a
like an
one-use?
unfair advantage. No, it's not a one use. It's you buy it and you can put it on any tank.
Oh,
Yeah, that kind of shit's a bit shady.
Just
So that
don't
would be
put
another
that in
example
game.
of a company withholding a game mechanic in essence behind a real paywall that I don't approve of that decision.
No.
Like a lot of people thought with the I don't know if anyone here has seen the new McCree skin where it makes your head invisible.
I
A
have.
lot of people thought that would be
Oh
like
yeah.
a big issue, but from the enemy's perspective, you're still red outlined and
Yeah.
your hat it like still is hitbox. So it doesn't really change anything. But like the bush thing, that's just like I don't know if you'd call that morally wrong. I feel like that's like is pay to win illegal?
No, but it's shitty.
No, right? Like if I want to release a game and everyone has an AK-47, but I release like a minigun for $1,000, like that's legal, right?
It is legal, but it's
Yeah,
shitty.
legally, yeah, you can do it.
doing
Morally,
I'm
this is
making
where we get back to the
$1,000.
moral decision of should a company be allowed to do this thing?
Yeah, no, that's yeah, and there's a fine line to tread. But this is where the court of public opinion takes precedent.
Mm.
There's two types of courts. There's a legal court and there's a moral court. And if a company does too many immoral things, people are just gonna drop them.
Not true. Game Freak's still making games.
I don't
Yeah,
think Game
and who
Freak's
makes
immoral.
2K?
Game Freak's making all the
Who
Pokemon
makes
games.
FIFA?
Oh,
Did you just ask
true.
who makes 2K?
I meant the
I
basketball
think you
game,
meant
but I know
NBA.
the
Yeah,
answer is the
yeah.
question as
No,
well.
that's a
Yeah.
valid question.
That's-
Who made 2K?
There's a reason it's
Which one
called
of you?
2K. I buy 2K. So does Ugly Sailor. I'm ratting him
I
out.
thought it was called 2K because
I saw you playing it the other day. I thought about talking shit, but I played it like the day before, so I wasn't gonna say anything.
Wait, we gotta verse each other sometime.
Also, sorry, I wasn't trying to say that
No, it
Game
doesn't
Freak is
bite them,
immoral.
though.
I was trying to say that the court of public opinion obviously doesn't matter because even if someone does, makes a bad game repeatedly, people will still buy it.
It depends if there's competition. NBA doesn't have competition. FIFA doesn't have competition. I guess FIFA has more competition than NBA does, but there's
There's
still-
not a lot. Yeah,
there's not a
It
lot,
is
but there
weird,
is
there's,
more.
like, none.
2K owns
Yeah, because-
sports.
Because the licenses are locked up. They pay for the license, and they have a contract that says they'll be the only ones to have that license. People have tried to compete with NBA 2K, but they made an even shittier product. So, can you?
What was that one
know-
game called that was like a? It was like a Smash Bros remake with SpongeBob and Shaggy in it.
Multiverse.
All Stars.
No,
Nickelodeon
yeah,
All-Stars.
All-Stars.
Wait,
okay.
All Stars?
Yeah, there was another one before that, before
Oh.
Multiverses.
So that game is obviously just ripping off Smash Bros, right?
Mhm.
And it didn't do as well because the gameplay wasn't as good. But I
Mhm.
feel like it's kind of hard to fuck up soccer, or football, whatever you want to call it.
Soccer. Let's be honest, it's soccer.
And soccer. Like, how do
It's
you
too
mess up?
confusing now because Americans are dumb, so it has to be soccer.
Like I don't know how do like that just feels so easy to me. Like,
Well,
like
we call
you-
it soccer in Australia as well,
Oh, okay.
Wait,
which is funny
what?
because we have a large amount of people who are English who live in Australia who get really salty at it.
Yeah, weren't you
It
guys
was
into
like-
the Queen like a second ago?
No, it's so funny because Australians don't give a fuck about the Queen.
Oh, just
We
no one does
pretty
anymore.
much function as a republic, but we're not. Our ties to the UK are just the dollar. That's it.
You guys are an island nation, basically,
Mm-hmm.
or
we
literally. I
pretty
guess.
much function on our own, except for the fact that we have the Union Jack and our flag. That's it.
Earlier, someone in chat, I think it was Forgotten Dreamer, was complaining about the. I wanted to bring this up because this is a message I meant to bring up earlier before we end. They mentioned that selling the new Legend of Zelda game at $70 was asinine. It was ridiculous, is what they said. I just want to posit that I'm pretty sure that person also bought Scarlet or Violet for $60. And when you compare those two games side by side and think that one of those is okay at 60 and the other ones are not okay at 70, like even if it's not just Dreamer, I don't want to like target them, but there's so many people that bought Scarlet or Violet for $60 and then will look at a game that looks and probably will perform 20 times better for $10 more.
Can I show you something?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay. I saved this for this exact question because I knew it would come
Yeah,
up.
I didn't mean to call you out on that, Dreamer. I
No.
think I phrased it to sound like that.
No. Have a look at this.
Okay. Where am I looking?
Yeah,
so
but $70
we can all see. Where is it? That is a Capcom title, like, right?
Is it?
That's
X.
So that's an extraordinary video games choices, right? With Capcom titles listed. Okay. What's that price say?
$69.99. Nice.
Nice.
That's a US catalog. Games have gone down in price since that time. Now they're going up and people are bitching. While there's a huge amount of work that is now put into video games. You can't go, we don't want microtransactions, but we also don't want the cost of games to go up. What do you want?
You also can't blame the games industry for inflation. That's like,
Yeah.
I don't
Dude,
even know that it's inflation.
It's
It's just
such
they
an
cost more to
entitled
make, yeah.
argument. It's such an entitled argument. It's so dumb.
like imagine, unironically,
Yeah, of course, if we
buying
wanted it,
Pokemon Arceus and then Red Dead Redemption 2 for the same price and thinking they're of the same quality.
I know. And this is the thing, right? This is the thing. You don't get to dictate what somebody else is okay, if you went to an artist and you said, I would like to commission some art, and they said, that's fine, that'll be $100. Then they give you the art and you look at it and go, I think I deserve 70% of my money back. You would be the biggest scumbag in the world. Yet we don't apply that same thing to video games. Why?
I think we do. I just do 100% of my money back.
All the tickets to the movie have cost the same for the last 100 years.
The reason I say it like that, CB, is because it's a more grounded understanding of like this argument. You don't get to dictate what somebody else believes their work is worth. You don't get that. You want that? Make your own fucking game. It's super annoying when people bitch about that shit, especially when they get on the bandwagon of shitting on like skins and stuff, which developers literally use to cover the costs of the inflation and the amount of work that they have to put into a video game to make. Okay, let's be honest. There are some games that have less effort in it. Sure. If you don't like it, don't buy those games. That's fine. You're allowed to not do that. You're allowed to not spend money on a video game. But what you're not allowed to do is dictate what somebody else believes their work is worth.
God, like imagine you're working on like a beautiful skin for like a character you love making, like I love working on. And you work on for like months and months. It goes through R&D, it goes through 3D, lighting, rendering. They use it on every single map. You get 400 people, you pay them each $100 to make sure that it works on all those maps. And then someone wants you to sell for $2.
Yeah, what a fucking joke.
What a fucking joke. I just went and saw Cocaine Bear in theaters a few hours ago, about 5 hours ago. I saw a movie called
This has nothing to do with the argument. He just wanted to let people know.
He just really needed. Guys, great movie. Go watch it. Not in theaters right now.
Fucking sucks. That movie was terrible, and it had a budget of like $2 million. The weekend beforehand, I paid the exact same price for a ticket to see the new Ant-Man. The movie's like $200 million. It's pretty good, but like those tickets are the same price.
Yeah.
Like a standard is a standard for a reason, and I think that a $10 increase because of increase of effort and increase of like of inflation and whatnot is fucking weird to be freaked out about. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, honestly. That's my biggest surprise about it.
CV, that was fast, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was really fast. It was funny. I want to bring up one final question for everyone, which is the opposite of what Jamie did earlier. I want to know everyone's least trusted publishers after this discussion.
Bethesda.
How the fuck dare you come at me? Let's go. Mud wrestling, dicks out. First one to
Already
infect the
done.
other wins.
Already been out this entire time and
Can I
nobody's
walk?
noticed.
Yeah, can we stream that?
By the way, Nick Cage pants,
Not on
baby.
Oh my god. Hey, there
You
was
say
there
no.
was like the first ever live stream was like a live streamed television show about some naked Japanese guy living in an apartment, and they had
yeah,
people manually censoring him. Yeah, they had people
Nasubi.
manually censoring
I
his dick.
watched that.
That
whole thing. It was
is-
insane.
So if you
Fucked up
guys
that
are willing to
story.
mud wrestle, I'll do
Yeah.
the manual censoring and
Hey,
We don't
that's
want
cool.
manual censoring.
Yeah,
We're gonna
we're
go- we're gonna go to
This is
kick.
going.
Evidently,
Oh, I was
anything
gonna-
goes over there.
Hey, true. What was it? Aiden said it's like I could jerk off in front of my viewers and it'd be fine.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
What
mine's
insane-
also Ubisoft.
yeah.
I don't
Ubisoft
think-
can go fuck
I
themselves.
don't think I have a least trusted
Bro,
because
you're
I've,
not gonna
I've
just.
They're
thoroughly
all on my shit
enjoyed.
list.
Because I'm looking at all these, and I've thoroughly enjoyed games from every one of these companies.
Yeah, but which one do you trust the least to release a banger? Surely there's one on this one on
It
that
doesn't.
list.
It like doesn't matter for me as much because I
Yeah, but,
have
like,
fun with
personally,
shit
you could-
games.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm
but you
changing
can say
mine to EA.
Annapurna.
I'm changing mine to
And
EA.
you literally said it before. You said Annapurna's never released a game that interests you. So wouldn't
Yeah, I
Annapurna
guess-
be on that list?
It's weird because like, is this a subjective? Like, is this a they
Yeah,
will
this is
they will
purely
release a
subjective
game
for you.
purely subjective of just if I will like the game. That is it. That is the end
Yeah.
of the.
No. If what company
Or-
is least likely to impress you with the title?
Or which one
Probably
has to
Square
work
Enix.
harder? Square Enix.
Square Enix.
Okay.
Square Enix has to make a essentially perfect game, and there has to be a gun in the game.
At least
Yeah.
one. Maybe my character doesn't have it, but at
I
least
think it's because
one.
every
I mean-
every
I mean,
Square Enix game I've played has felt like it wasn't made for someone like me.
Final Fantasy 13 has a dude that uses guns.
Yeah, like
Final
I'm looking at
Fantasy
these games.
Final
There's a lot of-
Fantasy
there's a lot of-
Guns are also swords.
You don't
Same with
aim
13.
them, though, so
Same with
Airman won't like
13.
it.
Oh, is it the same thing?
Lightning uses a gunblade as well.
But you don't aim
Oh,
those
One of the
guns.
guns.
upgraded
Right,
weapons
right.
she can get is literally Squall's sword.
I fucking
is all
hated that game, but
pointless.
I need to give it another shot. Maybe it's just bias.
Airvan doesn't care because you can't aim those.
True.
I mean, that's fine. You don't have to aim a gun. I play soldier, but like I don't know.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm looking at these games. I don't
Um,
like any of them. Square Enix for sure.
We
Yeah.
have a couple of other important things to do that aren't technically podcast related. I'm
Oh,
going to
bye-
full
bye,
screen
Tom.
Jamie. And Jamie
Hello.
has something
Oh,
to make
fuck.
up to his community tonight.
damn it, dude. Alright, let me get it.
So for those of you who are uninformed, I only know half the story, but from my understanding, something was wrong with Stream Elements, and Jamie's wheel spins on his Twitch stream over at twitch.tv/PoppyEric weren't working properly or something along those lines, so he owes his community a dab of some very, very spicy hot
These
sauce.
motherfuckers. If I say
Sauce.
something 5 years ago, they remember it.
You should take that as a compliment.
Stop saying it, silly.
They've been on me to hurry up and buy a Mario and Peach outfit for me and Tom to go have a live stream dinner with. I made that deal 3 years ago. COVID fucked it because of closing all the restaurants, so we shelved it, and I forgot about it. And then someone came in and was like, now that COVID's over, you're gonna do the Mario Peach outfit stream? I'm like, how the fuck do you remember that?
Do you want to know something that I'm going to do for my community at an undisclosed time that happened while I was away?
Ban them all?
He's gone.
Stream?
I
Oh, he's back with it.
came back home, and sitting on my desk is a maid costume.
This man said he was done with being a VTuber. Did you put it in your mouth already?
No, yeah, hang on 1 second.
Oh.
I fucked up.
For
There we go.
everyone on Spotify, we'll just try to get Jamie to talk as much about his experience so that you can experience it vicariously.
And if he can't talk, I'll
Okay.
give an audio description.
So right now I have Mad Dog 357, this camera here.
He holds up a bottle.
It's 357,000 Scovilles of heat. Scovilles are kind of an arbitrary number because it's a subjective thing.
He mansplains.
What I can say, what I can say is it's fucking hot. It's very hot. It's usually like rank number 7 on most of the Hot Ones episodes. And I'm now pouring it onto a spoon.
He pours it onto a spoon. I love that hat, by the way.
Thanks, man. This is Iceland Kills Match.
I know.
My favorite band.
I could read.
No, you can't. Don't lie to me. You're from
Yeah, you're right.
America.
True.
Yeah, he's right.
Okay, here it is. As everyone can see. There's a nice little dab on there.
And you bite the
He
spoon,
has
so I
put
know
hot
you're
sauce
scraping
into a
it in.
spoon.
Absolutely. I just chewed it. I'll
I wanna
scratch
hear
my
the noise.
teeth along it. And I go
Yeah, good for this thing.
like that. And just like everyone in chat's going to be like, I'm in. All right.
He takes a bite.
Ooh, that sound.
It's in. He's cringing.
Fuck, that's hot.
Can you walk us through it?
He looks like me when I enjoy rap.
Fuck, that's hot.
Oh,
God.
man. Oh man.
Oh, God. Okay.
How do I describe these faces?
I swallowed too fast and
purposes.
it's gone down my throat. So there's like a lot of burning in my throat right now.
It's interesting
It's
because
very
like,
hot.
what
Could
is,
you
he
compare
has like
the-
dimples under his like near his nose, but also above his eyebrows. So when he cringes, it looks like an X. Like do that again. Like can you like scrunch your face up as much as possible?
See, whenever they
See
talk
the
about
X? See the X?
yeah, when X is gonna give it to you, they're talking about Poppy, actually.
Yeah.
so.
You know when Cartman like goes like that? That's what I look like.
Jamie, can you
It's
give
so
us a
fucking
pain
hot.
comparison to something else?
Okay. If you held a lighter onto your tongue, that's what I'm going through.
Oh. Just the
Been there.
straight
Like,
lighter.
but you took it off pretty quick. Like it's not enough to like sear it and cook it, but like, oh fuck,
So it's very much so a physical pain. It's not like a.
it is a physical pain. So the way peppers work is it's a neurotoxin, not a neurotoxin, it's a toxin, and the reason you feel the sensation of heat that you do is because your taste buds are literally going. By the way, you just put poison in your mouth. Don't do that again.
It just
So
feels
that's
like
how
you're
it
being-
works.
Are you okay, dude? You feel like really emotional right now, like you're about to cry.
Yeah,
Is everything good?
I'm if anyone who's podcast listening, I'm crying right now.
There are tears coming out anime style. He's currently
Oh,
flooding his
fuck.
room.
While Jamie is
He's
cringing
currently
and
flooding his
dealing
room.
with his
Oh.
difficult hot thing, I'm going to go over a couple of my announcements again for the people who weren't here at the beginning. So first of all, before I even do that, thank you everybody for coming back to watch. I can't possibly put into words how much I've missed doing this. Oh my lord, the past like 4 days it felt like torture waiting to do the podcast again. So I'm very happy that everyone showed up. I hope you guys had a good time like we did. Secondly, a big announcement for the podcast in general, in case you missed it. As of the beginning of this podcast, a majority of our old podcast episodes are now located on Spotify as well. So if you've ever gone looking for joysticks and mouse clicks on Spotify and you weren't able to find it, you will now. This episode will probably be up tomorrow. Second announcement, I also wanted to determine and let everybody know when I intend on coming back to Twitch, and I decided that the funnest, or rather the easiest way for me to do it and keep up with myself is I'm just going to come back tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be like we've never been gone. We're going to resume stream as normal, and hopefully I'll see you at 8 p.m. PST. And then the two bigger announcements for future content. If you see up in the top corner here, I'm going to be hosting some Hollow Knight mystery speedrun competition soon. If you are interested in speedrunning Hollow Knight, the grand prize for the winner will be a custom-made t-shirt made by yours truly. So that's going to be something fun. Just DM me on Discord if you're interested in competing. And finally, I'm also going to be playing the entire Halo franchise soon with Demo Chime. So we're going to be starting at Halo 1 and going all the way through every single one. So if that's something you're interested in, that'll be a good time. And then now is the time where I'll give you three an opportunity. If you have any announcements you want to make.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. I recently started a channel that is all about going through game series. Basically, it's called Sapat, and Sapat stands for So I Played All the. And essentially, I'm just going to go through an entire game series. I only have one video on the channel right now. It has like 16,000 views, and I went through all the Dooms. And next, I'm going to go through all like the GTA and anything anyone wants. Like if anyone has any recommendations of what series I should play through, that'd be fantastic. Also, the raids.
Yeah, I know. Raiders, thank
second
you.
raid.
I really, really appreciate the raids. Autumn, Valio, I appreciate you so much. Just as a heads up, we are wrapping up our final statements on stream here, but I do love you guys. It's nice to see you. I'm going to send us somewhere good, don't worry.
entire
But
Final
yeah, I
Fantasy
hope you guys had an awesome stream. I hope you had an awesome night. And then, Chunk, did you have anything exciting going on you want to talk about?
No.
All right. Aravand has linked his new YouTube channel. I'm going to go ahead and pin it at the top of the chat just in case you're interested in checking that out. I'd highly recommend it. It's a banger of a video, that Doom video. Jamie, are you in a state that you can speak? Do you have anything exciting?
Yeah, man. So we've got a couple of guys that I know. I'm not going to obviously run through them and quote them all. But we're very much putting together a group of people at the moment. We're trying to bring challenge games back to Twitch. I've noticed that there seems to be a starking loss of Twitch streamers who do challenge games, such as like Jump King and fucking those types of games. So we're going to be getting a collection of those guys, and we're going to be putting together some competitions, some healthy competitions, pretty soon.
You're looking for someone
based
to help
on
cast.
like just some loose guidelines type stuff. What's that?
Said if you're looking for someone to help shoutcast, that would be
Oh,
my
and
only...
you were first on my list. Don't you even worry about
Let's
that.
go!
You were first on my list. Yeah, so that's going to be coming together. We're working to find the details of it. It's very early stages of conception, but that's probably going to be a thing very soon.
Yeah.
There will be like cash prizes and stuff for it.
And then one thing that I think I want to start doing at the beginning, now that these are primarily going to be like, we know they're going on Spotify. If you want to just say the name of your Twitch or YouTube channel in your voice so that people can attach a voice to a name and a channel.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/PappyEric.
There we go.
Yeah, youtube.com/Aravand or youtube.com @Sipat Gaming.
Sipat being S-I-P-A-T.
Yep,
Yep.
SIPAT.
And then Chunk zooming in.
Oh god, I'm getting so turned on.
Twitch.tv/Big Chunk. Thank
God,
you.
this is so hot. This is hotter than the sauce I just
To
ate.
answer Quilby's question, they are mildly edited. And I say mildly edited because basically all I do is I edit out the silent intro and outro audio of us like on our starting soon and ending screen. So it's just right from the moment that the music cuts off and we start talking. But yeah, I think let me get us a... Actually, I already know who I want to raid, and it's... I haven't said their name both times that I've announced it, but I do have a co-host for the Hollow Knight speedruns, and it is going to be the lovely gentleman that we're raiding into today, a great friend that I met through Jamie's community, Drew Sun. So if you have
Good
met
guy.
Drew Sun before, hang out. He's an awesome guy. If you haven't
Drew's
met Drew
great.
Sun before, hang out. He's an awesome guy.
Yeah, Drew's top quality, bro.
If you have ideas for
Also,
the
if I could take a
podcast,
second, he's got a really great gaming news channel, which if you
does.
like gaming news, definitely check it out.
Yeah, he like makes some really good shit. I did not expect like how consistent he'd be with making like he makes some good stuff.
Really good, really good content creator.
Raid 1 if you're not subbed, Raid 2 and 3 if you are. I'm trying to think of any other things I'd want to say. Yeah, if you have ideas for podcast topics, if you have ideas for guests, or even slight tweaks that I could do to improve the layout of the podcast, please, I'm all ears. Send me a DM. Other than that, I guess my only request for you all is that you have a wonderful rest of your evening, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Peace and
Night,
love,
everybody.
guys.
If you play
Goodbye.
Skyrim, have a good night.